Hard times for Arkansas. Hey, what's going on, y'all? It is time for another brain drain. Because the Auburn Tigers are fixing to play some football. What up, y'all? Glad to have you here on the show with us today. Oh, let's see. I can get myself oriented properly on this screen. I guess during the week, I just knocked the screen around. I should be a little bit nicer to my screen. Anyway, it is so awesome to see you guys. We got literally dozens of folks in the chat already, and we got a big fucking game this afternoon. Auburn playing at Oklahoma. Jackson Arnold's return to OU. And this one's got some personal stuff for me because I went to high school in Oklahoma. Some of my very good friends from high school are OU graduates. They've been giving me Oklahoma grief for a long time, ever since the chatter was that they were going to be joining the SEC, and it was like, we're going to spank your ass. And then, of course, Auburn mismanaged the game last year and lost at home to these turds, and now it's time for some revenge. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, we got Hayden in the chat. He says, let's see what we're made of. Warnam Eagle JG. Appreciate you, Hayden. We love Hayden. Hayden's been with us a long time, balling out and doing what he does, being an absolute stud. Blake R., one of our East Coast czars. I don't want to say where he's from, but he's from the greater eastern portion of the United States. Says, go muster up a little energy I have and drain and watch the game. Down with COVID since Wednesday. Boo. Ward M. Eagle, JG, and Drainers. I hate to hear that, Blake. I'm glad to see that you're feeling okay enough to jump on the show with us, though. And we look forward to kicking it with you this afternoon in the chat. We have a great chat. Best chat in the entire world, I think. Insightful, funny, very little trolling. That's what I like. Dion is here. Sometimes is in Poland, but these days spends most of his time in the greater Birmingham area. Says, Word I'm Eagle JG thinks AU gets the win today. I think so. I got Auburn winning this game. I think I had it at 31-28. I like to pick weird numbers sometimes. Those aren't really that weird, but I just think that my reasoning is this. I think they're due. I think they're better. I think they got a good ball club. I think they have good players, and I think Jackson's going to absolutely ball out because, honestly, Jackson's been balling out. And I think he's the kind that won't get rattled going back to Oklahoma. I think he's the kind that will actually double down and be extra into the game and more focused than normal. I think fortunately, Auburn's got a Jackson Arnold who's kind of been through some of the tough days, and I think we're in a position to enjoy his best days as a football player. And that's a big thing. I think that's worth a lot. Renard was with us. What up, man? How you doing? I'll give you one of these. Says, it's time. It sure is, man. I was saying on the bunker, man, we have been building toward this for a long, long time, right? Really, since this portal was going down and whatever that was, December. And Auburn was, talking to all these guys and adding some and getting Singleton and all those guys. Xavier Chaplin, obviously a huge addition, and we've been building toward this. And I always kind of thought they were going to beat Baylor. Then you had two cupcakes, more or less, and it's like Oklahoma's when it's nut cutting time, right? And here we are, minutes away. It looks like the Arkansas Razorbacks are going to take an L here at Memphis. That is a game that they were leading, I know, 21-7 earlier in the day. Looks like they're going to fall apart and lose this bad boy. Daniel P. also in the super chat here says, "Oh, we draining, or damn man, go loser sooner." Yeah, I usually pull for Oklahoma just because my friends are OU people. Obviously, we're not going to be doing any of that today. Zero. Anyway, glad to see you guys. Lots of legends in the chat. There's no way I'm going to be able to get through all these legends. I'll be Kren in the chat, who's an absolute stud. He said, attended every game so far. I haven't seen you lately around the neighborhood. It's his first game on TV. All right, we're glad to have you here hanging with us. Abby Kren, esteemed member of the crew here. Poppy Clan in the house. Says, yo, JG, how you living? How you living, Biggest Smalls? I know. Well, I'm happy to be here. Every day above ground, all I want to do is ball. Patrick V., who I've been calling him out in the chat, but it just occurred to me about 2 weeks ago I know Patrick B., and forgot that I knew him because I didn't know your last name, honestly. And so I attached it to your wifey, and then I knew, I don't want to get into all the details, but that probably sounds worse than I actually mean it because his father-in-law is a guy that I love a whole lot. I'm really, really big fan of his. That's what I was meaning to say. Mike in the chat as well says, what's up, Drainers? Some questions are going to be answered today. That's right. Although sometimes these games can be the kinds of games where there's more questions left than answers. I hope that that's not the case. I hope Auburn goes out there and beats that ass, and then we go, they're pretty good. Maybe Hugh actually knows what he's doing. hey, maybe Hugh can actually manage a game now. Just throwing ideas out there. Chris M is in the chat. Says Auburn has the chance to be Auburn, or we could just be Auburn. No idea which team shows up. That's a very Chris M statement there. Midro is with us today. Yabo is here. Ephesians is here with us today. Decatur Tiger 97. Patrick P. Man, this is amazing. Small Victories are with us. Matt N. Good golly, Miss Molly. This is an amazing collection of folks here. Chipper, of course. Chipper, I've got the glass today. I know I haven't been doing it. I was worried that maybe that had something to do with them playing like ass against South Alabama. By the way, our bourbon today is going to be Knob Creek 12. I picked it up today at the ABC allocation. Don't remember what I paid for it. I think this was, I guess it was $80. We got this. We got an Old Granddad 7, and we got a Wild Turkey 101 8-year, which I think those two were $40 each. And then this bad boy was $80. I don't think that I've had the 12, but my homie's cousin across the street, and I think J Dub was telling me that they're really digging this one. So I haven't necessarily been the biggest Knob Creek fan in the world, but they said that these ones that have a little bit more age on them are actually freaking delicious. So we're going to find out. What are y'all sipping on today? We're getting a little extracurricular activity in this Arkansas-Memphis game. I have a feeling they're not talking about, they're not exchanging gamer tags to play Warzone later. That was really funny, Jay. Oh, I have my sound effects thing low. I picked up a new sound effect for this game. It's a sound effect that I've been making myself, but I decided to go with the real thing this week. When Auburn has like a run of 7 yards or more, I always think about it as Pac-Man chewing on those pellets. So I actually got the Pac-Man sound. And if I could find it, then I would play it for you. Here it is. That's what we're going to do when Auburn's like chewing up yards and getting down the field. CDF jumps in with a super chat. Appreciate you, bro. I don't like how I'm feeling about today. I blame Gus, Potato, and brother E. Lions got a ball, and the secondary needs to grow a sack and cover. Speaking of that, secondary, we got some questions now. Number one champ Anthony's going to be playing today. I talked to him on Tuesday for a little while about it, and he had the stitches taken out of that club that he's got on his right hand, and he said that makes a big difference because before, when he was kind of punching at people, as part of the job, we're not doing that now. What in the world? Hold on, I'm confused about this. My cable box is trying to record something. I don't know what it's doing. We'll figure that out later. All right, let's see what else we got. GW in the house is going to be saying, usually you say something funny to pick on me. Oh, secondary, CDF. So Jay Crawford, he's listed as questionable today. He definitely is dressed out. He's been going through some warm-ups. We saw him Tuesday, and he was on the bike and obviously a little bit infirmed, but I always thought he was going to be able to go this game, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't play. Rayshon Pleasant is going to play today. He also had something. He was actually going through true full reps Tuesday at practice, whereas Crawford wasn't, or at least not when I saw. But Pleasant looked like he was ready to go. He had some pass breakups and the one-on-ones, and he looked like he was pretty much ready to go. But he had like a weird brace on his right leg. I'm not sure exactly what injury he was dealing with. And the ones that we get told, I don't necessarily trust them all, if you know what I mean. Let's see what else we got here. Josh Wu, I don't know. What were you saying, bro? Something about production. Sorry, I missed that. Cleveland Brown, who's a legend, says, stay hydrated, bunk. Stomp the Sooners, War Damn Eagle. By the way, I got my Owala full of cold water, so I will definitely be staying hydrated, my guy. Thanks for the reminder, Cleveland Brown. Appreciate you being part of our community for so long, both at the bunker and here as well. Feel like a stranger says, word up. Much love, Drainer, Swiggins, and Tates, live from Hampton, Virginia, where he's going to be seeing fish. Later on, no idea what happens in this game, but Falk might kill a man. Great comeback by my adopted Tigers in the Liberty Bowl. I had no idea that you were a Memphis guy. But yes, that was a very satisfying moment for Memphis fans everywhere. Let's see. Jacob says, let's go, JG. I can't sip on anything because I had kidney transplants, plural, in 2024. My goodness. But if we win, I might. LOL. Don't tell anybody. That's my promise to you. We ain't snitching on this brain drain. That's not what we do. But I would caution you to take care of yourself, which I know you will do. Ephesians jumps in to say, JG, where has the show been that you, Caleb, and BMAT do at Voodoo? I've been missing it. No, we do it. We've been doing it we tape it on Mondays now, and it debuts Tuesday mornings. But we've been doing it. I promise you. And I've been like tying it to the board and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely out there. I got another super chat coming through from Mang. What's up, Mang? He said, you're tough as hell on this drain. It don't make no difference. Yeah, I got it for you right here, bro.
And how big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
I've been talking more Roy D. Mercer here in the last week than I have in the last 6 months, probably. Anyway. Oklahoma Sooners coming out with their schooner here in a moment. They once tipped it over, which actually was a lot more dangerous than it looked, you know? You're like, they just rolled it over. Nobody gives a shit. But, man, that's dangerous. Whatever. Python says they got a baby board TV. Can we get a laugh at that? Yeah. Minor league bullshit. You can't be nouveau riche like Auburn, I'm telling you. Nobody does nouveau riche better than Auburn. I don't know. Small victories notes the Stormtroopers again. Of course, the Auburn Tigers wore the Stormtrooper whites at home last week. That was a kind of a special situation. By the way, cheers, guys. I'm going to drink this Knob Creek 12. Jacob Bell doesn't get to drink with us today, but we'll still think of him often. By the way, Chipper notes that Bama's thrashing of Wisconsin looks pretty meh. Now, Maryland did much the same at Madison. My de facto nephew, Ian, he is not my nephew, but he is my de facto nephew, is now a freshman at University of Maryland. So I'm pulling for the Terps now. They're on my crew, and I appreciate the shout out there, even though it was unintended. Snobburn says, this wagon's so stupid. I think I'm on board. But they might say the Eagle flight was stupid. They'd be dumb if they said that because it's awesome. Also, Daniel says 52-17 Oklahoma. 52-17. What? Come on, man. I'm going to give you a TPIR for that one. Get out of here. Get out of here. Ammo Tiger. What's up, bro? This is Ward Amigo. Let's get this dub. Ammo, of course, working, living and working. He's working and a living and a working. He's taking what they're giving because he's working for a living in Japan. Let's see. Hornatius says, is Dentone tied up in the corner? Denton took an L today when his Chelsea team lost to the Manchester United good guys. What he won't be taking an L on today is Alabama. They're not playing today. And I think the Auburn Tigers can get this W, man. There's Jesse right there talking to Jackson. Get some last-minute words in. Jesse Stone, the assistant quarterback's coach, works alongside of Kent all the time. Hornatius, I like this attitude. 223-0. Kind of like a Georgia Tech Cumberland game. I'd be a fan of that. Jacob Bell, by the way, says 38-34 Auburn. Call me crazy, but I get a feeling, brother. I will say that a lot of times in games like this, it goes a different way than you think. Not necessarily who's going to win or who's going to lose, but like the scoring. So a lot of times you'll see defensive teams get together and that ends up being 35-32. And you get two teams where they score a lot and it ends up being, 15-12. This is a game where people are expecting both of these teams to score a lot of points. So I'm tempted to think that I was probably wrong on my score. I still would take Auburn, but I don't know that I would go 31-28 now. Maybe I'm thinking like 19-15 or something like that. Bo is great with a positive outlook. Says Jackson Arnold Heisman campaign begins now. That'd be awesome. I think he's been super overrated this year. Did I say overrated? I meant underrated. Like nobody's talking about him. They talk about Mateer, and Jackson and Mateer have very similar numbers. I've been in this stadium. They used to call it Memorial Stadium. I think it's a little bit different now, but I put a bug on the 50-yard line. There's a little X right in the middle of the field. I put a bug there. I was an Oklahoma State guy back in those days. It was closer to Tulsa. Rayshawn Pleasant with the kickoff return. Looks like he's doing all right. Gets it out to about the 24. AU Tiger 98 says, look at that tiny Jumbotron. As far as Jumbotrons go,
sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
you need to come to Auburn. Not you, but the Oklahoma people. Let's see what a real fucking scoreboard looks like. Shoot, our second scoreboard is probably not top 10 in the country. Not to even mention the ace scoreboard. All right. We start things right now. The Auburn Tigers at the 24. Going to start in a 3-by-1. Tailbacks out of the field running a. There we go. First run of the game for Jackson. It's going to get 3 or 4 on first down. Shoot, I'll give it a Pac-Man for that one, bro. Well, no, we're going 6 or 7 yards for those, right? Yabo says, actually, that's just a Tron. Stu says, I'm a little bit ahead of you. Usually, I feel like I'm way behind on these. But maybe I'm a little bit ahead. 2nd and 6-ish. Nope, got a 2nd and 9. What? I thought he'd get further than that. All right, so Jeremiah on an Indy run. Got about 2. It's going to be 3rd and long. Ephesians says, how does JG make the Oklahoma field dance? He puts a bug on it. Didn't necessarily do it out of defiance. It's just something to do. Although I didn't like Oklahoma at the time. I don't like them right now either because I want to see Auburn beat their ass. All right, so we had a scramble on a play they were trying to get out to Jeremiah, and then Jeremiah had a run. He's got problems here. At least he held on to the ball. That was obviously a pass. It was supposed to be a quick hitter, and whatever he was looking for was not there. I sometimes feel like he needs to throw that ball out of bounds. Now, where he was, I don't think it would have been intentional grounding, so it's probably better that he didn't do it at this moment. I didn't see anybody open. Not a great first drive anyway, guys. No, not good at all. Not good at all. Some decent coverage there on the punt return team. Malcolm Simmons down there to whoop somebody's ass. Same for Elijah Melendez. Auburn's drive there was 3 runs -8. Go ahead and give Jeremiah credit for 1 run of 2 yards. And, yeah, not much going on there. Auburn, of course, unsuccessful on 3rd down, so our stats are now updated. Chip Trip says that sack was on J.A. I mean, I think he's got to roll and get that ball out. Yeah, Daniel P. makes a good statement. He said, I'd rather take a sack than him throw a bad pick. But here's the thing about Jackson. I'm not trying to jeopardize him or not jeopardize him. I'm not trying to jinx him, excuse me. He doesn't throw bad picks. I mean, that's really the problem is that he's so concerned about picks that he tends to hold a little bit longer. So I'd be shocked if he throws many bad picks this year. He's just not that guy. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's amazing, right? But he tends to be conservative on the risk matrix. You know what I mean? All right, little pistol action for Oklahoma. Auburn's got this covered. Oh, is that a hold on the end? Keldrick got held on that play. There's no doubt about it. He had his hands up and he went down. Like, come on, bro. That's the only way that tailback was able to get the edge right there. Because Mookie Blaylock, his left tackle, I guess, in this situation was holding the defensive end. Auburn going with the mint front here with a blitz up the middle, but he got caught up. All right, Kensley, all right. Kensley missed the tackle, but he still funneled the run inside. So he got his job done even though he missed the tackle. Decatur saw that hold. Wizard D saw that hold. Great run response on that. Bobby Jamison Travis in there balling. Woodyard responded quickly. I have to say I'm encouraged. by this run response right now. I've always kind of felt like Auburn's run defense is a little ahead of its pass defense. But, of course, pass defense, you can kind of get by with mediocre pass defense if you can get home. Kieron Crawford has been getting home this year. Let's see if he can do it right here. Auburn's putting pressure on Mateer right now. He didn't get very far, honestly. Are they seriously marking him 1 yard short? Are you fucking serious? T-Royce is holding. He was tackled. 3rd and 2. God, they gave him an extra 4 yards on that, my opinion. Great run response on that by Robert Woodyard. Atta boy. He's going to be short on that. Yeah, he's a yard short right now. They're going to go for it, but still, that's a great play. Woodyard's had a couple plays now. Kensley involved as well. Auburn's been, I thought last week, Stoop Up, it was Pearl Jam. They were called Mookie Blaylock in the beginning. And actually their first record, which is called 10, was not because it had 10 songs on it. It's because it was named after Mookie Blaylock, who wore number 10. All right, 4th and 1. As our friend Rod Bramlett would say, a long one. Mateer's going to try to run this, and he does a nice job on that. I'd like to take a look at that again. I got to make sure this thing's recording. I'll watch this play first. Green Dog blitz that Auburn got to Mateer. He got to Mateer, and I think that probably was enough to get that pass off target. I couldn't tell who that was. It was probably Xavier. Let's see. Tim says, watching Ole Miss and listen to this stream for the more important game. Appreciate you, Tim. Doing the best I can to give it, the Auburn treatment fully. We were talking from the game last week. I thought the nickel play was absolutely trash. And so they're still looking for answers. I'm guessing Kensley is playing nickel. I haven't been watching the alignments, but that's not going to be a fumble. Or is it? Are they calling that a fumble? The closest official did not stop this. The closest official did not throw. He did not whistle. I suspect this is not going to be a touchdown, but whatever happens, it was a hell of a play by Jaquez Robinson, which we have not said this year. Is this going to stand? The ball was kind of like halfway out. I don't know, guys. What are we thinking on that? Daniel Peace's ball was moving before he went down, which is exactly the way I see it. A fucking great tackle from Jaquez. First of all, great trigger run down, and then he gets his hand to punch that bitch. And a hell of a play. Runner 24, I'm going to hold off on that. Let's get an official ruling on this. But I've got my finger on the button, bro. Ben says incomplete pass. That's probably what they'll rule, honestly. Well, they're sweating this one out. Oklahoma is. I get it where he was just like, come on, bro, it's a touchdown. That's what I would be doing. Small victories notes, they've been having some nice open field tackles so far. They have. I know it's early, but shoot, by this point of the last game, they would have missed 2 or 3. And my man Neil is with me. What's up, bro? Glad to have you here. T-Roy says he expects home cooking. Stu Pub jumps in with a super chat to say, I think it's a fumble, so of course it won't be, my man. By the way, Stu Pub, our all-time leader in super chats, been with us since the very first show. We appreciate him very much. He's a stud. Also a frequent caller to the show. This is going to be a tough one to adjudicate. I know that the ball got dislodged fully because he hit the ground, but it was coming out. I don't know what the specifics of that rule situation is. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I just don't know. It's just too in the weeds for me. I think that's a completion. I do. Nice little play by Kayan to go ahead and get the step and get in the end zone. I think that's a completion. Oh, it must go. It must call overturned, and Hugh is just beside himself. So you're going to call that incomplete pass? Wow. Man, he's pissed. I don't blame him. Yeah, Rob just gives it a BS. I'm with you totally. Ben actually did call incomplete pass first. He was the first one to call that it would be that. Damn. 3rd and 10. Biscuit wants to know, how do you overturn that? I have no idea. AU Tiger 98, aghast as well. We don't understand what's going on. Runner 24 is just disgusted. Little home cooking, like Chipper said. That's what he was expecting. T-Roy. Oh, it might have been T-Roy that said that, too. P-Pass says that's the worst call he's seen since Iron Bowl 23. All right, here's what I'm thinking, guys. Let's get a sack right here, and then they can't kick and they can't punt, and they're just pissed. And also put that in the karma side too, right? It's kind of a play that should, in the spirit of things, should have been Auburn. Something good should have happened for Auburn there. Get in there, Derek. Oh, my tear's about to die right there. I hope they didn't hit him late. There's a flag on the play. Oh, is this going to be against Auburn for a late hit? He had a Morris up his ass. Oh, yep. Fucking A, man. So they had a Morris and who else? Oh, they're going to call PI? Oh, they are going to call PI. Guys, I'm afraid that is PI. I'm being honest. Or defensive holding, yeah. Depending on how far downfield they were, I couldn't tell. Definitely getting a little handsy. Crocky Pooses, of course. 1st and 10 for the frickin' Sooners. Good golly, man. That's a tough turn of events. Trying to see what's going on here. All right, false start on them. Trying to see the staffing situation. It looks like they've been kind of rotating guys a little bit more. Assuming that Kensley's going to be your number one nickel in this game. That's not really a rotation situation, but you've seen 92 playing inside. Dallas has been playing some inside. Bobby's been playing inside. You got Malik going right now. Oh, inverted veer, and Auburn was all the fuck over that. Xavier Atkins scraping outside on that play. Got a hold of that one. Auburn's run defense has been good except for the one quarterback power on that 4th down. There's really only one Auburn's let out at all. P-Pass says, we have Debo and it really is Friday. Oh, God, he's under pressure. He's under so much pressure there. Oh. Man, honestly, that's a hell of a throw under that pressure. He had somebody right in his grill, as the kids say. Chris K, yeah, we're just going to chalk that one up to a terrible situation there. Auburn, yeah, it was just a tough call there. The pass rush has been a step better, a click better than I thought it would be. You've got the freshman Smith in there at defensive end in a wide 9 alignment here. You got Keyron inside. You're sending 5 on this. Keyron with a little. They should be able to run him down. Yeah, nice lick right there. Rayshawn Pleasant had a nice lick to finish that play. The coverage was really good from Rayon Strader, the transfer from Miami, Ohio, who had a tough spring because he just wasn't being physical enough. Thought about transfer and didn't transfer. And he's been playing a little more physical, and I think Crime's been happier with him. So he's kind of a good story there. They're going to be forced into a field goal here. Pretty long one. I like this kid's first name, Tate. I like that. He got it. Nice kick. I guess we'll just go ahead and give them the jerk-off thing.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
They actually went 0 for 2 on 3rd down in that drive. But they did get the 4th down conversion there in the middle of the drive. Hey, Hornatius, you better watch your mouth, buddy. Robert S. says we never get any calls. And Jacob G. says, JG, why do the refs constantly fuck us? Is there a good reason? I think it's just it's parallax. I don't think that they do. I think it probably just looks that way. But that was a tough one, man. That was a tough one. That was a tough one to lose. The thing is, man, I think maybe the more that you feel like you're getting fucked, like because the kids on the team definitely know it. Maybe the more you fight, you know what I mean? You say, dude, we're not only are we playing Oklahoma, but we're playing the refs too. We're going to have to fight double hard. I don't know. I mean, I was not a good football player, so I can't really assimilate anything. But I did play baseball a lot, and there were times when I felt like I wasn't getting the calls. I was a pitcher, and it pisses you off. And you throw harder. That's the way it was for me. I got all the way up to 82 miles an hour. No, I'm just kidding. It was 75. Bang is not happening. Michael W. looking on the positive side, which is the way I like it. Big win for the defense with all that happened on that drive. Absolutely. And feel like a stranger thinks the field goal defense may have been taking a step back. Jay Robertson coming into the chat here. He's one of our Ole Miss friends who is pulling for Auburn when it's not against Ole Miss. Is pulling for y'all today. My Arkansas friends are down bad. They should have had that game today. And they probably feel like Memphis is kind of a, like a second-class rival. It's tough. Ephesians says, those refs are real tough on my TV screen. My sister, Sharon Jean, was over there, and she called to Birmingham to get a review on that, and you called her a dumbass. I'm going to come up there and whoop somebody's ass over there. Josh says, if Cam does that, it's going to be a fumble. It does seem that way. I'll be Kren with a good note here. Getting a decent rush. I was going to say definitely a step forward, I think, as far as pass rush today so far. I mean, I didn't think they got a lot of heat on the quarterback last week, or not enough. This drive, I thought they did a nice job. Got in his face 3 or 4 times. Bo's Great says, Sonny G molded JG into a pitcher. That is absolutely true. He was my pitching coach at Chandler Baseball Camp the summer of '86. He was just as weird then as he is now. My best pitch was a changeup, and he told me before I played a game, we're not throwing changeups today. I said, hey, man, that's what I throw. He said, I don't give a shit. When you're not going to throw it today. I still pitched pretty good, and then he was like feeling all justified. Like, I told you. Shit, man, this guy got lucky. I don't know. Daniel says, yeah, Mateer is not comfortable. He didn't look super comfortable. He has a great arm, though. Great arm. P-Pass, send me he's asking about my mailing address. Send me a DM on the board, and I'll be happy to share it with you. I don't really want to put it on the show. You could just put JG Montgomery, Alabama. They probably know me. I'm just kidding. Hell, they ought to as long as I've lived here. I thought I was going to be here like 3 years. That was like 25 years ago. Hey, number 4 just knocked Eric Winters over, and I don't like it. That's not friendly. That's not how we do things here. Call personal foul late hit. No, they're going to call a block in the back. Good golly, Miss Molly. Our Big Cat says special teams again. Seemed like there's been a lot of special teams, just minor fuck ups, like not the big fuck ups, not the block punt or the key missed field goal in the clutch or fumbling a snap. None of that. It's just penalties and hell, they had offsides on a punt. Was it a punt or a kickoff in the first game or second game? I don't know. I was like, what? I haven't seen that in years. Auburn has to be a little careful considering they're on the 6.5, but well, he's going deep on this bitch. Oh, nice adjustment and catch from Cam frickin' Coleman. My man, that was a nice catch. If I had been a better throw, I think if it was a pass interference too, but if it was a better throw, he's gone, dude. He had those guys beaten by 2 steps. Hey, still a hell of a play. That's a big gainer right there. And we were just talking about how Jackson can't throw down the field. He just did it right there. Nice play to get Auburn into plus territory. Huge. Now that would have been a bad interception right there. I just jinxed him, didn't I? That's going to be a robber concept, like a middle safety or a nickel who's floating in zone coverage. And he's just reading the quarterback's eyes. Should have caught that. I mean, I'm glad he didn't, but Jackson's got to be a little more careful on that. Unfortunately, I worry about him now. He's like, oh, geez, I got to be more careful, you know? And that's what you don't want him thinking because he can get too careful. All right, Auburn doing a little bit of an adjustment. Now they're stacking that top. They went from a okay. All right, so they did a little adjustment there pre-snap and went to a quick screen to Singleton. The pass was bad, the catch was bad, and everything just fucked up. 3rd and 10. That's what we got now. Stoop Up says that robber concept is RPO kryptonite. He's got the pump fake or something. There's not a lot you can do. A robber isn't going to help you on a vert. Oh, nice little. I like that. Now, see, Peyton, I like Peyton Thorne, but he would have gone out there around 5 yards short, I think. And Jackson just has the acceleration and the gall that kind of dive under that tackle that would end up being a missed tackle and get another 5 yards out of this. All right. Now he would have got, he got an extra 5 or 6 out of that, actually. Big time play right there. Nice. All right, Auburn now on the 36. Damn. You know, when he got, so that was an Indy run. When Cobb was kind of backing out of that hole, I thought he might have been able to turn the field, but they were quick to get over there. It was a great run, man. Stoop Up, a big fan of that. Scott C is a big fan of that run. He looked really good on that one. So we got a 3rd and long here. Or 2nd and long. 2nd and long, excuse me. 2-by-1 with a tight end. Tailback to the other side. Malcolm. Nice little play. Added about 4 yards onto that run with a little shimmy shake. And another first down for the Auburn Tigers. I'll just keep doing the Pac-Man sound. Just moving down the field, chomping up those pellets, yo. Started this drive on the 6. Now they're down into the red zone or close to it. Now we got a flag. And Connor Liu believes it's going to be on the Oklahoma Sooners. Maybe 12 men on the field? I don't know. No personal foul face mask. Connor Liu with an eagle eye on that one. You're going to hurt people grabbing people's face masks like that, asshole. By the way, just for those halftime enthusiasts, Coach Hunter said he was 50-50 because he's on the water. And I have not heard back from AK. Oh, a lot of times AK will message me like right before it's time. We'll check with Hunter. He said mid-second quarter. Oh. Yes, sir. Cobb gets a little bit of a seam there. Finally gets one, and he zips through that bad boy. Gets about 10. It's now second and like 3, but they can get a first down without a touchdown here, I believe, because they started this set of downs on the 11, I think. Right now, just some updates. Jeremiah's got 3 carries for 9. Jackson's 2 of 4 for 61. And Auburn's rushing is plus now. That's good. Auburn has 71 total yards. They have 34. Still a little misleading because it's so early in the game. It's 2 drives to 1, but nonetheless. All right, this is some kind of a fuck up here. They were trying that same concept that scored. Actually, I had a camera eye on this last week. It was that QB counter with Jeremiah pulling, and everybody got blown up. I'd like to see a replay on that. And I'm not going to get it. 3rd and 3-ish, I guess. 3rd and 5. By the way, this is an 8-play, 87-yard to where it's at right now. 3 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Let's see. Cleveland Brown says, do you have the corn song on your soundboard? I need to check that out. I don't know that one. Why did Singleton jump out of bounds like that? Cut that bitch inside, man. What are we doing? Hey, I wrote it down, Cleveland Brown. Take a look at it later, okay? Why did Singleton go out of bounds right there? I think if he... That's my guy right there. It's the assassin, Alex McPherson. Why did he cut that back in? Yeah, but I'm with you 100%. He said Singleton has to fight. Don't just step out. I thought there was a seam there too, bro. Like, what are we talking? Alex McPherson, the fucking man right there. I love that guy. Let's do our field goal sound as soon as I can find it. I got so many sounds over here. I struggle to find them sometimes. There we go. All right, Auburn on the board there with a nice long drive. 10 plays, 87 yards. And 431. Now, Daniel notes it was a terrible pass. I'm open to that criticism. That's probably a fair thing to say. I'm going to go back and look at the play right now. Okay, so it was a retrace action for Singleton. The ball wasn't great. I think that ball should have been thrown a little shorter than it was. But he had a cutback lane because Malcolm was actually blocking. And he had a block there. I think there was space. He could have at least challenged for another 2 yards or 3 yards. I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to give Singleton too much trouble. Parker M jumps in with a super chat. Said, I think his momentum carried him out. There's no momentum with that dude. He's super staccato with his feet, but I appreciate the super chat on that, Parker. I wish he would have just cut that bitch inside, you know. Josh Wu says, massive answer. Offense now knows that they can move the ball. Belief is worth a lot. Absolutely, man. That's a good long drive. They had an explosive pass, had an explosive run, and then you're just gobbling up yards the whole way. I like that. Dead D says it's a swing pass to the short side of the field. Has to be accurate. I thought it was just, a little bit, throwing a little too much juice and a little bit to the outside. I think it'd be kind of a little slower pass to the inside shoulder. I think he's got a chance to kind of get oriented better and try to figure out what he wants to do there. But instead, he just kind of went right out of bounds. I don't understand that, but that's cool. Not going to fuss over that too much. All right, let's get some of these numbers updated. Jackson is now 3 of 5 for 61. Running the ball, Jackson is now 4 for -1. Of course, it's not really his fault. That's not really his fault. He had to try to dig out from some pressures there. Jeremiah has 3 carries for 9. And Cam has the one big catch, huge catch actually, for 46. Let's get that updated, JG. And let's get our third down numbers updated. 1 of 3 for the Auburn Tigers, 0 for 2 for them still. They've only had 1 drive. And 0 for 2. All right. Stats are now updated fully. Yeah, Jacob G thinks Auburn should be up 14-0. I don't understand the 14. I do understand the 10. Tell me about the other one. Whale makes a good point. That sack, the big sack, was actually on him. Yeah, he needed to get that ball out. He doesn't seem to really want to get the ball out, does he? He doesn't. He doesn't like just throwing the ball out of bounds. But to paraphrase my friend Steve Ensminger, sometimes you got to live to punt, you know. Maybe not actual punting, but metaphorically. Connor Gibbs with the kickoff here. And he gets the job done. I'm going to pour a little bit more of this Knob Creek 12 that I picked up today at the allocation at the ABC store. It's delicious bourbon. This was discussed on the Bunker this week. There's Alex right there, this guy. ESPN did a big piece on him this morning about all he's gone through, and we've talked about it here on the show. You guys are huge fans of Alex McPherson, and for good reason. I mean, there's just no reason to not love him. He has a great attitude. He's a great kicker when he's healthy. 97% of the people in his situation would not be playing college football right now, but he said, "Fuck it, I care so much. I'm going to do this. It's going to take something where you tell me I'm going to die." There's a missed tackle. First missed tackle that I remember. Justin O is here with me. What's up, bro? Yeah, this Knob Creek 12 is pretty good, man. Not as good as some of the stuff you got down there, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Mang said it should be 69-0. My man. It's our favorite score. That or 4-20. Got him. Jesus, Auburn was meshed. Look at this play. Fuck yes. Fuck out of here. Chris Murray with the stop. They were mesh charging on that play or something because they got to that initial handoff. I mean, with a quickness. Good golly, Miss Molly Woodyard got on his ass. Great tackle from actually Sly got the tackle, and Murray's going to get the co-tackle, I guess. But, man, that was nicely done, y'all. Run defense has been tight. 3rd and 6. Oh, he's getting held again. He's not getting anywhere. Beat his fucking ass. Jared Smith finishes off that tackle. Xavier was there, and Keldrick was the one that flushed him out. I thought Keldrick got held as well. He didn't fuss about that one like he did the first one, so maybe he didn't feel like it was a hold. But, hey, man, 3 and out. I love it. I freaking love that. Or was it a 4 and out? I don't know. No, 3 and out. That's what you love to see. Parker says we got off the field. Yes, sir. That was a 3rd and long, too. It wasn't technically a 3rd and Durkin, though. I think it was 3rd and 6, but. Boy, kind of risky, I think, for Malcolm to field that. I thought he might have fair caught that. All right, so we got 1:58 left in the first quarter. Both teams have had 2 drives. It's 3-3. I've actually, it doesn't matter because there's no value in this, but I think Auburn has been the better team so far. I think defensively Auburn is really, really amped up right now. Run defense gets an A+ from me so far. And then the pass rush for me is probably a B+, which is really nice to have. Offensively, still trying to figure out what they're doing. You got the really long pass that set the tone for that first scoring drive. Did I say 2 drives? Wait a minute. It's 2 drives for them, 1 drive for Auburn. No, that's not true. Because they had the bad first possession. I forgot about that. My bad. So Auburn had the bad 3 and 8 that I'm trying to forget. I've expunged it from my mind. There's a word that Albie Kren would love. And they just had one that they're going to try to expunge. Yes. I bet I forgot about that first one. Anyway, that second drive was a lot better for Auburn, obviously, but you get the long pass to Cam for 40, almost 50 yards. Kind of a tone setter for that drive, and then you kind of grinded your way down for the rest of that way. Got one explosive run, to get Cobb down to about the 11, which is a nice play. We're still trying to figure out. It's weird. We're 3.5 or whatever, 3.25 games in, and I'm still trying to figure out what Auburn's offensive personality is, identity. Like we're still kind of working on that a little bit. Let's see. Snobburn says, let's just throw deep to number 8 every play of this drive. I mean, there's something to be said for giving Cam a chance to go against pretty much anybody, right? Because he is a problem. He's been underutilized. We all agree with that. He's a physical runner, and he's also a great aerial dueler. So I think he can be a difference maker in any game, really. Russell agrees with me to say that we're whipping their O-line. Offense has to be sustaining drives to keep rotation fresh. Yeah, Gonza says tackling well so far. I agree. There's been several clutch, what I would call clutch tackle situations where you got to make the tackle. You're going to give up 5 at least. And Auburn's gotten, I think, all of those guys to the ground. They had one missed tackle on the first play of that last drive, but it really didn't cost them much. I think it would have been a 0 gain, and it turned into like a 4-yard gain as a result of that. EPW wants to establish the run, which is something we're always a fan of here on the Brain Drain. Also, Nash Tiger thinks a pop pass and the jet sweep concept will help the run game, kind of that stuff that they've been working on, establishing kind of precedence with what they do on that Eric Singleton jet sweep. To this point so far, it's either been a handoff to Eric or it's been a inverted, like a QB hold going inside, an inverted veer run. They're also going to have an RPO throw off the backside of that. And they also, as Nash Tiger mentioned, have a pop pass they can hit on that. So let's just see what happens if they start to do something a little bit different. Let's see. Daniel was kind of jumping in on what I was saying earlier about, we're 3.25 games in, I guess. We still don't really know what this offense is. He says, JGT, I can't figure it out either. It honestly feels like we just call a bunch of plays that Hugh likes to get players that Hugh likes the ball. No scheme. Let's see if we feel that way in the third quarter. This could be a game where you might see some of that. There's an inside zone run that went nowhere. Might have gotten a yard. P-Bat says, if this is basketball, we won the first 12 minutes. My man. We are getting almost time for some basketball practice, though, which is what I like. Oh, no. Damari made a great blitz pickup on that. Upended the dude. And then Jackson ran right into him. Watch this blitz pickup from Damari. Boom! I guess he's got a lay on him to finish that or something. I don't know, man. That was... That's a missed opportunity there. It should have been 5 yards. That should have been a 5-yard run right there. Oh, shit. Fart, man. That's 2 yards too deep. Oh, man, when you're overthrowing Cam, you've really done something there. It was a great... some great blocking from the right side of Auburn's offensive line. God, he got beat. Huge missed opportunity on that one, man. Huge. Hudson Cock, the towering punt. Fair caught at the 27 or so. Let's get these numbers updated. Jackson's now 3 of 6 for 61. Jeremiah's 3 of 9, or 3 carries for 9 yards. I thought he had a carry in that drive. I guess they're saying no. That's really all there is about it. Jackson's, by the way, 5 carries for -3. I'll put that on there. So kind of a spazzy game so far for Auburn's offense. I mean, you got the 3 and out, then a great drive, and then a 3 and out. Defense kind of got screwed on their first defensive possession where I thought they created a turnover and it was overruled. They gave up the field goal. Second one was a 3 and out. So let's see what they can do here. A little bit of a misfit on the run there. Still good tackling, but somebody missed a run gap there. Jared Smith playing a bunch of snaps right now. My guess is that he is playing in place of Amaris, who normally be playing there. But Amaris must not feel good to go. Keldrick's playing on the other end. Second and 4. They're going to try a sweep play. No, they're not. They're trying to throw behind it. Great tackle there from Rayshon. And Derek Smith was hustling his ass out there to finish off that tackle. It's going to be 3rd and short. That's the end of the first quarter. Hey, man, everything they're doing is bruising. And that's really what you could say best for the Auburn defense so far. They're making them pay for everything they're doing. And there's some licks getting delivered out there. That's not something we necessarily have said about the Auburn defense the last few years, but today, yeah, doing a hell of a job. Yeah, Josh Wu loves that effort from Rayshon Pleasant right there to just undermine that play. They really caught my attention because it looked like it was a sweep. You had 2 guys pulling. And that's obviously part of the design of that play, to try to throw to the backside, a quick screen. And Rayshon Pleasant was not at all fooled. And golly, give Jared credit for getting out there and finishing off that play. That's hustle, man. That's a defensive end, man. Let's see. Nathan says, man, Arnold hesitates so bad. I know. That was a play. Just gun it, man. Just gun it. Stauber said, why did Cam slow down? I think that was the route, bro. I think he was doing like an in route, and then he kind of bent it forward because you saw that safety had clamped down because thinking that he was going to hook right there. I guess he thought it was a sticks route or whatever, and kind of sucked him down. I think that was the design of the play, and then he kind of accelerated back out of that. So I think that was, to me, that was the concept there. Sam H. says, chat, are we okay? Come on, man. That's funny. I think everybody's just on edge. The good news is that Auburn has not come out scared or anything like that. Now, they might lose this game. Who knows? But it's not because they're just getting run off the field. They're playing some real football right now. And I think that that critical call on the what could have been obviously a pick six, or a fumble 6, whatever. Crocky Booses Pinkston says that Cam ran the wrong route. Thinks J.A. threw a good pass. I just don't. I mean, all right. I respect Cole's opinion on that. I'd have to talk with him. I do agree that Whale Driver says it was a terrible throw, 100% on Arnold. Whether he ran the correct route or not, that is very possible. I mean, it's possible that he did that, but he's still 3 steps ahead of the guy. So put the fucking ball, you know what I mean? Like, give him an opportunity to get under the ball and catch it, right? And if you're overthrowing Cam, you've really missed it. Because he's really fast and he has amazing catch radius. Whale Driver says, Whale Driver, you have literally no idea. Now he's saying, well, that's me too then, I guess, right? Or did he say something else that was like kind of crazy? I don't know. Let's see, Mountain of Coke, one of my favorite names on here. I can't watch the stream. What does he say? Can't watch the stream without spazzing. Brain Drain is ahead of the stream anyway. What's the solution to that? Do I need to kind of ease back a little bit? I don't know. Good stuff in the chat. Appreciate y'all always jumping in. We have a very, very spicy and poppy chat. I like that. A. Robinson says, if we lose, just blame Peyton. Why not, man? It worked last year. I'm glad they're showing a replay of this. Hell of a play from Jaquez, by the way. Oh! Fucking lick right there, man. Caleb Harris making his presence known. I hope he's saying that we got screwed on that non-turnover. We got screwed, bro. All right, so big lick right there from Caleb. Breaks up a pass that they needed, and that's going to be a 4th down. Another 3 and out for the Auburn defense. Back to back. So I kind of alluded to this earlier before the game started, didn't I? I said if it's a lot of times in football, it's the opposite of what you're expecting in a big game. This was a game where everybody thought offense, and now it looks like it's going to be a low-scoring game. It's still early. I had Auburn winning this 31-28, and I'm not sure that anybody's going to score that many points. We'll see. Joko says it was a worthless interview. I didn't have a chance to hear it. Anthony R. says, we playing I8, JG. Yeah, I agree completely. Man, playing better than I8, really. I would give defense probably at this point an A-. Whale Driver says, who's number 35? He's a big dude. He sure is. He's big and wide. That's Dallas Walker that Auburn. He signed with Texas A&M out of high school. Auburn ended up picking him up from Western Kentucky where he played last year. And he's definitely a gapper, a space eater, similar to Isaiah Rakes from last year, but a little bit better, I think. Oh, Jesus. That's a bad decision there, right? Am I missing something? Travis James jumps in with a super chat to say, Jay, I don't complain much, but what's up with these bad breaks? Still a game, but awful breaks that if it was the other team, it'll work out for them. War Eagle. I don't know, Travis. If you're talking specifically about that non-fumble, I get it. But this other stuff. No, I mean, just got to fight through it, I guess. Everybody's got things happening to them that they think, are statistically unlikely. I don't know. Just got to fight through it. Looks like you guys are all on board with what I was thinking is why was Malcolm fielding that ball at the 1 or the 2? The good news is that the last time Auburn had its back to the wall like this, they were able to dig out and had a nice touchdown drive. Jackson's got some time here. Fucking same thing as last drive. Throw deep to Cam, and Cam fucking put his nuts on that old boy's head. Yeah, that's what I'm liking to talk. I'm going to give it a how about you for that one.
How about you, fella?
How about you?
How about you?
Nice catch by Cam. Again, the concentration that he has. Remember he caught that pass last week against South Alabama where he's falling down. And that was a similar play right there with a similar throw and a similar location. And, man, they just turned this drive around. That is edge. We were talking all week about Jackson doesn't want to throw deep. He's already thrown deep 3 times. Completed 2 of them. Gunner says we have a freaking Megatron on our team. There's actually some truth to that. I'm not sure he's quite that. Oh, he's going again. Oh, Horatio did not catch it. I think he's going to be out of bounds anyway. I'm glad to see Auburn utilizing the resources here, though, man. Cam can do some. I like that stop. I like that route. Showing a replay of Cam's long catch there. Little stutter and go. I like that. Horatio's a good downfield guy, too, because he's an aerial threat. He's going to go up and get that ball. You just got to put it in an area where he can go do that, Uh-oh. Is that going to be on Mason or Jeremiah? I guess Mason. I'm not sure there's a more friendly player on this ball club than Mason Murphy. Really, really nice kid. Solid football player, too. Perry Thompson in the game, number 3. Let's see where he goes. He's going to play outside, obviously. So you got Horatio and Perry outside right now because Cam's taking a little bit of a break after that long catch. 2nd and 15 due to the holding call. I'm sorry, they're going to do it again right here, so it's going to be 20 yards now. 2nd and 20, guys. Normally, this would be a really big problem, but I think the way that Jackson's throwing with confidence down the field right now, you've got a chance to beat them on a vert, and you're right back in business. But Sam Turner waiting on the sidelines there right next to Cam, by the way. He's had a great week of practice, Sam did. Super chat coming through from Justin. Oh, my man. Says 23 quart has some big barrels on the way. Just went to Clyde Mays and picked the first 6-year cask strength barrel in Alabama. We will select our Woodford private barrel, 110 proof, in the next week as well. Check them out for sure. 23 quart, a.k.a. the Cigar Bar downtown near the, in Montgomery, near the fountain there. They going to call horse collar on this? Now, see, that's the kind of call where if they don't call it, I'm going to think it's kind of sketchy. Okay, so they did call it first down. Nice. There we go. All right, Travis, you were talking earlier about Auburn never gets any calls. And I'm not getting on your case. I'm just saying there's an example where at least they got the call right, you know. It's not a gifted call or anything, but they got it right. Anyway, Cigar Bar, a.k.a. 23 quart. Justin runs it down there. He's the man, and he's got the best selection of bourbon in the entire, I would argue, probably the state, but certainly in this area. And I've been down there a number of times. Little retrace concept there, inverted veer, nice fill. And we've got a flag down in the back field. And it's Casanova McKenzie right there. We got to hold. Jeremiah Wright, who had a false start already, now is going to get a hold. And that's definitely a hold. 100%. Guys, that's a hold all day long. Come on now. First and 20. We had a 2nd and 20 moments ago. Now we got a 1st and 20. I guess it gives you an extra play to get to 20. That's the bright side. Offensive line's got to play better than this. Just sloppy as hell and just not getting it done right now. That's Dylan Wade. A little bit slow reading that slide, that little exchange, a gap exchange move there. Just a little bit slow picking that up. And dude got through. Oh, fart, man. That should have been a pick probably. Another throw to Preston Howard, who had a bad game last week, and now I don't know, that wasn't great either. I'm not saying the throw was perfect. He's a guy in practice. He looks like he's All-American in practice, and then he gets out here and he's just a little sloppy. Daniel says J.A. is bad. What? Come on now. That's just not fair. No, I think he's balling right now. I don't think he's having a perfect game or anything, but he's bringing it, man. This is an incredibly emotional situation for him to have to play at the place where he feels like he got jilted from, you know, and he's come out here and he's balling, man. He's playing the game that I expected him to play, honestly. It'd be nice if Preston would catch the ball. I know that's asking a lot at this point. Yeah, Stu Pup. I think Simmons was open on that. We got another flag. Is this serious? I want to see if I can get a better look on the replay here. Oh, I'm sorry. We're getting set for the next play. We're trying to get to the replay here of that particular snap. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to see enough. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It was kind of so this is an RPO throw, so I'm thinking it was just a glance look, and it was just strictly if he's got inside leverage on that throw it. You know what I'm saying? But with Malcolm right behind him was running a go route, the safety bit down on that throw, and then he was going to be wide open on a go. I don't even know, honestly, if that's even an option he had on that play. I don't know. I think somebody earlier was saying just punt the ball. I think it might have been Stu Pub saying that. That's basically a punt. Let's just run Indy to Damari Austin on 3rd and 1,000,000. Like, geez Louise. Man, frustrating right there. Jeez. I mean, that drive was just a disaster, man. Hudson Cock. Guys, special teams again. I don't understand why Hudson didn't kick the ball. Uh-oh, he was giving him a fucking earful, too, about it. Why didn't he kick the ball? He had a guy on him. I don't think he mishandled the snap. Oh, the snap was shitty. I didn't realize it was that bad. I thought that was done on purpose, to kind of get him rolling to his left, but I think it was too far to his left. No, it definitely wasn't above his head. It was at his left foot. Oh, my God. Okay, so Oklahoma's going to take over on what, the 12? My goodness gracious. Wait, yeah, there's a hold. They finally called a fucking hold on Caleb right there. Thank you. Good God, dude. He had to go down with his hands up backwards is the only way they would call it. But they didn't call it. By the way, the special teams coach is Chad Lunsford, who's the former GA here. Ended up being the head coach at Georgia Southern maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And now the special teams coach at Auburn. He's a good dude. He likes Auburn a lot. He's intense on the field. He's just, he's the guy you're looking for, but they're just not responding right now. The special teams for Auburn has just been off, just not good enough. And that's all there is to it. Nice play by Bobby Jamison Travis. That's my guy right there. Yes, sir. Auburn's run defense has been yummy. Hayden says asking a lot of the defense here. They're getting it done so far. Uh-oh. I don't like the looks of that. I don't know what happened there. Was that like a quick snap and Auburn wasn't set, or what was going on there? Yikes, man. Were they even ready? I mean, there wasn't anybody over there. Oh, man. I
don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Was that a third down play? I thought it was second. But either way. I need to know what happened on that. I never would have expected Auburn to give up a touchdown that looked like that. I don't have the first idea what happened there. I mean, I have no idea what happened. Ray Sean was 15 yards from that guy, and he was the cornerback to that side. I'm not sure that this. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to see this on the replay because they were screwed up. They didn't have this. They weren't showing the field. So it's 2nd and 22. Yeah, they started they shot back to the field and he was already about to throw. I can't tell what's going on. I don't know what the alignment was or anything. It's almost like Rayshawn just like didn't see him, or the closest player to him was the free safety, and there has to be a cornerback or a nickel on an X receiver like that. I have absolutely no idea how that can happen. That was terrible. I wish I could understand better, like what the hell was going on there. Man, Mix-a-Lot jumps in with a super chat. It says, time to invoke the power of Woodford. Oh, yes. I've been drinking this Knob Creek 12, hoping that was going to help today, but hadn't really done much yet. Auburn was looking good until that total bust right there. Jacob L says our players forgot about him. You just can't forget about that, you know. I haven't heard from AK yet. We'll see what he's. AK is the kind of guy. He's usually moving around, so it's sometimes kind of tough to pick up. Crocky Poo also noted properly that it was a 2nd and 22 play there. Drinking may be the answer, Burner says. Gunner 357 says JGT, is our punter stupid? He is not stupid, definitely. Hudson Cock is his name. He's actually very bright. I mean, being stupid has nothing to do with it. So it was a bad snap. It was low, but he fielded it cleanly. I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, here we go. Here's the replay. Yeah, so it was a trick. It was a gadget play. The number 5 was pretending like he was coming off the field, and then he didn't come off the field. They did have 11 players on the field, so it's not illegal. It's just, I don't know, kind of shady. But, I mean, it's also, that's how you win football games. Mang says, just throw it to Cam Coleman 50 times. Crocky Poo thinks that could be an illegal substitution. So did the commentators think that was shady? Should have been a penalty, is what Wizard D said. Okay. And SWG Troll says that should be illegal. That's not allowed. It was a trick because Oklahoma is soft as baby shit, Jester says. No, Patrick, I did count when he was doing that. They had 11 men on the field, but that doesn't mean it's legal. Okay. Ben, I'll go with illegal. That's fine. It's fine. I don't know the specifics in that situation. I thought it was just gimmicky, you know. I mean, Venables needs this win as bad as Hugh does. You might argue even a little bit more because he's at home. All right, Burner, I'll go with you, bro. If the guys on the network say that should have been a penalty and a 15-yarder and play comes back, I am completely on board with it. They would know more than I would. Clemson in trouble here, according to my screen. And I was kind of interested in the Tulane-Ole Miss game. Looks like Ole Miss is better than Tulane significantly. So 20-3 going toward halftime here. So interesting right there. And the fighting Gus Malzahn's again. I know it's Kent State and all, but all right, Auburn at the 25. Got to kind of regroup here a little bit. I mean, a nice sustained drive here that at least gets 3 points, I think it will be good enough. God, that didn't work. That was a design quarterback draw, and they just got punched in the mouth by a 3 technique or a nose. Travis Jace is, as I said, bad breaks for Auburn piling up on us, War Eagle. Travis, you are right. That was a problem there. Auburn did a nice job picking up that 7-man rush right there. Ends up being Jackson having to run again. Just kind of chaotic offensive ball play right now. Wow. Again, we were kind of talking about this maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago. What is the identity of this ball club, right? It's not running the football. That hasn't been what they've been doing. It's kind of RPO-ish, and then Jackson scrambles a lot. Like, that's kind of what they're doing, which is actually what they were running last year. I just think that Jackson's better at it than Peyton running the football. But it's not smooth, and it's not intuitive. Offensive line did a nice job picking up a blitz on that one. But, of course, they're 2 yards short. And they're probably in territory that they don't want to. They're going to have to punt this. Crocky Poo thinks they got to go for it. I would be tempted to agree with you on that, but they're going to go ahead and punt. Wow, Texas Tech did some mean things to Utah today, 34-10. Romello Height still playing football now with the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Oklahoma's going to take over on their own 18. Hudson Cock with a nice punt there. Of course, the snap was a little bit better, too. Brandon Jace is Hughes shitting the bed still. I think that's 3 3-and-outs for them. Yeah, it is. 5 drives, 3 3-and-outs, plus the touchdown drive, which is a really nice one, and then a 7-yard drive, that ended on downs. Let's get some of these numbers updated, whether we liked it or not. Jackson's now 5 of 10 for 108. Let's see what Jackson's rushing numbers are. 9 for -11. That's going great. Really like to see him get on the positive side of the ledger. Cam, 2 catches for 86. He's had a nice little start there, huh? And Jeremiah is still 3 of 9. Damari's 2 carries for 1 yard. So rushing game has been kind of non-existent, but when you have this many 3-and-outs, man, I mean, it's hard to get any rhythm going and try to put any meaningful, emphasis on the stats. 1 of 6 on third down for the Auburn Tigers and 0 for 4 for them. So in general, defensively, I like what Auburn's been doing. Now, they gave up the 7 on this last drive, but it was a play that appeared to be illegal. I guess we'll litigate this after the game. But in general, I think the defense has done a nice job. Total yards, Auburn leads 95-68. Yards per play, approximately the same, 3.8 for Auburn, 3.6 for them. Time of possession, Auburn's +5 minutes. But here's the number that sticks out to me. I didn't realize it was this bad. 5 sacks already for Oklahoma and 2 additional tackles for loss. So they have 7 TFLs already in this game. Auburn has 0 sacks and 2 TFLs. They're just beating the offensive line up front and creating too much trouble. Period. Russell says Romello Height from Dublin, Georgia, former Auburn Tiger, also former USC Trojan, was dominant guy in high school. No, Romello was committed to Miami. Right. Gotcha now. FJ says that play was illegal and should have been called back. This is something that's going to be. That's the kind of shit that gets people demoted on the refereeing staff, officiating staff. I think they will take action on something like that because that changed the game, and you're just blowing a call right there. I don't understand why that doesn't get adjudicated correctly. I don't understand. There's just so much nuance in this stuff as to what can be reviewed, what doesn't get reviewed, et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes it's confusing to me, and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. They're going back through this again. I mean, it's bad when Birmingham can't get involved in some bullshit like this. I don't understand, man. All right. A 3 and out would be nice here. We're about midway through the second quarter. And it's been a pretty even game except for that illegal play that Oklahoma, that was very pickable, I guess. The play that, illegal play that they got away with, long story short. Cassidy B says, whose coverage is to blame? Our DBs or ABC? Let's get a laugh on that one, guys. Pretty good. Stoop Up says he never left the field, so it's legal. Oh, nice tackle there. Got pushed back a little bit, but hey, man, Eric Winters got the job done there. Seeing some of these young guys playing more and more. A lot of young guys playing for the Auburn Tigers. And I think, you think about today, their best players have been Woodyard, who's not young, Xavier, who is young. Eric Winters just made a nice play there. What is Matt Austin telling you? Give me like a synopsis of what he's saying. If one of you guys ends up being able to hear that. That's too much time in the pocket for that dude. It's too much time in the pocket. Rayon got a decent lick in, and it was a legal lick, but wasn't able to dislodge the ball. That's a shoulder. He led with a shoulder, though, guys, so I'm sorry. You can bitch about this all day if you want to. Not you guys, but whoever's on the telecast. It's a good play by Strader. Shit's really starting to frustrate me, too. Ben says, damn, JGT, when you discipline all the SEC ref crews, you're always going to have to use a shitty one. They all suck. Oh, fumble, ball, 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 ball. That's going the other way. Sir, the fuck out of here. That's been the knock on Mateer, man. He's turnover prone. And we have a sound for this. I wish I had a sound for this.
Who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, Prime, preach.
Coach Prime, I love him. Looks like just kind of a screwed up handoff, but Keyron says, I'll gobble that bad boy up. Turnover created. All right. Here we go. Nash Tiger says, tie this shit up. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Parker's fired up. Got a super chat coming through from Parker. Says, let's effing go. All right, come on, guys. All right, now I'll take it. He throws the ball out of bounds. No problem. They thought they'd be able to get that like a throwback type situation there to the tailback, I believe. It didn't work out. Oklahoma's been all over that stuff. Scott asking a great question that I think about half of us are asking. What in the world are they doing on offense? No personality and no, I don't understand what they are, who they are. I mean, they got players. Ooh, I like sound bites. Chipper. Talking about the official breaking through. Did he think that it was simulating going off the field was a violation? Was he swayed by that idea? There you go, Singleton. First down. That's what I'm talking about.
Splash.
Wizard D says we gave up on the run again. As a Raiders fan that I watch every Sunday, they do the same thing. They just give up on the run all the time. Ooh, that was a lick right there. Damn, knocked Singleton in the air. Still got 3 yards, though. Stu Pup says, I think it was TE slip and it was covered. Yeah, that's the first down play. I think that's what it was. I saw somebody dragging out to the right there, but they had it. All right, I got good news. Coach Hunter is good to go at halftime. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so Jackson just got sacked again. That is 6. sacks this half. 6 Oh no, Connor lose. Let's see. He might be okay. He doesn't look like he's in a lot of pain. I can't really tell what's going on with Connor, but he's down. This is not good. So with Connor down, I'm curious as what they would try to do here. Now, the plug and play choice there would be to go to Cale Ellis, number 51, who they've been really happy with. But I think they've been really happy with him insofar as he's a true freshman, and he's better than they thought he would be at this point. I don't necessarily know that he's good right now. D. Wade can play center for sure. He's definitely been playing there some. And there's one other person that could play there. I don't know. Obviously, Cale's the guy that reps there every single day, all day, every day. So that's the guy you would want to play there because he has snapped the ball more to Jackson, probably by 5 times over Dylan Wade. Rob Base's 6 sacks is crazy. You're absolutely right. It's insane. 6 sacks, and then there's 2 other TFLs. So it's 8 tackles for loss for Oklahoma right now. Auburn has 2, which I'm not really. I don't have a big problem with the 2 number. It's the 8 number I got a problem with. That number's just outrageous, like absolutely outrageous. This is a systemic failure. Now, a couple of these are on Jackson, I think, but the other ones are not. Bill M says, didn't we spend a lot on the O-line? I wouldn't necessarily a lot. I mean, Xavier, yes. But I don't know if Xavier's having a bad day or not. I think that Mason's having a bad day. I don't know if they pay him a bunch of money. And Connor's been, he makes a lot of money, but he's been pretty good. So I don't know. Let's see. CDF was trying to make the argument earlier. I was trying to see if this is a multiple. I lost it. I'm sorry. I think CDF was just trying to say that he thinks the play calling is making things worse for the offensive line. That he thinks offensive line is doing okay in some traditional passing situations, but it's some of the other stuff they're asking them to do. LB Puppy also makes a good point here that the sacks are the result of not even trying to hand the ball off. When we're talking earlier about abandoning the run almost completely, that changes a little bit how you start attacking it defensively, right? Because you're like, well, I don't got to worry about the run. Patrick says he thinks half the sacks are on Jackson. I was thinking 2, but I'm open to debate on that. Chipper makes a good point, and one that you guys have been talking about. LB was talking about this too, that I hadn't taken into consideration, just that about how when you abandon the run game so completely and thoroughly, it does kind of, the defense doesn't have to guess very much, do they? 13 pass attempts for Jackson, and tailback running attempts at this point is 5. Now Jackson has 10 carries, but you know how liberal interpretation of what a carry is at this point. All right, Cale Ellis is going to take over. Let's see what he can do here. He held up on this one. He had a nice, oh my God. All right, so that's going to be a sack. That is 100% not on the offensive line. That's 100% not on the offensive line. Absolutely no way. He had 6 seconds to throw the ball. Somebody work back to him, man. Fuck. Auburn went 3 verts with their check down was Jeremiah, and they didn't have a chance to work back. I don't know, guys. I'm not saying a single word about the offensive line on that one. I thought they did a nice job blocking right there. Did you know, Bill says, did you know Cale Ellis is 17? They love this 17, don't they? I mean, Ryan Williams got it until he turned 18 finally. Now they're going to do the Cale Ellis is 17 years old, guys. Boy, Dennis, I guess he's the first one without any irony, saying deuce, calling for deuce. Fenrir thinks Jay screwed that up, and I do too. I think he needed to. I don't know. I think he should have made a decision earlier to go ahead and run. RBC said, "Can Deuce play?" He can, sure. He reps all the time. I don't know if you saw him play against. Look at that fucking run defense. Get his fucking ass. Yes, sir. That's New Boy playing down, number 21, and Quan Fagans. I was thinking that they were going to play them a little bit more. We've seen Eric Winter, number 25, who's the strong safety freshman. And in that situation right there, New Boy comes down, triggers down on the run, and makes a nice play. He's a freshman as well, so I like that. Rayshawn Pleasant at corner right now. Kelder's been playing a fuck ton today. I bet he's played damn near every snap. Let's see. We got Woodyard in there. Sly Smith looks like he's playing nickel now. Green Dog blitz from... Now they're cuffing, I think. Woodyard was kind of coming in, looked like a Green Dog blitz, and then he kind of backed out. So I think they were spying or cuffing. Jesse, I like that. He says, defense is Tarzan, offense is Jane. Crocky Poo. It's 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10. They're now 1 of 5, by the way, before this play. Let's see if that disturbs them. Me changing that stat on the board there. Oh, they're going to think it over. Auburn's 1 of 7, by the way, on 3rd down. It's not dressing for success right there. Ephesians says, has Jay Crawford been out there all day? I have not seen him, number 23. It's been Rayshawn and Strader and Kay and Lee. Kay and Lee should have 6 points to his credit right now. G. Curry says Deuce would have tucked and run earlier, which has been needed on several of these 3rd downs. I mean, look, dude, he wasn't. His debut against Ball State was an abject disaster, but he's got that under his belt. He's a smart kid. He's a good player, but I am not advocating for Deuce right here. I think that this is more complicated than that. Probably should have caught that one, but he didn't. Who was that in coverage? I couldn't tell. Was that Caleb Harris? Either way, that's a stop on 3rd down. On a 3rd and Durkin. And they're now 1 of 6. So, I mean, if we're being real, like, it's a pretty even game. It's very even. Let's see. Carter says, big stop. Can we do anything before the half? 4.5 minutes to go. So this should be enough time to do something if you're going to do it. Let's see what Malcolm can do here. Fields it cleanly. Try to do a little drop step, I guess you'd call it. They still added about 6. Still added about 6 yards onto that, so that's good. Let's see. Ambitious Engineer says 0 faith that Jackson will throw the ball unless it's a shot play. Well, he threw a couple short ones to Singleton on the last drive that worked out nicely, or at least decently. He threw one to Preston that got dropped, of course. Notre Dame against the hated Purdue Boilermakers. Purdue's actually gotten better because they were probably the worst Power 4 team last year. They're okay now. Barry Odom is the coach there now. Let's see what Jackson can do here. 1st and 10. Decent field position at the 40. They throw a little tunnel screen and got swallowed up. Tell you what, the second level of Oklahoma's defense has been triggering downhill really well today. I feel like they've got like 3 Xavier Atkins. Number 11, and then the dude with the long, like, Polish-sounding name. He's been good, too. There you go. A little first down play to Eric Singleton. He's been good, man. They've been featuring him. He got hit. That was a tough throw, guys. Those of you who have been bitching about Jackson, that was a tough-ass throw right there. Six receptions for 42 for Singleton now. It's interesting, Parker. You talk about the Singleton sweep. We haven't seen that today. I'm not sure we've seen one play based off that little Steeler sweep or speed sweep. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just. All right. There we go. Here we go. That's your 17-year-old center, guys. I mean, I got a lot of faith in him for a 17-year-old center. I'm not shitting you. I do think he's like, they were impressed with how ready he was. This is a lot to ask, dude. There you go, Damari. There you fucking go. Fight for some yardage, buddy. Get that Pac-Man sound, JG. Come on, bro.
They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
I always say that Damari's like Ferris Bueller. Everybody loves Damari. Hot, fresh stats. Rob, I've got the third downs updated 100% right now. Some of this other stuff I got to work on. I'm still kind of watching this drive. They finally got into Oklahoma territory. I would not be satisfied nor good with a field goal here, though. It's kind of amazing that they're still driving this thing with one headlight because this offense has been dog shit today, hasn't it? It's a good play by Damari. It's kind of falling backwards, man. I mean, might as well, right? That's what I say. Just chomping up those pellets, man. Keep moving. Keep moving. Let's see. Whale Driver is asking, do we have positive rushing yards yet? And Auburn's almost there. 18 carries. You know what I mean? It's a liberal interpretation of carries because there's been so many sacks. But 18 carries for -2. Now, the tailbacks have combined for 6 carries for 25 yards. So that ain't too bad, honestly. Get the 2-minute timeout here. By the way, we're up to 10 tackles for loss for OU now and 2 for the Auburn Tigers. But despite all that shit, Auburn's got 148 yards of offense and they've got 115. So aside from the morally, ethically, legally illegal situation there that got them the touchdown on that shady-ass play, it's an even game. In fact, I would give Auburn a little bit of an advantage. I mean, come on. I mean, they've got probably a 30% advantage in terms of total yards. I mean, sack-adjusted rush yardage, Auburn's got 26 and they've got 20. I mean, they've got their own rushing problems. I mean, their star tailback's got 6 carries for 13 yards right now, and then Mateer's got 5 carries for 11 yards right now. So, I mean, they've got their own problems, but they are in positive. I mean, it's 13 for 20 for them, and it's 18 for -2 for Auburn, but neither one of them is really accomplishing much at all running the football, and I think that's a testament, really, to the defenses. I think Oklahoma triggers downhill very quickly. And I also think Auburn finally has some really good speed and intuitiveness on defense now on the first level there, and I think they get to people. I mean, Oklahoma would like to run this football, but they can't do it. LB Puppy says, the play was legal, but was it ethical? That's the thing, right? It's kind of just like, I mean, I guess it's all fair in love and war, bro. Like you're just trying to win a football game. But, I mean, Hugh can do shit like that if he wants to. Like, why don't you do it back to them? I don't know. Jordan W. says, no complaints with the defense. They played great. I think everybody would agree. Yeah, hell, they're playing great. Got beat on the deep play, I guess. But, again, that's a weird one. I'm not even sure I could really categorize that. But you talk about run defense, it has 100% been there. And they've been good enough in the pass rush. I think it's tailed off a little bit. I mean, on the last Oklahoma possession, it was 3rd and 10, I think, and the receiver was open, and the ball hit him in the hands, and he dropped it. I mean, yeah, I'm good with that, but it wasn't particularly well defended. Gunner continues to say it was not legal. Broadcast has said it multiple times. I'm still waiting on what the official said on the show. Like actually what he said. Because it's just, it's too in the weeds for me. If I was writing this story, I would have to defer, to what the pool report was or whatever. Mang says, keep just doing the real work with Damari. And Pipe is in the hizzle. What's up, Pipe? One of my guys right there. What it is, brain drainers. I love this guy. Hey, Pipe, I did say earlier that Purdue, I think, has made a lot of progress. They're not good, but at least they're not dog shit anymore. They're getting beat by Notre Dame, and they'll probably lose this game, but that's not a big deal. Ephesians says, JG, like this. What's the adjustment in the second half to help Justin? Who the hell is Justin? Jackson and the O-line. I think you just got to line up and run the ball. I do think that the pass-run disparity is not right, considering it's a close game. Eric Singleton broke away, got an extra 10 yards on that. Now, I do want to say something. I covered one of the first teams I ever covered was UK 97, so that's when Hal Mummy first gets there, and he says quick screens are basically runs. He always considered those screen passes to be runs. And if you do that, which I think there's some merit in that argument, then these count too. And Eric Singleton has been a problem for them. I mean, seven catches for 52. I know some of those have not been runs. They've been slants, but he's also caught a few quick screens, maybe 3 of them, and he's turned those into yardage. That was a big play right there to break free and get another 10. That's a split zone run concept. Damari didn't have a chance. They're doing a nice job, Oklahoma is. To be fair, Auburn is too. Both run defenses have been pretty maniacal, if we're being honest. Both teams really trigger downhill with remarkable passion and aplomb. Looks like Connor's back out there, though. So remember, Cale worked that last drive. Cale Ellis, number 51, the freshman, 17 years old. Worked that last drive, and now you got Connor back out there. I didn't think Connor looked super hurt, so I'm glad he was able to work through whatever was bothering him there. Thank you for pointing that out, LB. LB was with me on that. Seeing number 75 back out there at center, which is good news for Auburn. Koyabo, let's see. According to AI, NCAA rules, you cannot fake an offensive substitution to deceive the defense, as this is a penalty for illegal participation and is specifically prohibited to prevent such deceptive actions before the snap. The rule aims to stop teams from using a player pretend substitution to mislead the opponent, which is exactly what they did. So how is that not? I'll settle for this once and for all, Mang says. The play was bad for Auburn, thusly illegal. Y'all got it. 2nd and 10 for the Auburn Tigers. Again, I will not be happy nor satisfied with a field goal here. I'm thirsty for a touchdown. Oh, fuck. How is that not pass interference? Thank you. They finally called a fucking flag. I mean, just like, what are we doing? Come on. Burner was ahead of the curve on that one. He said, throw a high point pass to Cam, which he did. And they got the DPI. Still got 1:18 to go in this half, so plenty of time. This is going to get Auburn down in nice. I mean, I want to give credit to the DB. Now, that wasn't illegal. He held him way too long. But he did a good job. Oh, they're going to call it a... okay. It was a personal foul, late hit on the quarterback, and Auburn declined it, but Auburn took the DPI. I mean, it was 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I'm glad they didn't call targeting on that. I'm just that. All right, let's see. Auburn's going to be around the 2-ish here, something like that. Can't have a false start. Somebody mentioned that earlier. Do not do that. Kind of an interesting formation here. This is unusual for Hugh. Oh, there you go. He's motioning out. Boy, that's a nice tackle. Auburn and Oklahoma have 2 really good linebacker cores, man. These dudes make plays, and Auburn's dudes make plays. It's been fun. If you're a linebacker fan, I know Coach Hunter is, as he formerly played linebacker at Troy State. He loves hearing about linebackers balling out like that. I'd rather just be Auburn and not Oklahoma, but, you know. Neil says, JG, which coach is going to be most likely to make halftime adjustments on their offense? Neither. My answer to that would probably be neither. I mean, you'd think Hugh, but I just don't. If I'm being honest, though, for the criticisms that we're lodging against Auburn for not really having an identity, right? I don't necessarily think Oklahoma's doing a great job either. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Their run game sucks, too. And they're just kind of like winging the ball around a little bit. I mean, I don't know. They've only got 115 yards. I mean, they haven't pissed a drop either. I bet there's Oklahoma fans sitting over there going, what the fuck? Because if they don't get that tricky touchdown, then they don't have shit right now. Oh, shit. Fucking Cam Coleman, my man.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Yabo says the answer is always Cam Coleman. You're so right about that, bro. Nicely done, Auburn Tigers. Nice drive in spite of a lot of headwinds on that. Alex McPherson, the extra point, and ties it up at 10. All square at 10. I see him do it in practice all the time, dude. He's going to be at least a good NFL receiver. I mean, he might be awesome. I don't know. He's going to be at least good. He's going to be at least like Jacoby Myers. He's just so good in these situations, man. He's so good in those situations, my God. Neil says neither, LOL. No, I'm just telling you the truth, man. Their fans are getting pissed off at their shit too, man. 115 yards is not anything. There's Darren and D Nix right there. Up the brain trust up there. 12 of 19 for Jackson, 162. And he does have the tutty now. Cam now has 3 catches for 88 in the tutty. And let's see if we get some of these other rushing. Let's see. Jeremiah is still at 3 for 9. Damari's 5 of 16, by the way. And Jackson is 11 for minus 15. I could go better. All right, there's the updated numbers there. Let me get the third down numbers updated. 1 of 6, 1 of 7, so that's the same. So your stats are now updated. Fresh stats. Let's see what D Lucky says. Should be more leg room for the rest of the ride for the second half after all these bitches quit earlier. Oh, my God. If there's a funnier poster that we got here than D Lucky, I need to know who it is because I'm missing it. Ogre says, damn, number 8's going to be a good NFL player. I mean, I don't know. We say it all the time about those guys going to be in the NFL or whatever, but like he's so good. I promise you Oklahoma fans are going to be bitching at halftime about their offense. Not their defense, their offense. It's going to be just the same. Exactly what Auburn's saying. I honestly thought that 12 was going to pick that ball off. Blake would be. And I don't know what he's playing right now. Is Bobble playing safety here? Yeah, he's a mile out of bounds there. So you got Blake Woodby out there, and I can't really tell what he's doing. Was he playing like nickel, like 10 or 15 yards off the ball, or was he playing safety, or was he playing nickel? I don't know what he was doing. I wasn't expecting to see Bobble play, and then he's out there, and he's not in the spot that I thought he would be playing. I mean, I'm going to give him credit. That was a hell of a catch. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't have possession of the ball till he's like a yard out of bounds. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. But, I mean, just the concentration to go ahead and finish the catch even though you're out of bounds is pretty sweet. Damon Case is knowing these refs, they'll call him in. All right, call upheld. Yeah, I don't understand the reviews either, guys. That one was a little surprising. Guess we're trying to find a way to give Oklahoma a chance, right? Like, is there any possible way we can give this to Oklahoma without just facing a lawsuit? No, I don't think we can do that on this one, sir. All right, let's look for the next one, guys. Those are hard yards. I mean, he got the first down, but I would want to give my quarterback a fucking kidney punch over and over again like that. Because Auburn's defense is hitting hard today. Oh, get his ass! Punch him in the fucking dick! There you go. So that was like a green dog blitz or a delayed blitz coming in from Bobble, and then Keldrick finished it off, kind of cleaned it up. I think they missed an opportunity there to punch him in the fucking dick. But it's neither here nor there. I also thought I saw a Tampa 2 coverage on that last one, too. Chris Murray is pushing some people around. I don't like the looks of this. Oklahoma has no timeouts. Wait, there's a flag down. Whoa. We got a flag. We got to adjudicate the flag, bro. Please tell me that's a hold. God, please tell me that's a hold. Pass interference on the offense. Got him. Fuck you. That's what you get, bitches. Finally, a call goes against OU that is going to piss them off. Yeah, they're just calling that an obvious rub. They're going to call on that. Oh, it's so sad. You hate to see it, man. Caleb says, JG, you got me, bro. Got her. Sorry, guys. You hate to see it, but you do love to see it, actually. Oh, he's mad. Oh, look at the Oklahoma fan. He's mad. Oh, how dare you call anything against us ever? Come on. We got away with it. We had a pick six taken back. Oh, he's so mad. I'm so sorry. You don't get everything to go your way, boy. That ain't how we do it. That ain't how we do it. I'm happy with that. All right, halftime, guys. God, I need a minute to just kind of calm down after that one. What a bunch of D-bags crying about that. Come on, man. You make yourself look weak when you cry about plays like that. Big baby. Josh says that's all they got. No real game. Yeah, Brandon says JG lit. I was pretty fired up, man. I was pretty fired up. I like hearing the crying. I could just hear it, you know. Oh, it wasn't a rub round. It was completely a rub round. Yabo says, I mean, I didn't hate the first half. I'm moderately okay considering. I think I feel the same way, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, it's 123 yards to 160 Auburn's favor, despite 10 tackles for loss and 7 sacks. So 7 sacks and then 3 additional TFLs. That is an obscene number. By the way, Oklahoma, 8 of 16 passing for 104. That doesn't impress me at all. And Mateer has 7 carries for 10 yards. Doesn't impress me at all. So this like Heisman frontrunner bullshit, he's going to have a whale of a second half. By the way, on this last drive, that was Oklahoma trying to steal some points. 4 plays, minus 7 yards. So could have gone better. They had 3 3-and-outs plus a 4-and-out. Auburn had 3 3-and-outs plus a 5-and-out. So this is an incredibly even game. Let's think about getting Coach Hunter on the horn. I want to make 100% sure that our stuff works. So I'm going to call my own phone and make sure it comes through correctly here. Hold on. That's a weird sound. Let me try again. Now I get no sound. That's not great. See, I got my own phone here, though. Nope. We'll get it eventually, guys. We'll get it eventually. We'll get this thing working. Every time I'm like, when I work on this, like on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or whatever, everything works great. And then when we get to the show, it's like, no, I will not do it. Nope. It's trying to give me attitude again. Interesting. This is what we do on live shows here. Of course, it's always some BS. Let's see if we can get at least get my dad on the voicemail first. No, I can't even hear him. It's terrible. We'll give it some time to marinate here, I guess. It says it's connected via Bluetooth, but I can't. I'm always trying to connect this thing directly, and it won't. I found out this week that I can't connect it directly to my thing. It says the Apple won't allow USB recording. I'm just like, what? I don't understand why anybody would care about that, but whatever. Let's see if we can get my dad on the voicemail here. No, can't get it. Run a 24 is hilarious. Your Tuesdays and Wednesdays with the phone sound like Preston Howard always catching balls in practice. Hey man, I hate to say it, but you're absolutely right. That's exactly right. Let's see. Cleveland says it should be 20-3 Auburn, right? So let's see. They definitely got 7 illegally, so that should be 3, or maybe I don't know, like 6, maybe. I don't know. Let's just say 6. All right. And then Auburn definitely got shortchanged out of a tutty. So I'm thinking 17-6. P-Pass says, JG, good impersonation of Dice. Was it Dice? Hey, come here. Here's the thing about this. Here's what drives me crazy about this. Is so I got up here early before the show started, right? And I told Courtney, I was like, all right, we're going to make everything work perfectly today because it's been working all week. And she was like, okay. And then I called her and it was working great and all that, And then you get on the show and it's just like, no, I'm not going to do it. I just refuse to do it right, Jay. Like, damn you. What are we doing? Sure, I'm glad the chat's still going so I can work through this and other people say, man, this isn't the worst show I've ever seen in my life. I went like 5 or 6 years without ever having a phone call problem, and then Skype died, and I don't know how to fix it. Fixing this problem has been a real bugaboo, as the kids say. Can't believe even my voicemail won't work. It's crazy. Let's see if we can get D-Lucky on the horn here. Nope. Still isn't working, man. That's insane. Got to get Coach on here. Let's see what else we got going on in the chat here. Dice Clay, my man. Kind of a little bit of a hack, honestly. I loved him at the time, but I think looking back now, he's kind of a hack. Unlike Sam Kinison, who is for real. Jesse says -2 rushing yards. -2. It's got to be one of the worst halftime tallies we've ever seen from the Auburn Tigers. 20 carries for -2. But again, we've got 7 sacks plus 3 other TFLs. I mean, you've got a pandemic happening there as far as TFLs. Auburn ended up having 3 TFLs of its own, so that's nice. but 10 is insanity. Insanity. Alex, AK just got with me. He said his connection's been poor. Tell me about it. Can we do it at end of game? Hell yeah, we can do it at end of game. Of course we can. I'm convinced that this will not continue to be broken because it will always work itself out. Oh, my goodness gracious. What are we doing? I even turned that computer off. Not now. Good golly, Miss Molly. I even took the Bluetooth off and put it back on. Always works when I don't need things working. Listen to a little Depeche Mode there. Doesn't give me an option of even playing it on there. Great. This is going great. It's going great. All right, we'll just keep it going. Keep it rolling. The chat's amazing. Chipper says, restart the phone completely. I can try that. Sure. Definitely, I'll try that. Looks like Dabo did end up losing to the Clemson Orange. I'm sorry, the Syracuse Orange. And this is going to be bad because Dabo's been having a go of it this year. Oh my God, the Syracuse quarterback got hurt on a rollout when nobody touched him. And then a Syracuse tailback fumbled with nobody touching him. Goodness gracious. Let's see. Cello says Dice is a genius. I would dispute that. Don't like all the material, but he's hilarious. No, he is. And I actually gained a lot more respect from him when he was on Entourage, right? Kind of playing like he was almost like a joke of himself, you know. It's pretty funny. Neil Jones says enjoy the silence. That's actually pretty funny. Depeche Mode's biggest hit. And I am actually enjoying the silence. I'm not enjoying the silence in this case, actually. All right. So we've got it restarted. I'm already connected to the Roadcaster. It says that I'm connected to the Roadcaster. Now we try to see if we can listen to some Depeche Mode through here. Nope, still not working. It says it should be on the Roadcaster Pro. I don't hear Jack. Damn, let's see if we can hear my dad's voicemail on here. Nope. And let's see if we can make a call on here. Calling my phone right now. Oop. Nope, nothing. Going great, guys. Just going great. All right. And we move. And we move. And we're moving. Fat Crack jumps in with a super chat, my man. Says, Ward Amigo JG. Can't be too mad. Our D has played great, and the offense is doing just enough to keep us in it. Here's to a big second half for the Tigers. Hope all is well, sir. My guy, there he is. We love having Fat Crack here. He's a very supportive guy, both here and also on the Brain Drain as well. I'm sorry, on the bunker, etc., etc. Jack S says maybe Zoom is an option. You know what, bro? I'm going to definitely think about all options. I was going to try the Microsoft Teams, which I was told could be used a lot like Skype, but I just couldn't get it. I couldn't get there, man. I couldn't figure out how to do that. Chipper says, can you restart the board without dropping the stream? Yeah, I can do that, but Matthew says JG needs a tech guy. You're not wrong about that. You'd be surprised at how few people talk about this on the internet, like how to get this kind of stuff working, because people don't really take calls. They'll take like a video call, like when they interview somebody, but as far as just like taking phone calls, a lot of people don't do that. They consider that passé. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow Chip's suggestion. I'm going to turn the board off and turn it back on. It will have no effect on the stream except you can't hear me for a minute, so I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. P-Pass says Fort Fairlane is a terrible. Obviously, was kind of like the star. Chris M says you need a consult, JG. I mean, I kind of do, Chris, but this is probably not some shit that you deal with very much. It's very nuanced as far as it's got to be. Yeah, anyway, we're going to continue to think through this a little bit. Dennis says that middle finger was egregious. Are you talking about mine? Because I let him rip, man. I did let it rip. By the way, Abby Laker jumps in with a super chat as well. Says, JG, I got you on a 75-inch TV outside. Nothing better, my friend. Dabo sucks. Man, a 75-inch TV outside. I love the sound of that. I have a 75-inch inside, my first ever. And we love it. It's a LG C4. Yes. P-Pass says, never before is what you swore the time before. That is, it's a song off Violator. Policy of Truth. That's what it was. Reynolds, great question. He says, how much time does the coaching staff actually have with the team at halftime? Great question. So what they do is they break down into positions and they get about 15 minutes, something like that. And like, let's just talk about it in defensive terms. So DJ will talk with a couple probably of his GAs and some of his other like older assistants, like his assistant defensive line coach or whatever. And they'll kind of say, okay, what's our problem right now? What do we need to do? And then he'll go and do it. Runner 24, he'll go and he'll kind of go to each position group and then tell them what they need, what kind of adjustments they need to make. Runner 24 says, doesn't Jay Lee take phone calls on one of their shows? Can mimic what they do, or your equipment different? So the equipment's not different. They use a different platform for their shows. They use something called StreamYard, which like fucking everybody uses. I use something called Ecamm. And the trick with Jay Lee's show is that Jay Lee doesn't actually run it, nor does Hoke run his show. They have a guy who runs their shows for them. I don't really want anybody running my shows. I like running my own, but the downside is that shit gets wrong and it's all on me, right? So yeah, that's part of it. I have guys, seriously, I mean, the phone calls have been one of the great parts of our show, and I've been good at it for a long time. I just haven't been able to get it working with this just yet, but we're going to get there, man. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. I'm going to call my phone now. I heard that. Well, let's see if we can call Hunter now. Where are you at, Hunter? And we had to skip him last week because he, damn, he's on the phone or something. AK said he was good to go, but after the game. Cleveland said, what happened to Skype? Skype died. They took it off. Like it doesn't exist anymore. Not sure why, but it doesn't. So they gave me a lot of warning. They told me in like November or December that it was going to be dead in May, and I was like, okay, it's happening in May. We'll just pick up Teams. Everybody said Teams was going to take over for that, and then not really. Here we go. Uh-oh. I may not get him. That would suck. Mang says, nobody's mad, JT. You was loved. I appreciate you saying that, G. I just want everything to be perfect, and I take pride in that. It's just that when it goes wrong, I take it harder, and people. Cuz says, let's take calls on the bourbon blend and work it out. That's my guy right there. That's my guy. We had to take see, Cuz could just walk across the street and just get on the horn here. Just kidding. He don't have strong opinions on Auburn, I guess. Unless he wants them to lose. Although I don't think he actively cheers against them unless they're doing something to playing the Tide or whatever. All right, so we did get the phone to work, but Hunter's out on the lake, and it's not connecting to him, so. All right. That's the way things go. Let's see. Justin C. says Pink's thread on the game is 46 pages long on Auburn Sports. Wow. That's amazing, dude. That's incredible interaction. He does a great job with that. He's really, really good at that. Skype was scalped Brent says. I think that's actually true. I mean, that's a fair way to put it. And Skype was the original OG, Mang says. I completely agree. Cousin did think it was a fumble. I did too. It's because it was like half out, you know. What I really didn't like was Oklahoma's touchdown pass. It's pretty obviously fucked up. Russell says JK audio broadcast host and an analog. I don't think I can do analog landlines in my house. But the JK audio broadcast host. Okay, I'll look at that. I'm on it. Wrote it down. Runner 24 says, did not think the corner had that much piss and vinegar. Let's give him one of those. That was pretty funny right there. We still have a great chat, though. Yeah, I'll try Hunter one more time. Let's see. I mean, you might as well. Hunter would never, ever, like, try to, like, not get on the show with me or whatever. He's the coolest guy to me. Like, in the history of the world. He has been so incredibly supportive of everything I've done personally and privately in my life. Got a super chat coming through from Don Properdickin. Says Bluetooth dongle plugged into the board your mic is plugged into. Connect your brain drain phone to the dongle and call people. F all these settings. Still can't get him. PPAS correctly notes that Skype was made into Teams. Right, but Teams is just, it doesn't work the way I have to be. I think if I worked for a company that was running on Teams, I might be okay with that. But On3, the company that I work for now, they run through Slack. They don't have Teams or anything. And Slack doesn't afford me the opportunities there that I want. But if you guys are experts on this, I'm willing to try to do whatever it takes to try to make this stuff work. And it's working right now, but it kind of comes and goes. AU Taxman says, draining on this overnight to London. Holy cow. That's exciting. Well, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to hang out with us, bro. That's frustrating. And then AK said that he was not good right now, but he'd be good after the game. Josh WOO or Woo says Discord can be done over the phone through the app. Yeah, but I still got to try to get it attached to the show. Do you see what I'm saying? Interfaced with the show. Chipper says the Magic Jack on your newer phone still may be the ultimate solution. I could share my account with you to try on the bourbon blend. I'm open to the idea. Scott says he's training in Amsterdam. Let's give him how about you?
But how about you, fella? How about you?
How about you?
Little how about you draining in Amsterdam. That's badass, dude. Scott, I'm glad to have you on the show, bro. I didn't realize you were international like that. My wifey spent a summer at Maastricht, Holland, which is in the very, very southern tip of Holland, nowhere near Amsterdam, but that's where she's at. Mang says On3 is Slack. Am I right? Wah, wah, wah. Justin O, great question. Oh, look at here. What's up, G? How are you doing?
Man, this is just a quick test.
Yeah, it's working,
Can
bro.
everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think it's working now. This is Chip Shit, by the way.
All right, sweet. I'm going to dip. Get
Thanks.
back to the show.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Bye.
That's Chipper right there. So it is working. Stephen N says, I can help you with a business license for Teams through my consultancy. Happy to help. Now we're talking, bro. So all I could do was personal. And they were trying to tell me that I couldn't use phone for that, but I needed to be part of a bigger team. Does that make sense, Stephen? I'm not an expert on this at all. So if you don't mind, can you send me a DM on the site? And I'm happy to talk with you. Mark Beast is chilling in Italy. Currently, I had no idea we had so many international viewers. It's badass. Mega says, all right, fellas, let's lock the gate and have a rocky fight in the second half. This fight. Proud of the effort so far. War Damn Eagle, that's my guy right there. Let's give him an applause for that one. And a Chipper says, chat tech support is GOAT. We got you, JGT. We're going to make this work. I'm so glad you gave me the idea of turning off the board. But, I mean, I just turned it on right before the show started, maybe 20 minutes, just to make sure everything was working. We'll give Hunter one more chance. But I know he's out on the water, so.
You've reached Hunter Adams.
There we go. I guess he's on the horn now, or somebody else is trying to call him anyway. Mark says he's stationed over here in Aviano in Italy. a place that I'm hoping to get to next summer. And I'm not a flyer. I'm not a big, particularly over water. So that's going to be one where I need to get gummied up real good before I make that trip, my guy, which terrifies the shit out of me. But Courtney really wants to go. We have friends of ours that are working over there right now. They're on an assignment for about 3 years, and they've been telling us we need to get over there ASAP. And so I think we're just going to go next summer because it looks like our group, our summer group, is not going to go next summer. So that'd be a good opportunity for us to sneak over there. All right. Second half begins. We didn't get the call with Coach Hunter, which is at least 70% my fault. And we miss his technical excellence. His team, by the way, I think is 3-1 right now, back-to-back shutout victories. And they were off this week, and they are like a 40-point favorite next week. So he's having a good start to the year, I'll tell you that way. Let's see. Mark says he's about 40 miles north of Venice. Nice. All right. Let's see what we can do here. This is going to be a counter. And Jaquez Robinson, who I have been very critical of in the past, that's another nice play by him. Helmet knocked off, so he's going to come off for a play. Interestingly, I think that was Champ that came in for him, or was that 4? I couldn't tell. Let's see what kind of staffing we've got here. You got Caleb playing back. Oh, punch him in the fucking face. Woodyard came in and screwed that play up for them. Mateer's getting knocked around a little bit. Oh, shit. Woodyard, this is not good. He's a very steady player for them. I can't tell if that's a hip or a groin. Looked like he was okay after the play, and then he kind of hopped up, and then he was grabbing. I don't know what he was grabbing. That's not good. Of course, he's one of the big linebackers for Auburn now. If he goes down, I think you're going to have to probably play Elijah in that spot. You could also play Caleb, maybe. Caleb reps all the time with the 1s and 2s, and then we haven't really seen him play a lot. Caleb Wheatland, number 43. We haven't seen him play a lot this year on the field, but he reps a lot in practice. There's Jesse Stone hanging out with J.A., kind of works full-time with whoever the number 1 quarterback is, relaying thoughts and ideas that are in concert or congruent with what the quarterback's coach believes. Mountain of Coke says, brain drain better than radio broadcast. Thank you for saying that, bro. I'm not sure anybody would ever say that until you said it. But thank you, Mountain of Coke. I love your name, by the way. 3rd and 10. This is third in trouble. A tip. Hey, Chris Murray, give him some credit on that. Chris Murray continuing to, he's not getting stats, but he's making a difference. He was bull rushing and affected the quarterback in that situation, coming from the right side of your replay right here. Oh, even more effect from the other side, too. I was kind of keeping an eye on that. I guess that was Keldrick that got the lick on there. Mateer's been knocked around a little bit today. I'm telling you, this old Heisman bullshit, I don't know, man. Auburn's defense has been shutting that down today. All right, Malcolm is stepping back. He fields it cleanly at the 15. A little indecision there. Got up to the 20. Oklahoma thinks they're very proud of that. It's pretty good, actually. Chipper says the only stat that matters is W's. By the way, that's another 3 and out for the Oklahoma Sooners, and their last 2 3 and outs have been 0-yarders. So their last here, let's go through their last 4 possessions for Oklahoma Sooners. 5 plays, 47. Ended up fumbling the ball. 3 and out, 4 and out, 3 and out. And they're 4 and out. They lost yardage. It was -7. Auburn's defense, pretty salty. ZY Sam Mateer not looking good under pressure so far. And he's definitely faced a bunch. They haven't had the sacks, but they've been getting in his face. Oh, nice play. Nice knockdown by number 22, Oklahoma. So that was like the non-immediate RPO throw. You know, they're doing the glances where you kind of hold and then zip. On that one, it was like a hold, count to 3, and then we're going to make a throw. A little bit different timing, and got it knocked down by an outside backer. I'd like to see where that ball could have gone. 2nd and 10 is what I'm looking at. Auburn in a 2-by-1 looks like. Could be a running formation. Let's see what the box looks like. 6-man box. You think they might want to run on this. They don't want to run on this. Fucking look out, bro. Xavier Chaplin gets beat. They were talking last week. Xavier Chaplin hadn't given up a sack this year. Well, guess what? He just did. And his quarterback just got absolutely pounded into the dirt. God bless, man. God, that just hurts to look at, man. Poppy Clan, what's up, bro? Says, OU sucks. Let's give a clap for that. Third and 18. And man, that's actually a great run from Cobb to get almost back to the 10-yard marker, but obviously going to be way short. Daniel imploring JA to get rid of the ball. I mean, there's got to be, we talk about it, the clock, the tick-tock in your head where you're like, I better throw this ball, right? Well, that was a shitty possession. I don't like that one at all. Oh! God, I wish he would have fumbled that with his own player running into him. But anyway, another good punt from Hudson. Ambitious says most sacks are on JA. I'm not blaming the O-line. It's probably another one that I would have put on Jackson right there. It's just too long, bro. Ed D says, now you want to run the ball. By the way, I'm really enjoying sipping this Knob Creek 12 I picked up at the ABC weekly allocation. They're doing them in September. They're doing a different distillery each week, I guess. This week, I guess me and Cuz were trying to figure it out. We don't know if it was Beam Suntory or Wild Turkey, but they kind of had both this week. But this is a Beam Suntory product, the Knob Creek 12. It's 100 proof, and it's actually this is a wonderful bourbon. A little expensive at $80 in my opinion. But considering it's 12 years age, it's not too bad. But if you're talking about it just from a drinking perspective, it's just great. It's terrific. On me and Courtney's bourbon show, we judge everything out of 4. I would probably give this a 3.6 to 3.7. Very, very good bourbon. I'm satisfied. What we are not satisfied with in the chat is the way that Jackson's holding the ball too long right now. Our Big Cat says, partially it's play calling. Hugh likes these long developing routes. Brent M says, Jackson is doing too much. Mang says, run and throw the damn ball. That's my guy right there. That's pretty funny right there. Justin O just says, Beam. He's talking about Knob Creek. It was Beam weekend, but, I mean, Wild Turkey's not Beam, is it? Or is it? Sometimes, you know, there's so many like acquisitions and stuff, like Penelope is now MGP and all that kind of stuff. I get a little confused, to be fair. Sam H says, why 4.0 for the scale, JG? When me and Cordy were young, there was this girl that was on public access television called Sue Johansson. She was like a sex, she was an old lady that talked about sex and stuff. We just found it really funny that an old lady would be talking about that. Anyway, she would do reviews of sex toys, and she would do it on a scale of 1 to 4 charcoal briquettes. And we kind of always said if we were ever going to do reviews, we would do them on charcoal briquettes. So that's why we do 0 out of 4. By the way, if you watch the bourbon show, I actually give 4.0s out sometimes because I think some bourbons are amazing. I don't think Courtney has not. I don't think Courtney's given out a 4 yet. She's a school marm by trade, so she's kind of tough on the. She's kind of tough on the grades. Let's see if it'll still come through on my phone. Just we're just doing a check, just doing a wellness check on my phone to see if it'll continue to ring. Yep, it's still working. Let's see. LB Puppy says that first play was a slant that was knocked down. My guess, LB, is that wasn't a slant. I'm thinking it was some kind of like a post concept or a sticks. I didn't see it, honestly, but it was taking longer to develop than a simple slant. Jester says, R.I.P. Sue Johansson. What a legend. Oh, sir. Mateer reminds me a lot of Jackson Arnold. Like, honestly, I mean, he's getting the ball out a little more quickly. I think his internal clock works better. But the way he's able to drop down and kind of throw that sidearm, I call it the Raphael Furcal, like flip. That's kind of what he just did on that throw right there. Coulda, shoulda, woulda been caught, wasn't caught. These guys kind of remind me of each other, honestly. No, sir. Absolutely nothing. Eric Winters just fucked your shit up. I like Eric Winters a lot, guys. A freshman from Enterprise, and he's balling. Let's see. Ravin says new brain drain phone number for my proxy. For his proxy. That's my guy right there. I'll go ahead and send this over to him. All right, there it is. Just send it over, Ravin. He may not be on the show. Ravin's in the stadium. Ooh, got a little crossing route. Dude tried to jump onto Xavier Atkins' head and kind of landed on him like Mario landing on a plant. Blip, 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 blip. What in the world is this? What are we doing? It's a weird formation from Oklahoma, and Auburn actually kind of worked with it pretty well. That was actually kind of amazing. Auburn's defense did a nice job with that. Hey, here's some guy that we don't know about and don't care about, and his wife, who we don't know about and don't care about, and their baby who's asleep with the mom, who we don't know about and don't care about. Good shit, guys. That's a three-fer right there. Could we just talk about how Ryan Williams is 17 or 18 years old again, or that Bo Nix is the son of Patrick Nix? Yeah, we could just do that. That's a nice little sidearm for call throw right there. Got the job done. Elijah Melendez playing a lot of snaps right now because Woodyard, that's how he asked me to say his name, Woodyard, is out right now. With it looked like a hip pointer to me. They're doing some pretty wholesale changes here on the defense, personnel-wise. You got Bobbles now playing this safety. They're going to know that's a true freshman playing down there, number 12. All right, they don't have a receiver to his side of the field, so he's playing like a de facto safety position. He's phasing with that tailback. Strader over there. Kensley's over there. Eric Winters was over there. Decent defense, but it was just down and distance problem there. Oklahoma at the 19 right now. I don't like this pass rush very much. I like the pursuit on that play, though. Xavier Atkins and Elijah on him. Again, Elijah having to play full time right now with Woodyard out. Jared Smith, number 41, as they're highlighting right there, has been playing a fuck ton of snaps today. I bet he's probably at 25 or 30 for a guy that usually gets 10. He's having to play that because Amaris, he was playing in that first defensive possession, Amaris Williams was, but I don't think he was feeling it. And so he's come out, and they're having to play Jared a little bit more. Jared is getting held right now. He missed the tackle, and they missed the catch right there. As a hold, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. When the blocker is behind you and he has both arms around you, that's what we call a hold. Left side right here. Hey, man. Number 71's literally hugging him, dude. You can't fucking do that, man. Third and 8, guys. Looks like we got man over here. This is Bandit to the right side. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll take it. Kensley with a nice tackle quickly on a little slant. A DJ often has, like, if DJ's not screaming at somebody, he's got like this smile on his face. And I just feel like he's a very contented individual. Even though he doesn't sound like it, I think he's just doing what he's supposed to do, you know? He's just supposed to be a defensive coordinator. All right, we got a field goal attempt. I like this guy's first name, Tate Sandell. He's left-footed. His girlfriend hates him. She said she'd really like it if he would miss some field goals. Unfortunately, he doesn't care about her enough to even miss the field goal, so let's give him a jerk-off.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
See if we can update some stats. Really, the only thing we'd be updating at this point would be third down, I think. Jackson 12 and 19 for 162. Jackson rushing 12 for minus 23. Let's go ahead and update that, guys. Now, they had 10 TFLs at halftime. Now they have 11, so they're making progress. But Auburn went from 2 to 4. So starting to make some progress on that end. Third down numbers, that's what I was going to tell you guys about. 1 of 8 and 3 of 10 for OU. 1 of 8 is incredibly bad for Auburn. 3 of 10 they're not real happy about, but it's not as bad as 1 of 8. Mother flipper, man. I can't help but go back and think about the irony of the fact that when Auburn hired Gene Chizik to be the head coach, as a guy who made his, he came of age, he grew into this, head coach type coach as a defensive coordinator, running 4-3 shit. That was like his whole thing. And then he comes to Auburn, and they end up winning Natty in 2010, to be fair, but he got fired pretty soon after that. The defense was always sucky. And you're like, I got a head coach here who's a really good defensive guy. Why is the defense always suck? I never got an answer to that. Now Auburn's got a head coach who came of age, became a head coach because of his offense. And now I'm sitting here looking at Auburn going, the fucking offense sucks. It's like we're doing Chizik in reverse. Now, culturally, the problems that brought Auburn down during the Chizik era are not happening now. I actually think the culture at Auburn right now is super non-toxic and good, contented. I think that's the one thing that, I'd say one, but one of the only things that I think Hugh is actually really good at is cultural. I think kids get him. I think he talks to parents, he talks to aunts, he talks to uncles, he talks to associates. He can just talk to people. He's got that ability. So the culture's good. Yeah, by the way, I got to drop the drop counters at 1 because Preston did his usual. So I think the culture's good. A lot better than what Chizik had. But it's odd to me that Auburn's got an offensive head coach and the offense sucks. And it's been like this. Let me see if I've got any, if I can get a drop number officially. I thought they had drops on here, but I don't see it right now. By the way, Eric has 9 targets. Cam Coleman has 5 targets. Malcolm 1 and Damari 1 is your passing situation there. I don't see any drop numbers. Gunnar says, do you think the offense sucks? There's been a lot of TDs left on the field today and that just aren't getting thrown to or are getting overthrown. Interesting. Josh says, who's the third tight end? It'd be Tate Johnson, I reckon. I think he wears the 46. 47 or 42. I forget. I wouldn't trust him to be catching the ball and running. He's just kind of a blocker. But the 87 and then 15 are your top two. And I think they would rather just stick with those two, honestly. Neil, question. JG, is the poor coaching on the offensive side of the ball going to cause any of our commits to flip? I don't think, not at this point. It's a little bit different. I guess the math is a little different now because it's money. A lot of it's money and how much opportunity we're going to be able to afford you and where will you be on the pecking order and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little bit different than it would have been 10 years ago. But I mean, I don't know. I think we're just going to have to disagree. Not me and you. I think some of me in the chat are a little bit disagreeing about, how good has the offense been today? I mean, I don't know. A lot of you guys are finding fault with Jackson holding the ball too long, and I think you're right on that. I just don't know how. Is that the real problem here? I don't know. Ephesians says, JG, could Perry run some tight end? I don't think so. He looks like a wideout to me. I just don't see it. I think Horatio maybe would be the guy that I would probably look at a little bit more there, but a little quarterback draw there designed. I like it. 3 yards. We'll just get the waka going on right there. And we get to 3rd and short, 3rd and 2. If you guys had any question about who's calling the plays, there's your picture right there. It's the head coach, man. I can't believe we're still playing this game, the shell game. Third and 2. I mean, I'm just being straight with you guys. Auburn's got to have this one. I mean, I'm not saying the game hinges on it, but fuck is that? Even the defensive lineman's confused about why they would throw that pass right there. Dude, that's a 5%er at best. Come on. They're going to go for this. Motherfucker, are you serious? This is going to be an ADO. It's got to be an ADO. Attention to be drawn offside. Are you serious? 3rd quarter, 7 minutes to go, and you're going to go for it here? They're just trying to get somebody offside, aren't they? I don't got any problem with that. With you, are you serious? Wait, what if we got a flag on? This could be on the defense because delay. I didn't realize they were delaying. I didn't know the clock was down that low. Guys, I didn't want to go there. You guys didn't want to go there either, did you? I mean, I didn't want to go there. And minus yardage? Hell no. Let's see what Hudson can do. Gets him back to the 24-ish. That's okay. Daniel, let's see. He says, quit asking if a wideout can run tight end. No, they can't reach block a DE or pull through the hole. No. I tend to agree with you on that. Rob Canton says 0 jet sweeps, which I agree. We were asking, we were talking about this late second quarter. We were like, wait a minute. Where's this whole, Eric Singleton sweep concept that they've been running a lot of shit off of? We saw I don't think 0 snaps that I can recall. Guys, do you remember one? Carter says absolutely not, meaning he would not have gone for it there, but that was a waste of time, JG. Why not? Just give it a shot. I don't know. I don't got a problem with that. Let's see, Brandon J says Hughes seriously doesn't have it anymore. I mean, I would have said that about Gustav, and then he's at Florida State just ripping stuff up. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Is it really just personnel? I don't think so. Because, I don't know, Jackson is holding the ball a little bit, but I don't think he's been like a game breaker. I don't think he's been the reason why they're struggling so bad, is he? You guys think it's really him? I got a couple issues. I don't understand why they got away from the Eric Singleton sweep paradigm. I don't understand why they're not running the ball a little bit more. Andrew says, this feels like momentum is not behind the Tigers. Wins are not filling our sails. I like that as a former sailor myself. I like that euphemism. CFB Addict says, terrible offensive game plan. I kind of agree with you on that. Let me go back to where you were right there. Yeah. I pretty much agree with you on that. It kind of, what you're saying, the words you're saying are very similar to the ones that I said earlier, making sure my phone still works. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. Which is, what is their personality? And I think what you're saying, terrible offensive game plan, is in the same vein as what is their personality, right? Like guys, most of the people in the chat here, LB Puppy included, Gunner included, have watched every snap of Auburn football so far this year. That's probably offensive football, I'm saying. Let's call it 275 to 300 snaps. What do they do well? What would we say right now? Hey, man, let's fix this. What would you do? You going to run inside zone? That really hasn't been working very well. You going to run sweeps? Maybe. You going to run Steeler sweeps? Slot receiver? Maybe. Steven says, JG, how am I going to DM you for your team's help? X. Oh, you can do it on X too. For sure. I'm at JG Tate, JAYGTATE, or on the bunker. I'm just, I'm on the bunker all the time. Just send me a direct message there. For sure. I'll tell you what, man, I'll put my, I'm going to put my email here in the chat. And you can just send me an email right there, okay? I just put it in the chat there. Burner 51 does not recall them running a jet sweep concept yet today, and I don't remember it either, which is surprising because I thought that was one of the best things they had going in the first 3 games. It was something they were running at least 3 times a game, as many as 6, and I thought it was a cool idea, a lot of interesting things you could kind of build off of, and we haven't seen it at all today. I'm not sure why. They may feel like those second-level Oklahoma defenders can just hang with them. I like that run right there from a defensive perspective because that tailback thought he saw something, and then he accelerated into the hole, and Bobby Jamison Travis said, "You're not going anywhere, homie." 2nd and 7. Let me get to this ambitious. Hold on. They're trying to sweep right there, and they got their shit packed in. Ambitious Engineer says, why haven't we used the veer motion with Singleton or Malcolm? That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. We have to challenge them on the perimeter in the run game. They feel like Oklahoma's very quick on the perimeter. Have you seen these second-level defenders have been triggering toward the run, and they're fast, just like Auburn's guys. So they may feel like that's kind of a bugaboo, that they just can't. That's not a winning formula. But whatever they got going right now, I don't think a winning formula either. It's crazy to me. I feel so down about this game, and they're down 2 points. And Oklahoma, as you guys know, have gotten a lot of breaks in this game, as Travis would tell us all, and I'm tending to agree with him. By the way, DeMarcus's hat is off, so he's going to have to go over to the sideline now. We got a flag on the play, which is almost certainly going to be some kind of a hold. No, they're going to call an OPI. Is this an OPI on the 2 receiver? Oh, they're doing that again. They're doing the rub routes. They've been called for that twice now. Maybe this genius offensive coordinator that they've got, who's 12 years old, maybe he's just really a rub route merchant, and he's getting his shit fucked up today because they're calling him for the shit that he's been trying to pull off. It's illegal. I'm just throwing ideas out. By the way, I spent some time on Tuesday watching Malcolm punt, which is crazy. Malcolm Simmons, number 4, is going to return this punt, but he's a fucking good punter. He's not as good as Hudson. But if Hudson ever got hurt, I swear to you, Malcolm would be the backup punter, or he should be. He can kick him 40, 50 yards pretty consistently. It's crazy how great of an athlete Malcolm is. He can throw a football. He can catch a football. He's obviously fast. He can punt. He can kick field goals. Like, he's good. Let's see, Mountain of Coke. That's a question here. In a Magic World scenario, would you trade this Durkin D for Ted Roof Tampa type D if it meant we gained more of an offensive identity? I think so. I mean, Auburn won a national championship with a Ted Roof defense, and they were really good at taking the ball away. That was all they were good at. But they could get some turnovers. Call Me Biscuit said 12 years old makes me laugh. All he was talking about how young he is, man. He's only 30. Like, it's fucking college football, dude. It's not that young. Like, there's probably a bunch of coordinators that are like 33 or 34. Shit, Kendall Browse was an offensive coordinator when he was that age. Donovan Starr, number 22, was out there, and he was getting perilously close to that ball. I don't know if he realized how close he was to that ball. If he got his foot on that and kicked that ball, I mean, that would have been disaster. Solo Tigre says rub route merchant would be a solid bunker handle. Okra's pulling for that jet sweep concept. He'd like to see that. I think we would all agree with that. Yes, sir. That's just something. God bless. And I hate to say, I'm not trying to quote myself here, but I did say if we're thinking this is going to be a big offensive game, a lot of times it goes the other way. And here we are, 10-13 late in the third quarter. Ugh. It always ends up going the other way. Go, 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 go. Jeremiah Cobb from Montgomery, Alabama. Get that Pac-Man sound going, bro. Explosive run from Montgomery's own Jeremiah Cobb. Missed tackle, 2 missed tackles, 3 missed tackles. They got their own problems, dude. Oklahoma fans are like, what the fuck is that? Just a little inside zone run. I mean, that's the thing. You got to invest some carries, right? Some of the inside zone runs are going to suck, but other ones are going to pop like that. Jeremiah Cobb now at 5 carries for 58 yards. That's pretty good. Oh, shit! God, he missed. He missed another one. Missed another one. God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Five yards he had on him. Oh, that was catchable, I know, but it was still going to take a hell of a catch. Oh, man, that throw's got to be better. No. Third and 10. I can't believe it, man. Hey, ambitious. You say it's not catchable. If it hits him in both hands, it's catchable. I'm not blaming him. It is catchable. It would have taken a hell of a catch, but it was catchable. That throw's got to be a yard shorter or something like that. Good golly, Miss Molly. Please don't let this be like a delay of game or some shit like that. No, it's just another. Yeah, I mean, Alex can't hit from here. Alex's distance is getting better, though. You know, because he had a point there where he was down to like 30 yards is all he could feel comfortable kicking. I think he's back out to like 45. I mean, I watched him bang him in from 45 the other day. Of course, I watched Town bang him in from 45 in practice all the time. 3rd and 15. They don't have anybody that can hit from here, I don't think. They've got to get 5 or 10 yards. And then I don't know if you go to Alex or you go to Towns. Okay, so he got like 5 or 6 yards. may put them into field goal range. Let's see who they're going to trot out there. It's not going to be Alex. Is it going to be Towns or Connor? It could be any. There's two guys who could be here. I don't know. I think Connor was the one who won the kicking competition, though, right? It's going to be Connor. He has a weird kicking motion. He kind of kicks backward. Like he'll kick and then his body will kind of fall backward. God dang it, man. All right. Missed field goal. It's fine. No big deal. Alex I don't think Alex can hit it from that far yet. I just don't think he can. Great snap, great hold. That ball was off target from the very minute it took off. Yabo says it wasn't even close, and you're absolutely right, man. Not even close is what Jordan said. God bless it, man. Jordan, I think I'm with you, bro. He says stop kicking field goals unless Alex can hit it. D-Lucky's right. He said it was 4-down territory. He's right. I said on the rundown on Tuesday or Monday, I was like, dude, cannot lose any more games because of fucking... Uh-oh, hold on. Shit, Champ's hurt or something. He must not have feeling in his hand or whatever. They're going to call it defense. That's going to be a defensive timeout. So here's the thing. Here's what I cannot get over. So Hugh's going to have this look of, I fucking hate this, man. So Champ goes in with his club and he's tackling and I don't know what he's talking about. So he had the stitches taken out of his, actually it'd be on the top, it'd be on his thumb. He got it right here on his, I'm not showing you very well. He got the stitches right here on his thumb. And he got the stitches taken out, but my guess is that he kind of felt it rip. And he doesn't like the discomfort there. He's not sure what's going on yet. That's what's going on. Travis J says, not even a bad break, just a skill issue. Pathetic. Talking about the kicking. Well, talk about Towns, P-Pass. I mean, Connor wins the kicking competitions, so that's the one they're going to go with. I'm not saying that's the right, obviously you want to see better performance from Connor, but man, I watched him kick in practice. I don't like the way he kicks personally. I'm not a kicking expert or anything. I'm not trying to say I'm the kicking whisperer, but like he takes a kick kind of like a free kick in soccer where you kick the ball and then you kind of fall backward. It's an odd thing. Like Alex doesn't do that, and Towns doesn't do that either. They kick and they kind of come straight up. And Connor falls back. I don't know. Oh, shoestring tackle from Anquan Fagans right there. That saved disaster. Jeez Louise, that was close, guys. Yowzers. Look at this. Auburn's got 5 in the... What the hell? We're not doing that. I'd really like for this flag to be against the Oklahoma Sooners. I would be very thrilled with that, but it was not. This is way too much time for him to be able to throw the ball. Way too much time to be throwing the ball. All right, Travis, you were right about some stuff, bro. A Mountain of Coke jumps in with a super chat to say track him, I suppose. Let's give him a laugh for that. That's good. All right, nice tackle there from Jared. They were trying their own version of the end around, and Jared was like, no, we're not doing that. Hey, man, hold them to a field goal here. That would be terrific. Let's see. Neil wants to know about penalties. Let's take a look here. That's definitely not a horse collar. I don't even know why people would be clamoring for that. Penalties. Penalties. How do I not have penalties? 9 for 57 for the Auburn Tigers, 8 for 84 for Oklahoma. So Auburn's got one more penalty called against them, but 30 less yards. Total yards, Oklahoma's pulled ahead a little bit, 230 to 215 now. It's a nice throw by Mateer under pressure. And nice tackle by Caleb in the open field, too. 3rd and 3. 1 of 10 and 3 of 11 currently in the third down count. They tried an Indy to get the first down, didn't get shit. So they're going to have to go for a field goal here. Zeke Walker in there, Bobby Jamison Travis in there to stop that run. Are they going to go for it here? I kind of respect this because to go up 6 doesn't really help. I don't know. It helps a little bit, I guess, but maybe that is too big of a risk. End of third quarter, they're going to have more time to think about this. Fourth quarter, guys. I do not like how this is going at all. I don't think you guys do either. Burner says they have a better quarterback, no question. I'm not sure that's true, but he's performing a little bit better today. I got to give him credit for that. Let's get some of these stats updated. Jackson's 15 of 24 for 173. Your top receiver is actually Eric Singleton with 8 catches for 57. Cam has the 3 for 88, which we mentioned earlier. And Jeremiah is still at 5 for 58. So these numbers are about the same. Arnold's rushing is still bad. It's 13 for minus 20. Good Lord, man. And third downs have been updated, so that's all right. Our drop counter probably should be more like TFLs. I think that's the number. And the answer to that question for Oklahoma TFLs is 11. Now, listen, that's a terrible fucking number, okay? Just unfathomably bad, okay? Super bad. But it was 10 at halftime, so it's only 1 since halftime. Daniel says, hold on, JG. I love you, but you're not sure Mateer is better. No, I mean, he's 21 of 33 for 210, 1 tutty. Jackson's 15 of 24 for 173. The difference so far between those two quarterbacks, in my opinion, neither one of them is rushed for fucking shit tonight. Jackson's dealt with more pressure, and Jackson missed 2 absolutely critical deep balls, both of them to Cam. One, he just overthrew him so fucking bad he couldn't even touch it. The second one, he was having to lay all the way out, fully extended, and catch the ball in the end zone. If either one of those passes are on target, that's another 50 yards each and a touchdown each, and that's a totally different game. So, to me, the difference between Mateer and Jackson is like 1 reception. Like, actually. I'm just throwing ideas out. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to say I'm not the all-knowing trash heap here. I don't know everything. Let's see. Cassidy Pooh is one of our favorite supporters here, one of our great chatters. He just showed me the chat summary that is provided by YouTube. I don't see it, but you guys may do it when you log into the chat. But he shared it along. It said, viewers in the chat are discussing the performance of the quarterback and the team's play calling during the game. Some viewers expressed disappointment and criticized specific plays and players, while others praised the defense's efforts. That is actually a great summary of what's going on here. Thank you for sharing that, Cassidy P. That's exactly what's going on here. And let's see. Gunner says, I can't believe he missed that last throw to Cam. That was such a stinger, man. Such a stinger, man. Unassailable Brilliance, which is a great name, by the way. and also a great avatar. If they were on target, ... The point is that anyone but JA would be on target. Anyone but JA. It's not like fucking Peyton ever missed any throws, right? It's not like Clint Mosley ever missed any throws, right? I mean, Hank Brown would have gotten that. Come on, man. I know what you're saying, though. I'm not trying to give you trouble. I know. I know what you're saying. It's frustration. By the way, D. Lucky said Fraggle Rock. You're absolutely right. Remember, the Fraggles would always go to, if they were in a pinch and they needed some fucking guidance, they would go to the all-knowing trash heap who would always have the answers. And the all-knowing trash heap was altruistic and loved everybody, which is something I think we need more of in this society. We need more trash heaps and we need more altruism. I am pro-altruism. All right, 16-10. I mean, to me, that's a little bit of a failure for Oklahoma because you're leaving the door open despite having a mountain of things going your way in this game so far. But anyway. Scott C., I'm with you. He said, hey, oh, you chickened out right there. I think they did too. And Ambitious says, kicking a field goal there shows you what they think of us on offense. 6-point lead is just as good as a 3-possession lead with this offense. He's probably actually right. I'm going to give you a laugh on that one, though. But Parker says we should be up, though. I know, but we're not. You got me. I don't know what to tell you. The girl gives you her number. She says she's DTF. If you don't actually fucking call and get it done, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. You didn't get it. Period. How many guys do that? It happens every night, guys. Every Friday night, every Saturday night. It happens all the time. Jackson got the call twice, and he didn't call her back twice. Let's just hope the third time he's able to connect and get it through. Kenny says, I love McPherson in his heart, but we got to get a good field goal kicker. You've got one, but I get where you're coming from. It's just random stuff that's kind of screwing them up, right? It's like he's got Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, and it just flared up at the wrong time, you know? But he's getting better. He's getting stronger, and I don't doubt that he can still come into this game, assuming they can fucking go far, and kick some important field goals in this game, because he can. His distance is just a little bit limited. Robert Smith says, 3 and out, question mark? No, we don't want that. No, we don't want that. All right, good pass protection on this. Check down to Damari for a first down. We'll take a first down, of course.
They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
Play that anytime Damari makes a big play because he's the Ferris Bueller of this team. Everybody loves him. Brent, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. He says, seriously, Auburn is one Coleman deep ball or Jeremiah run from the lead. Shit, right now, if they just complete the ball to Cam when he's open, it's a 2-touchdown game. Well, 1-touchdown game, excuse me, at minimum. I like the little hop step from Damari there. That's pretty cool. We'll give him a Pac-Man for that. Second, it's going to be second and reasonable, like 6-ish, 5-ish, something like that. Daniel D says moral victories don't exist. Well, they do exist in real life, but not here. This is not grounds for a moral victory. Too much recruiting. Too many years here. It's fucking time to produce, and this is where you do it. Game ain't over, so no conclusions drawn yet. I like this play a lot. Didn't end up going. Now, that was a new play for Auburn. That was kind of a delay draw, like a smoke draw that Stan White used to talk about. Kind of an unusual blocking scheme. I don't know exactly what was going on. I got to watch the replay, but the Sooners made a nice play. It was the right look, I think, for him to hold the ball and take it, but unfortunately, 3rd and 3. Our Big Cat wants to see more sweeps, or at least a sweep concept. It's a light box here. It's going to be a first down, dude. Damari, again, we'll take it.
They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
First down throw to Damari. He's continuing to produce. At least he's catching the ball. He's getting the job done. It's Auburn. Dude, nobody here is talking about moral victories, bro. Nobody. There's no one in this chat that's going to be there's no such thing as a moral victory here. It can't be done. Apparently the broadcast thinks this one high safety thing is something that they should be taking more advantage of. I don't know. All right, listen, guys. That's wonderful. I'm going to give a Pac-Man to that one right there. I need a Pac-Man hot board right here. Or hot key, I should say. 2nd and 1, I like that. I love where we're going here. I like this is the formation of a nice drive here. I like this way this is going. The play calling's been a little more coherent so far. I really like that delay draw, that smoke draw from the quarterback. I like that one. It only went for like 4 yards, but it was a cool call, and it was there. Damari broke 1 tackle, but not 2. Still pretty good, man. Let's give him Pac-Man on that. He gets a 5-yarder on first down. I like it. I'm good with 2nd and 5. I'm great with 2nd and 5, in fact. I mean, are they starting to finally learn some shit, Carter? Are they? I don't know why it says 1st and 10 still. That's not what the yardage is. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it is 1st and 10. I guess he got over the first down marker there. My bad. All right, we're in plus territory now. 6-man box. I mean, they're beckoning you to run. God dang it. He ran right in the... God dang it. I think Auburn's guards are not recognizing those gap exchanges very well. They're just not. I think that was the kind of box you want to run against. I'm okay with the run. He just ran right into that gap exchange. It's just kind of, I don't know if you want to call that bad luck or bad recognition or whatever. I don't know. God, that was just too telegraphed. That check down to Eric Singleton was too telegraphed. He broke a tackle and was able to get, it could have been a -2. It ends up being a +4 just because of his acceleration. We got a 3rd down here, and we're right back where we were before, where it's like 3rd down and we're not in field goal range. So, fuck. 3rd and 11. A lot of heat coming in here. You better have some hot reads here, bro. Like, that's all we're going to call timeout. You better have a plan here, brother. Holy shit! Get in! That's pass interference. That's fucking pass interference. He tackled him in the air. Did he not tackle him in the air? I love the call, guys. I love the call. And, of course, he's open. They may have judged that to be not catchable. No, it was catchable. Dude! Are you shitting me? He literally did not catch that because the guy slammed into him. He did not catch it because the guy slammed into him and they missed it again. And it got down to 1 on the time clock. Fuck me, man. Ambitious says, good call. Cam misjudged that. I feel like he missed the ball because he got hit before the ball arrived. Like he was on target for it, and then he got hit and got knocked away from it. A lot of those are judgment calls, though, to be fair. I don't know. I mean, shit. Yeah, the back judge there was like trying to get out of the way, and he wasn't looking at the play. Good golly, Miss Molly has a miss. It's a missed call. Robert says that's not how PI works. What, as far as him slamming into him when he's trying to catch the ball? What do you mean specifically on that? What am I missing here? Burner 51 says I would punt. 4th and 11. I think I would too, bro. Yeah, I know you guys are with me on this. That was PI. So Yabo says in real time it looked like he jumped too soon, but in replay it looked like he caught it in the jump. I don't think the back judge was. I don't think he had his eyes on the play. And the hit definitely came early, Brent. I'm with you 100%. I mean, it's not even really. It's not a judgment call. He got crushed. The guy went right into him before the ball got there. That's bad. It's bad. Diego says you can't call a timeout to punt. Oh, yes, you can. They can. They'll find a way. They will find a way. I cannot believe this. Remember now, the touchdown, the only touchdown Oklahoma has, was set up by that funky, like, bad snap that, like, Hudson didn't want to kick, and he got taken down. And Ryan, be careful now. You behave yourself now, all right? Solo says, I cannot understand the officiating today. Absolutely no rhyme or reason. Travis called this a long time ago. Long time ago. He said, I feel it coming. And I said, hey, man, don't be like that. And now, here we are. Soggy Nachos. Now, listen, dude, I normally would be on board with this. He says, regardless, it was like drawing contact on the jumper. Ball wasn't there, and he slammed into him. I know where you're coming from on this, and I'm usually not one to give too much trouble here. But I think he catches the ball unless the guy slams into him and knocks him away from the ball. I mean, it's the definition. There we go. We're going to go through this again. I think he catches this ball if there's no defender there. And the defender slams into him and knocks his feet out from under him, and then it's an incomplete pass, and this is 100. Look, the fucking back judge has his back there. He can't see the fucking ball. He can't even see it. He's running for his life. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. Wait, why do we have Brandon Frazier in the backfield here? This is unusual. Oh my goodness gracious. Jackson scrambling for yards, and he actually gets the yards and gets the first down. My goodness. Huge. Massive play right there. My phone's going crazy right now from... Man, what a play that was. That's one of those plays. If they end up winning this, that's a foundational play right there. Guys, I don't want to overtake. I don't want to state this too highly because I think you guys are watching the same game I am. Putting a lot of pressure on Jackson Arnold right now. This is basically just Hugh saying, Jackson, you got to win this game for us right now. Oh, you got to win the game. We have nobody else. There's no other way we're going to put anybody in position to try. It's just you. So go win us this game, and it's just a lot to ask. I hope he comes through. I do. Because I know a win right here is going to be like the crowning achievement of his amateur life, which I'm here for it. Throw to Malcolm there was incomplete. I'm not sure he had a great opportunity to even challenge for that ball. The coverage was good. I mean, by the letter of the law, that might be PI, but I don't think you call that. He kind of went hands into the face mask. But it was right as the ball got there. I don't know, man. I mean, Yabo's saying, how is that not PI? In light of what happened to Cam on the fucking wideout pass, that was nothing. Horatio with a catch there, which gets them to, was it 4th and 2 now? Okay, so we're definitely got Alex McPherson range here, so you feel like that's going to be an automatic 3. But I'm not sure what they're going to, are they going to call a timeout and think, no, they only got 1 left. I don't think you call a timeout here. You just got to know what you want to do. Looks like they're going to go for it. I mean, I respect it, man. This is pretty ballsy, though. Fuck, man. This is anxious. I'm anxious right now. Fuck. All right, we got some kind of a problem here. We got a flag. This may take the choice out. He must think it's on Auburn. Now you got to... another false start. God bless, man. It was the wrong read from Jackson anyway, but... It's on Xavier. Shit, they're still going to go for this on 4th and 6? This surprises me a little bit. I guess you are down to 7 now. I don't think Jackson's going to be freaking out, though. I trust him here. Oh, we got a DPI. Fuck you. 4's not even arguing about it. He must know he did something. I mean... What I saw didn't look that bad, but I didn't see but the last 10% of that route. Wow. Jeez. We already got a face mask. There's your PI right there. Yeah, I just didn't see it. I didn't see it in real time, but it was definitely there. Look at that. Yikes. Yeah, I got a full hand of the jersey there. I don't necessarily trust these guys to make the calls, but that was the right one there. Burner 51 says, finally. Guys, this is a long 4 yards, though, because Auburn's run game has not been very established, as one would say. And I got to have Jackson make some good decisions here. There's finally got the speed sweep going. It's going to be Malcolm. Fuck yes! Fuck yes!
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Malcolm Singleton. Here we are. We're clamoring for an Eric Singleton sweep, and then we get a Malcolm sweep. And he sticks it in. Finally consummated daggone drive. Haven't seen that since the first quarter. Man, living on the edge with that one, bro. Got a 4th and 6, and they're able to get out of that with a PI, which is pretty obvious. And then they get it in there with the sweep. I like it. It's my guy right there, putting it right through the uprights, through the wicket. 17-16, the Auburn Tigers lead. Poppy Clan says, Pac-Man Malcolm. I'll give you a Pac-Man on that. Consummated, Ryan says. Yes, sir. Finally consummated a daggone drive. First time since the first quarter. Look at Tate Johnson. He's happy. He's happy for his teammate. He cares. He cares. Runner 24 with a super chat says, jet sweep works. We'll give it an applause for that one. We like it. We love it. Let's see if my phone's still working. I'm going to call my own phone. Nope, that's the wrong sound. Try it again. That's the right sound. Okay. I'm going to text with Jay Lee and make sure he could be good to go. I've already talked to Jay Head. He's good to go for post game. Oh, shit, wrong phone. I got 2 phones. One for the plug and one for the load. Yes, I got 2 phones. One for the ladies and one for the other ladies. I see. I'm checking in with Jay Lee right here. See, DP says, he says, does JA need a stepfather? His mom is gorgeous. Wow. Did we see her? I wasn't looking. I was freaking out so bad over that touchdown. Holy cow. Burner 51 jumps in with a super chat. Says, guess they picked the right time for the jet sweep, Jay. Finally. And it wasn't even the guy we thought it was going to be, right? We thought for sure it was going to be number 1. It ends up being number 4. P-Pass said, did anyone see Theo Vaughn at the Vandy game with Diego's mom? Hell yeah, I did. That guy was scheming, wasn't he? He said, Diego told me if they would win, I get a date with his mom. I was like, all right, man. All right, sweet. Thank you, young lady. I have been trying to keep an eye on being hydrated. Do you want to get on the mic? Okay, very good. I mean, it ain't over yet. That's for damn sure. 1 point lead. So here's the way I'm looking at this, guys. This is the way JG looks at things. So last year, Auburn kind of had the game in a way, and then Auburn faltered, and Oklahoma had an opportunity to slide in here. I think that Oklahoma got away with some shit last year that most people wouldn't get away with, and I think that means that in this situation where they're going to need some shit to get away, they got to find some way out of this, that they're not going to get it because they got it last year. You can't keep playing that card. So my thought is that Auburn's, I think Auburn's due in general, and I also think in this particular situation with Oklahoma's due for some fuck-ups. One man's opinion. Apparently, I'm actually behind now because I'm getting a text alerts about what happened on this kickoff right here. Apple's got this new sports app, and apparently it's very, very good. Chris M says it better than I did, even though I'm the man who does the words for a living. Last year, we found a way to lose. We just need to find a way to win. That's exactly right. Pylon cam down. Malcolm Simmons in. Looks like Ole Miss is really bringing the heat to Tulane here. 45-10. Thought Tulane was a little bit better than that. Anyway, here we go. 1st and 10, 7 minutes to go. Auburn running a kind of an odd mint front there. Not sure what's going on. The Oklahoma feed's going to play the Waka Waka sound now. 2nd and half a yard. CM Punk. I thought he was going to fumble right there. They got a first down on the quarterback run there. It's like Caleb Harris was jumping up there. Woodyard is back out. Woodyard is back out. Oh, we got 2 players down. Holy shit. We got Xavier and Malik down. 2 really important players here. Hope they didn't take each other out. And hopefully it's just a cramp. Q came out there really quick. I hope these 2 guys didn't hurt each other. I have no idea what happened on that play. Let me go back and take a look at that. That's critical, though. Those guys are really important. Let me see what happened here. I'm trying to see if there's anything on the replay here. Malik was playing 3 technique. No, he shifted out a little bit wider. Apparently, I got the wrong play there. Go back to watch this replay, trying to figure out what happened here. I think Malik's was a non-contact. I'm not sure. I didn't see 17. I don't know what he was doing on that play. A little concerning. Oh, man. It'll be tough to lose either one of those guys. So let's think about this. So if 47 goes out, that's going to put somebody like Jay Hardy or 92 in there. Should probably be looking at to play that 3-tech spot. And then if 17 is out, I guess you had to put Juice in there. 16. No. Yeah, you put Juice D's in there. Or maybe DeMarcus. I don't know. Because we just got 0 back. Woodyard just came back. What's up, Desperado? Glad to have you here, bro. One of my least favorite songs by one of my least favorite bands, but still, I appreciate you, bro. Man, sweating this one out, bro. Auburn left, we've talked about this in the chat a bunch, but so many yards left on the field, so many points left on the field, if we're being honest. I will say this, one thing that's really impressive to me is that now Oklahoma has 12 tackles for losses, and they had 10 at halftime, so what could have been probably the worst tackle for loss game Auburn's ever in history dealt with, they kind of stemmed that. It's merely going to be a bad game, hopefully, for if there's no more, for tackles for loss. But, 12 is insane just anyway. But, again, 10 at halftime, 2 for the second half. And that's what we're looking at here. I'll say this, man. This has been a good football game. I've enjoyed the fuck out of this. I'd like to see Auburn be up 2 touchdowns, but it's been a fist fight. Let's see what Auburn's going to do here. All right, they're going to go 91 and 97 inside right here. And I'd like to see if they're going to play it back, or I can't tell yet. See, Rayshawn made that tackle. I still can't tell what they're doing at backer right now. I'm sure Woodyard's playing one spot. And it could be 16 at the spot. It could be DeMarcus. Oh, no, he's back out there. Xavier's back out there. And I see a 7 playing nose right now. Is that 90? That's 97. I'm sorry. That's not 47. Need a little more pressure on the quarterback there. They're getting mighty close to field goal range here. They're probably only about 5 yards out. That dude seems pretty good. That left footer. Southpaw, as the kids say. This would be a great time for a TFL, maybe a fumble. Maybe a pick on an ill-advised throw. Trying to speak it into existence here. No. Incomplete. That was... Hey, man, I'm going to give Sly some credit there. Sly continued to fight, even though he looked like he was beaten on that. That is not something we often say about Sly and pass routes, but he did. He stayed with it there. He stayed with it there. You could also argue, I think there's probably some OU fans saying that's pass interference because he was starting to kind of hand battle him well before the ball landed. Or review. What are we going to fucking review here? Oh, it's going to be whether he caught it. Okay. I think the argument could be made that's a catch. I really do, because he didn't actually knock it out until after he was out of bounds. Like, it looks like he's pretty much got it there. But I don't know, man. Well, he got it from 2 hands to 1 hand, but I think he still has possession, if we're being real about it. I think it's going to end up being ruled a catch. I mean, it's a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch, too. I mean, I give him some credit for this. I don't know what they're going to call here. I feel like if you really feel like you've got a good feel for how the call is going to go, you got about a 40% chance. Like, it's just random. But considering that Oklahoma seems to get every call today, I don't know. There it is. Must have gone against Auburn. They're going to say that's a catch. Hugh just puts his hands on his head. That's the kind of shit I hate as a head coach. I just wish he would stop doing that. Like, just act like the shit doesn't faze you, you know? Just act like the shit doesn't faze you. Just say, okay, let's move. Let's play. Let's go. Stop with all the antics, man. That's just me, though. I'm not trying to be too hard on the guy. He's been doing this the whole way. He's consistent. All right, so now at this situation, Oklahoma's got pretty much a chip shot field goal. So the emphasis from the Auburn perspective has got to be force a field goal and try. There's really not much Auburn can do on that, but you got to be cognizant of the clock at this point. Oh my goodness.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
That is definitely not what you wanted right there. I don't think that was a bad refereeing adjudication, though. I think that was a catch. I'm talking about the play before. And then give up that quarterback run to, get the touchdown. That's not great. Got to have a stop here. It keeps the touchdown as a big deal. No, sir. They did not get that. So they remain up 5. All right, here's your 4:54 to go. All right. 4:54 to go. You can have a full-fledged possession here and just do your usual shit. You got one timeout. If you want to have big balls and you want to be Mr. Big Dick, this is where you do it, okay? This is where it happens. If you're the man, this is where you make it happen, period. So no excuses, no bullshit. Come out here and win the game. Great play by Mateer. Give him that credit. But you got almost 5 minutes here. I know you only got one timeout, but whatever. You got 5 minutes to win this game. Go down there and win the game. Period. Talon says this is where legends are made. That's well said, Talon. That's well said. You're speaking truth on that. Win this game. It's here for you to win. Go get it. I'm tired of the excuses. Everybody in this chat is tired of the excuses. This is Auburn. You have players. You have experience. Go win the fucking game. This is what you got. Do it. You either do it or you don't. And I'm sick of the excuses. There's going to be none on this channel. We're going to have no excuses on this channel. It's either a W or an L, and that's all there is to it. I think Jackson Arnold has some big fucking balls, and I think he can win this game. I personally feel that way about it. They're going to return this, too. I like it. I would do that. Why not? God bless the punter down there trying to make, or the kickoff guy trying to help him, too. That was nice. Omar Mapson got on the field there. That was nice. Desperado says, like and subscribe, y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. I'm just speaking my truth on this, man. Oh, we got a flag. Could be a late hit. Are our big cats seeing a late hit on that maybe, which could help a little bit? Or it could be a block in the back. It looks like they're walking all the way back inside the 10. Another special teams fuck up. Great. Wonderful. Let me get some of these stats updated. 20 of 31 for 211. Let me see what his rushing numbers are. 16 for -6. He's almost to 0 now, guys. All right, Jeremiah first down, gets a little Indy run there to get 3 yards. I mean, you got plenty of time for a full-fledged possession here. You can run anything you want to do. You got plenty of time. You can run, you can pass, whatever you want to do. Prove your value right now. This is not a young team. This is not particularly not a young offense. The guys out there have played a lot of football. Dig out of this hole. All right, Jackson's going to take 3 or 4 yards on the scramble right there. It's going to be 3rd and 5-ish, 3rd and 4 maybe. We got a flag. It's going to be a hold. Please don't let that be a hold. We already had a special teams fuck up, and now is it going to be offense fuck up? Wait, what did they do? Did they pick up the flag? They said it wasn't a penalty. All right, 3rd and 4. So you can't be living like this, though. I'd really like to stay in 1st and 2nd down instead of having to get down to 3rd and 4th all the fucking time, but, whatever. Hey, man, we'll take it. 1st down for pass. We'll absolutely take that. We're going to be doing some Pac-Man sounds on this drive. Pass to Horatio there for the 1st down. 21 of 32 for 220. I'll try to keep these updated as updated as I can possibly do here. 3rd down, by the way, is 3 of 14 for Auburn, 3 of 12 for them. Updated that. Boy, Jackson, he's taking some hits, man. I don't know what the play call was. I didn't like it. Wizard D says, pick up the tempo. I have to agree now. I mean, you started off with 5 minutes. Now it's 2:45. I mean, you don't have to get in a rush, but we got a hold. That's probably going to be some kind of we got a flag here. I don't know. Oklahoma looks like they're a little concerned. They're going to say a hold on that. The execution's been bad so far on this drive. Don't love it. Holding on Auburn. It's going to be 2nd and 15-ish, 17-ish? Good call, a rare flag on Connor Liu there. 2nd and 20, a little further than I thought there. Hey man, if you are a badass, like this is what you got to do. These are the kind of situations you've got to be able to extricate yourself. They didn't even they weren't even getting ready for the play yet. Xavier Chaplin, left tackle, 13 penalties. 13 penalties. 13 penalties is unbelievable. 13 penalties, man. 13 penalties. My goodness gracious. 13 penalties for 85, but to be fair, they've had 9 and it's for 99 yards, so they're gonna say that that's a wash or whatever. Total yards at this point, 306 for Oklahoma, 295 for Auburn, so they're within percentage points of difference there. And we could talk about Auburn not rushing the ball at all today, and their rushing game has not been good, but Oklahoma right now, their sack-adjusted rushing yardage is 40. They have 40 yards total. Well, they have 35 yards total. 24 carries for 35 yards. They haven't run for shit. And Auburn's at 33 for 75 because, Jackson Arnold's been sacked a million times. The tailbacks have actually averaged, I'm just guessing here, I'm looking at the numbers, about 7 yards a carry, something like that. Between Jeremiah and Damari, I know that's a little bit buoyed by the fact that Jeremiah had a 44-yard run, but that's kind of the way you have to invest in the run game. I'm not saying you got to do that right now, but in a general sense, I feel like they should have been running the ball more today. Burner, I'm going to be talking about this a lot after this game. If Auburn loses this game, Hughes' attitude on the sideline lost this game. He looks like a wimp. He cries way too fucking much. Way too much. I think that's 12. Hey, Zachary, I think that's 12 on Auburn and 9 on them. Something like that. Penalties, 13 now on the Auburn Tigers and 9. So, 22 penalties called in this game total. Let's see. Ben says, Freeze needs JGT liquor. I haven't really had that much. I've been trying to be careful today. I've only had that much. I mean, I did open this bottle fresh, but that's not that much gone, really. It's only 100 proof. I'd say on the drunk scale, I'm probably, 3 maybe out of 10. Not out of 4. 3 out of 10 on that one. GW, can't really argue with you. Self-proclaimed offensive guru. I don't know about self-proclaimed, but, Auburn hired him believing he was going to get this offense going, right? And it hasn't happened. Jordan says, this is coaching, man. I hate it, but it's true. This team plays so scared in these situations. Look at the coach. Look at him standing over there doing his hands on his head and all this. Come on, man. You've seen, they've shown Brent Venables just as much. Does he do all that shit? No, he just looks like he's the fucking Terminator all the time. Be like that. It's okay to be emotional. I get it, man. But be fired up, man. Be positive. These kids got to look at you and say, all right, our coach believes in us. Let's fucking go. Brandon J says, Hugh never got his balls back after Hookergate. I'm not arguing that. Not arguing it. Not going to do it. All right, so we got third and about 500,000 yards here. I don't give a shit about DJ Lagway. Don't care. 2nd and 25, excuse me, not even a third down yet. 2nd and 25. And if you want to be a badass, you've got to get out of this hole, period. So get out. Get out of the hole. You got all this money invested in Singleton. You got all this money invested in Jackson. Cam Coleman. Let's get the job done, boys. I think he's got to throw the ball there. Somebody's got to be open. He had a lot of time there. 3rd and 1 million. Shit, this is definitely 6 defensive backs for Oklahoma here. It's going to be tough. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, so it's 4th and 1 million. With 1:27 to go and 1 timeout left. Hugh just looks like he's going to cry. 9 sacks. That's another tackle for loss. Yeah, I'll get that here in a second. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. 14 tackles for loss in this game, guys. Fucking A. 10 sacks officially. 14 tackles for loss in a game. Just unfathomable, dude. Like impossible. I'll go the rest of my career and I will not cover an Auburn game with 14 tackles for loss against Auburn. It won't happen. It's just impossible. 14 tackles for loss. 14. It's not possible. Yeah, I got to give him credit for the safety. Stu Pup says, honk if you sack Jackson. Come on, bro. We'll give him a laugh for that, though. He's trying to be funny in the moment. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know about that, Courtney. I don't know about that. 306 yards for Oklahoma, 287 for Auburn. That's pretty close. But the 14 tackles for loss is impossible. It's impossible to just. It's impossible. It's just not even possible to me. Golly, I don't even know what to say about that. 14 tackles for loss. Good gracious. Daniel says 3 sacks in a row. That's fireable. Whale Driver says, I bet 14 happened in 12 or 1998. Dude, I'm not going to make it. Let's see. 1998 was 27 years ago. I'm not going to make it 27 years, G. Not in this job. So I said rest of my career. I'm 53 now. So I don't know, 10 years max. Probably won't see that. Mang says he's jumping out. He says, I'm out, y'all. I can't watch the team implode anymore. I'll be back when Hugh gets psychiatric help. Mang, I appreciate you, bro. I know you've been with us and you're trying to hang in there, and I appreciate that, bro. Thanks for being here. Good golly, Miss Molly. Schaefer Kia just gives us a jabba, and I think everybody on the Auburn world would just say, I'm not going to argue with that guy about it. I feel like the defense played hard enough to win. They played well enough to win. Offense failures. Just unbelievable. 14 tackles for loss. And listen, we got to give Oklahoma credit, man. I mean, they've got very, very quick dudes. Their second level guys trigger on the run really fast. They tackle pretty well. Hudson's like going back old school here with a free kick. This is just like he used to do in Australia. Going to try an onside kick. They were trying to get. That ball didn't go 10 yards. That's part of the problem there. I think Auburn actually got it, but they were about a yard early. Yeah, Soggy Nachos. Give me some credit there. He says, you called it, JG. That last drive is nut up and win if you're going to do it. And Hugh lost yards. It's just not good enough, man. T-Roy says, my funnel cakes were cold and the eagle didn't even fly today. What's the deal, Dr. Goose? Dr. Goose. This is just painful, man. 10 sacks and 14 TFLs. Oh, my word. 17-24. My fucking goodness. Goodness gracious. Trying to get the schedule straight now for our next page. That's all I'm doing right now. I've talked about it a bunch since Hugh's been here. I hate his sideline demeanor. I fucking hate it. I hate that part of it. I hate the fucking sulking and the hands on the head and all that kind of crap. I mean, Muschamp was like crazy and like emotional and stuff, but he didn't do that way. He projected toughness, not instead of this crying stuff. New guess who this? By the way, that's going to be an F. It's a final. 17-24. I mean, it doesn't necessarily look bad. Like, if you're in Dubuque, Iowa, and you're looking through the SEC scores or whatever, and you say, oh, okay, Auburn lost 24-17 at Oklahoma. Not surprised. But for those of us who watched every single snap of this game, it just wasn't good enough, man. Period. Lord have mercy. Ryan says, come on, Jay, don't hate. I don't really know what you mean by that. I'm bitter and I'm fucking frustrated, okay? So let's just deal with it. I guess we got to start thinking about this from a rational perspective. Okay, so things that went well today. Defense was good. I thought tackling was good today. Didn't see a lot of missed tackles. I thought the front seven played a good game. Oklahoma's run defense was, run attack was essentially a 0. I thought the pass rush was good in the first half, not so good in the second half. I'm talking about defense now because I got to talk about something positive here. I generally, they gave up like 305 yards or something like that. I think they probably feel pretty good about that. You give up 24 points on the road. Really, it's 22 defensively on the road. You're not too bad about that. But to talk about the defense and never even discuss the offense would be malpractice by me. So we got to talk about that offense. Pissing me off. Ben says, super chat, I hate to say this, but the offense as bad as it looked all day, punched it in and gave us a shot to win. Defense also let us down on that last drive. Interesting. Very interesting to try to find fault with the defense. But he's talking about a very specific situation. Hawaiian Tiger says this one is 100% on the refs. I think they missed some calls. I do believe that. I'm going to go over here to our post-game thing. I'm going to change the schedule here. I got to. It's required that I put that loss on the board. And there it is. Just not good enough. CDF's going to call in here, and we're going to get him on the horn right now. What up, CDF? Hey, bro, hold on just a second. Okay, you're good to go. What's up, bro? You there, buddy?
Yeah.
What up, man? God dang it. Did I lose him again? I got you, bro. I got you now. Go ahead.
Who'd you bet? You bet.
Wait, who did I bet on?
Yeah, learned on that safety.
Oh, was that the leading point, the turning point?
6.5.
No kidding.
Damn. 6.5 for. Yeah.
Is that going to go down as a bad beat?
Yeah, for sure.
Damn.
Sure.
What are you thinking about this one, bro? I know you're not happy.
Well, it's you got to appreciate played, right? That's what I was worried about, is them all over us. Didn't happen.
Hey, hold on. Let me call you right back. All right. Let me call you right back.
Yeah.
All right. It was cutting off, and it wasn't anything he had done wrong. It's something I'm doing wrong. Let me quit out of that and see if we can get him back on the horn here. I don't like the sound of that. Hold on. We get him back on the horn. It was nothing he was doing wrong. There we go. That's it right there.
Jay Jizzle.
What up, bro? Okay, I'm good with you now.
Okay. Yeah, I think defense, good on them. Obviously, just unfortunate officiating. You win some, you lose some, and we definitely lost some today. in that regard. I'm not exactly sure how you overturn that initial play, the fumble return. Seems like it was a fumble or it wasn't. That, I had a couple of people who had bet on the game call me who were at a bar and said, "Hey, what is it?" I said, "If anything, it's not a catch." And unfortunately, that's what they came back with. But, I think we talked about Thorne last year, and we talked about, at the end of the day, the really high-quality coaches, they put their players in position to succeed. Now, we can look at the numbers, and we can say, hey, you missed this throw, that throw. Yeah, those things happen. We can look at the sacks, terrible. But this was not a game plan that put any of those players on offense in position to succeed.
Okay. So you're saying too many deep routes where he had really nowhere to go, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no, to your point, there's no identity. There's no rhythm. There's no kind of continuity to a script. It's just like you're damn picking plays on the PlayStation, and I think when you're an O-line and the defense can predict what's coming, right? A couple times we had a release valve and it went for a first down. I think maybe once, maybe twice, right? Yeah. But for the most part, it's these long, have to sit there and wait plays. And if they develop, great. And if they don't, you're screwed. And, at the end of the day, could there have been better individual plays made? Without question. But it is the one constant. It's not the quarterback. It's not the line. It's poor strategy, poor scripting, poor play calling, in my opinion.
Damn.
Special teams, I don't know what the hell you do with it, because it's just like, I don't know if they're just not talking to these kids. Like, there's smart, there's playing smart, and then there's just going out and winging it.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're doing a lot of winging it.
Well, we got some people in the chat, CDF, that are saying, how do you say the defense did enough? My thought is 22 points on the road. They held them to 300 yards-ish. I felt like the defense did enough.
22 points on the road when some of those points were given on a very, very
shady,
poor punt play.
Oh, right? That too, yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do that on the road against an offensive kind of powerhouse team. We can nitpick on the defense, but at the end of the day, if we're just looking at it blindly and we look at those statistics and say, hey, we assume we win that game. If he's 270 with one touchdown, was it one interception? Did we get a pick? I thought it said one touchdown, one interception. Maybe it was one rush, one pass, but he didn't really get off. I can't put any of this on the defense, in my opinion. I think it still falls back on poor offense, poor strategy, poor script, poor play calling, and not putting your players in position to succeed, and then falling back and putting so much pressure on individuals to make, just kind of ridiculous plays on an ongoing basis.
Damn.
I mean,
I'm with you, though.
Did anyone think we were going to get that kick return with 5 minutes left and take it down the field and score? Have we done that at all under Hugh Freeze?
No, not really.
I don't know that we've done it once.
But you got to give him the chance to do it. And I thought Jackson might be able to do it, but he didn't get much help. But dude, 10 sacks and 13 or 14 tackles for loss. It's crazy.
Not good. But if they're just teeing off, those boys are quick. They're strong. If you're not keeping them honest, we started doing that a bit by throwing it deep. We went away from that. We weren't running the ball much. I mean, if you're a D-line or a linebacker or a safety in the box, our strategy, it's a stat stuffer.
Yeah, it kind of is. One of the guys in the chat, Grind, says he believes 7 of the sacks were on Jackson. And there definitely were some that were on Jackson, 100%. I mean, he holds the ball too long.
He holds the ball too long. He holds the ball too long, no question, right? But again, is there a running back fall into the flats? Is there a release valve on pressure? Because they were bringing pressure. A lot of it's design, I think.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is because we've already seen this when it wasn't him. Same thing with Peyton Thorne last year. And then we'd rely on him to go win the game, and the shit would never happen.
Yeah. And I was thinking Jackson could do that, and he didn't.
Well, and you know, if we're going to nitpick the last series on him, he's got to realize you have one timeout. You know, he's not going to run us 95 yards, right? Okay, if it's third down and we got to make a conversion, okay, consider running. But there were 2 or 3 times where he tucked it to run, and it's like, bro, the clock's just going to keep going. You know, throw it out of bounds. Another play. Our 2-minute drill was terrible. I think that series, like if you go back and audit that, that's got to be one of the worst I've ever seen.
You talking about the end of the game?
Yeah.
That was a fucking 5-minute drill, bro.
Yeah, well, no, I know. We went 3 minutes and lost 2 yards.
I know. It's as bad as it gets, bro. It's super, super bad. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're speaking truth. Yeah.
Well, you know, and you can go back and say, well, yeah, the refs. Yeah, it happens. I thought we should have been up maybe 3 scores, and the game was out of touch. Had things just, you know, gone our way a little bit better. But you have to have, like, it's like we're just freestyling, like we're playing pickup ball. You know, we're going out there, and nobody knows what the identity is. Nobody knows what the strategy is. We're just kind of figuring it out.
And that's the situation we're looking at. I'm with you, bro. I'm 100% on board. I wish I wasn't, but you're speaking truth, bro.
But you know, it's also, you know, a 1-score road loss. Like, shit. I mean, that could have very easily went the other way. I don't think we get 2 down, other than the fact that I think this is just another example of Hugh and Co. are who they continue to be.
Yeah, they're showing consistent. They're showing us who they are, right?
They're not inconsistent. They're consistent in these things that frustrates everybody.
Yep. All right, CDF. Appreciate you calling in and your support all the time, man. Great call. I mean, you're right on the money.
I wish I wasn't.
I know. See you, brother.
All right.
Bye.
Have a good one. Later, bro.
There he is, CDF. He may be posted on the board as Duff-Diver. He kind of bounces between both, but we love having him here, and he's a badass. And I thought he was on the. I personally think he's on the money here. I do. No identity, no rhythm. He said, which I agree with 100%. I still don't know. We're 4 full games into the season. I don't know what the identity is. He thinks that there were flaws with the offensive play calling insofar as MW Devers is calling in. We'll get that one right now. What's up, MW? Oh, hold on. I got to do this. What is up, MW Devers? How you doing, bro?
You there?
Yes, I am. How you doing, bro?
Hey, Jay. I'm good. How are you?
Well, been better. I was just really hoping that Auburn win this fucking football game, but sometimes it doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep calm. And what do you always say? I'm rational? Yeah, I'm trying to stay rational.
Yeah, you are rational. You're a very rational caller. So, where do we go from here, man?
College Station.
that nobody can argue with you about that. But this offensive line, dude, that's on every single one of those guys.
It's what I thought I saw in fall camp. The conditioning isn't good. They're not in good shape. They can't move quick. They can't move their feet quick. They get beat by, I mean, a lot of those rushes I'll get into Jackson holding the ball too long, but a lot of those rushes weren't, blitzes. It wasn't the Brent Venables, trademark exotic blitz. If ESPN said that one more time, ABC, I was going to lose my mind. It was 4-man rush. And I mean, crap, the kind that, they probably could have rushed 3 on 4th and 31 and still gotten the safety. But it was, they weren't doing anything fancy, exotic. Our offensive linemen, even the 2 that were projected to be first-round draft picks, don't necessarily move their feet well. Chaplin got destroyed today. And I think he's talented. I think he's got the body. I think he's got the ability. I don't think they got him in shape to play before the season.
Damn.
I mean, they had the same issue with the guy they brought in last year who was much more of a bigger disaster, but the conditioning wasn't designed to prepare these guys to pass block against a real SEC defense. And I think you're going to see the same issue against all of the top half of the SEC teams we play.
God, I hope that's not true.
Because you can't get in shape in the middle of the year.
No.
And they didn't do it in fall camp. They didn't do it in the summer. About Jackson holding the ball. Well, and it's also, everybody's, saying, oh, he held the ball too long. It wasn't just the passing game. We didn't do crap moving them in the running game. I mean, we had a couple times a little hole opened up, but, we don't blow anybody off the ball. Well, not these real teams. I mean, we did it a couple times the last couple of weeks, but, it's not, you can't run the ball and quote unquote have balance if you can't move a guy. And that it's the same thing. It's the conditioning. It's the, all the run blocking they do is essentially you show pass and just try and lean your weight into somebody. They don't really, that I've seen, they don't fire off the ball and try and blow guys off the line of scrimmage. And it's just, it has to be, I don't have a coach's film or anything like that. It has to be really easy to figure out how to defend because they very rarely pull guards. There's nothing, the offensive line just kind of is there on whether it's a pass play or a run play.
Yeah, I know. It's just chaos.
That's Hugh's offense. It's not just Jake Thornton. It's the way he coaches his offense. It really, I think, always has been. As far as Jackson holding the ball too long, okay, it could be a couple things. Either that's just the way he's wired, and it was something that we knew watching him in high school in Oklahoma, and people said it before the year came in, that he kind of holds the ball too long. We did hear that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the case, but it was the same problem with Thorne. It played out a little differently, but he missed all those windows because he waited too long to throw the ball. The holes were closed by the time he let go of it. So if it's the problem is the quarterback, twice in a row, Hugh has recruited quarterbacks that have this blatantly obvious issue that is essential to run a pass-heavy offense he wants to run, and they don't have that ability. So that's one side of it. And frankly, it's far too early to judge with our freshmen, but he needs coaching up and development too, and we all know that.
Yeah.
And and it's like if they couldn't do it with Peyton, and they can't it's still early, but they so far haven't gotten Thorne out of this issue. How are they going to coach a raw true freshman out of high school?
Well, they got one on the roster.
Yeah, I know. The other side of it, if it's not the talent, then it's something about the scheme. What is it with our passing plays that guys aren't getting open quick? There's no quick hitters. There's no, one read throws. There's no crossing patterns and things underneath. There's basically no intermediate passing game. It's just hitches and verts.
Yeah, a lot of verts today.
And from what I've seen, we don't get to see down the field a lot the way ESPN covers games these days. What I've seen, guys finish their route, and if they're covered, they just stop and stand there. But drop back passing, particularly when we have Damari in there and there's a check down to the running back, Jackson found him several times today. That worked pretty well, but we just don't always have that there. There's a lot of times he's moving around and there's literally just nowhere to go with the ball.
Yeah, and that's when he starts running.
And what I expected to happen with a more athletic defense, with a great defensive coordinator, the running lanes just weren't there as often as they were the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, which is not surprising, right?
No, not at all. I mean, you got to be prepared for that.
The bottom line is the head coach is supposed to be an offensive guru, and they're terrible on offense. Maybe not terrible. Maybe terrible is too strong a word, but they're not good enough.
What I think he is what I thought he is when we hired him. He's an elite recruiter of offensive skill players, particularly at the wide receiver position. But what's he doing with them after he gets them? And what's the overall scheme of the offense, the identity of the offense, et cetera? It's too much like a high school offense and not the SEC college level, Power 5 level.
Here we go. It's Gus again, huh?
At least Gus's one-trick pony was designed to work against college defenses for a while.
Yeah.
Maybe this was in 2014 at Ole Miss. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like we have answers against elite defenses, especially in the crunch.
MW Devers, you're always a very rational caller, as discussed early. So thanks for sharing us some time with us, bro.
I do think the defense played really well and probably deserved to win.
I think so too.
I'll just leave it at that.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right, man.
See you, man.
Talk to you later.
Bye. There he is, MW Devers from the bunker. He's also from the Brain Drain. He does a great job, and we appreciate it. Some super chats. I'm backed up a little bit here. Jordan has the one that I've been having up here for a little while. Just a no message offered, no message needed. Appreciate that, Jordan. Neil J, my man from the greater Glasgow, Scotland area. Says, Ward and Amigo, keep the faith. Stay safe, everyone. Catch y'all next week. Same place, same pain. Let's give him some laughs. Neil's a guy I met on a vacation. He's from Scotland, and got him over to the Auburn side. God, I'm way over here in the corner. I got him to the Auburn side of the world, and I'm glad to have him here. Was with us from start to finish today, so I think he's definitely part of the Auburn family now. T-Roy, who I know for a fact is part of the Auburn family, says, Troy comes back with 21 in the fourth quarter to win. Wow, the day wasn't totally lost, people. Gotta go drown half my sorrows now. Be good, everyone. T-Roy, appreciate you, bro. And this one, wait, there we go. There we go. A little bit of a delay on that one. Appreciate you being here, and also for the Troy Trojans. That's huge. Hashtag He Freeze Guy says, "Are we fouked?" I don't know how to answer that yet. The task against Texas A&M is going to be at least this difficult. I do think their quarterback Marcel Reed is a little bit less of a problem than Mateer, but some would argue he's better. I just think he misses more throws than Mateer does, so that could be to Auburn's benefit. But once you have a disappointing outing like this, and I know it's kind of imbalanced, maybe the defense comes back and says, "Hey, we played a great game." The offense, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, but yeah, and then of course Georgia. I don't even know where to go with that. I hate Georgia more than anything in the world. Mega Tiger says, stupid take. Are you actually blaming conditioning for this loss? Well, anyway, Mega, I got to take that one down, bro. That's not very nice to say about a guy who's legitimately very smart. I thought his take on the offensive line is fair. He's trying to figure out how in the world does an offensive line this experienced give up 10 sacks and 14 TFLs? I think these are fair questions. I really do think they're fair. Like, no joke. It's probably time for some J-Head. Would you agree? Oh, no, it's time for some Runner 24. What's up? Oh, hold on. I got to change. I always got to remember to do this. Runner 24, you there, bro?
Hey, we sound okay?
Hell yeah, you sound great. What's up, bro?
Hey, not much. A loss. Like, I'm going to A&M next week. I was hoping for an undefeated game. Oops. But that's, is what it is.
I'm so glad you're going, though, bro. That's awesome. That's going to be a fun game.
Yeah, try to get to at least one of these random road games a year. So I guess it's this one.
Hey, what pissed you off the most today? I know there's a lot of choices.
A lot. Let me first start, before I get into pessimistic everything mode, right? The defense was great, right? Like, the defense was really good. Maybe there was an extra stop or two that could have been made, but at the end of the day, 22 points on the road against quote unquote a Heisman quarterback, you can't argue against, right? The other thing that I thought was positive was we've been waiting all season for quarterback, for wide receivers to be running open down the field and having big shots. And we finally had those, right? Where that immediately flips into a downside, piece of this is we just missed too many of those throws, right? There was all kinds of Cam Coleman running down the sideline. We were waiting for it for every single game. And we hit 2 of 6 or 7, right? So it was nice, but unfortunate at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, maybe that comes back to some of the points of CDF and Devers, which was, the offense is a little bit too all or nothing, right? So maybe that's in part why we had 9 sacks and the rest of the mess. But to me, the biggest mess of this was the fact that despite the sacks, or whether you blame scheme, Jackson holding the ball too long, the offensive line being mediocre, you just cannot have 6 or 7 false starts and 3 holds.
Like, no, that's fair too.
Like that to me is probably the biggest, most painful thing to watch out of this, because you just you start to get like certain snippets, even though you might not have an offensive identity, you might finally have a shot down the field, but you can't just false start 2 out of 3 times, first down, second down, third down, like over and over and over again.
They had at least 4 drives today, Runner, that were at least 2nd and 20 or some bullshit like that. They had like a 3rd and 33. 4 drives that were fucked like that. And you can't overcome that hole. You can't keep doing that.
No, you definitely can't. So, but let me ask you one question was bothering me all game. Which was week 1, we saw Jackson run the ball, zone read, getting outside, taking off on a pass play. And then we didn't see it for 2 games. We just figured it's patsies. We're saving the poor guy, keeping him from getting hurt, yada, yada, yada. There was really none of that except for that one play on the late touchdown drive after the pass interference got missed, right? So we had to make that play on 4th down on the, after Cam got tackled in the end zone.
Yeah.
Where did that go, and why do you think that, like, just somehow disappeared? Because I honestly thought they would let the kid run, and instead of him holding the ball so long and getting sacked far too often, he'd have permission to tuck it and go, and it never seemed to happen today. What are your thoughts on that?
I think they came into the game feeling like their offensive line, blocking-wise, was going to be a benefit. It wasn't, and they just kept banging their head against the wall, is kind of my thought. Because there's some people in the chat that think the offensive line played well today. I don't know what game they were watching. They were dog shit. I mean, you gave up 14 TFLs and the penalties, which is to say nothing of the TFLs, and I think you're right on the money with that. So that's like 15 to 20 critical fuck-ups, and the game wasn't that damn long. I mean, they only ran like 60 plays, so if you're fucking up a third of them, like, you can't overcome that. I think they just ran their heads into the wall based on a concept that they thought was going to work, and they just kept banging their head against it. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I get, and that's fair. I mean, and certainly the 1/3 numbers, true. And anybody who thinks the offensive line was anything but dog shit didn't watch today. They drank too much.
Objectively dog shit today, yes.
But at some point, I just would have assumed Jackson would have taken off and run the ball, whether he was, Nick Marshall Jr., not Nick Marshall proper. But, like, it looked like he had real running potential. And at some point, I just would have assumed his instincts would have taken over, and he just would have mini Nick Marshalled his way to something a little bit more positive than we saw today.
I agree.
That's where I'm struggling with, like, this grand scheme of this. Right?
Yeah, I thought there were 3 or 4 runs that I thought he was going to get more yards on. But I don't know. I mean, you get tackled. There's only a couple where I thought he ran into somebody, but I don't know.
Or he just didn't go. Like, that was the other part of it. I was like, just go. Like, you're watching it going. There's nothing you have nothing because everyone's 30 yards downfield and standing around, like per Deborah, MD Deborah's point. And like, just run the damn ball. Even if you get 4, every 5th run, you get 12 and it looks better, if that makes sense. Right?
Hell yeah, it does. Yeah. It's frustrating. I've never seen so many fuck ups by the offensive line. Penalties, like you mentioned, TFLs, just missed guys. Like, God bless, man. So, I mean, we're all putting our foot down. Everybody is. They got a different thing they're pushing on. MW Devers was talking about conditioning. He thought was a big deal. CDF thinks it's a big function of lack of identity. You and I probably agree that those have a role in this as well. But for me, it's just offensive line had a big F today. And you also mentioned about Jackson just a little bit hesitant to do shit, isn't he?
He is. And I can understand him, maybe being wired, or the play calling that you can't see on the broadcast doesn't allow him to get the ball to where it needs to go. One of those two things are definitely true. Maybe they both are. But like the wiring of, I don't have shit, I need to go. Like, that's the part to me that I thought he was naturally better at, and it just wasn't there until that 4th down play, near, in that final touchdown drive, and maybe 1 or 2 other spots. And that's the part that, there's lost, like, sort of hidden yards there.
Yeah.
Before you get into bad offensive line and crappy officiating and some of the other issues.
Well, let's hope you're going to be the good luck charm next week at Texas A&M, bro, because they're going to need one.
Yeah, that's we'll see. I've had a lot of bad luck on traveling on some of these road games, particularly of late, in the last, 5 or 6 years with, the state of Auburn. So hopefully,
you can turn it around.
Hopefully we get a little bit of a bounce back this weekend. So we'll see, or this upcoming weekend.
Hey, I appreciate you calling in, bro, and also being part of the dozens on the bourbon blend too, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Dozens of thousands, I think is the way you meant to describe
Dozens of
that.
thousands, yeah.
All right. Take care. Talk
See
to
you,
you,
bro. All right, man. Bye.
Bye.
There he is, runner 24. I love runner 24. Good stuff. I love, some people want to say, hey, man, CDF had some weird things to say, given on MWD, we're saying run 24 is wrong about this. That's what I like. I like the free exchange of ideas here. I happen to think all of those guys had some good ideas, honestly. Now I'm going to try to get over to J-Head, a.k.a. Allen Head, because he said he was good to go. Hopefully this sounds right when it rings. Yeah, that sounds good. And we'll try to get J-Head on here.
JGT, what's up, brother?
What up, my man? It's Allen Head. What up, bro?
What's up, man?
There's been a lot to talk about on this one, bro. A lot of disparate ideas about what exactly was the biggest fuck up today. I've got my opinions, and now I'm interested to hear yours.
Sure. I mean, I think first and foremost, let me start out with some superlatives.
All right.
In this, that I felt like the defense played well enough to win. I mean, we talked for the last 3 weeks about the defense being leaky on the back end. You played an elite quarterback today and relatively held him in check. Now, the pass rush had something to do with that, but I felt like they got things working in the back end that they have not. And so that's a positive step moving forward. I felt like in pass pro, the offensive line was awful. I mean, to put it kindly. But Damari Alston, I thought, shined in his role as a running back and absolutely depleted a couple of blitzing linebackers a couple of times and was there as a safety valve. And I think that's why you saw him predominantly in this game, because he is the best in pass pro of all the running backs. So I want to give him his roses on that as well. And then on that drive where Auburn went up 17-16, I thought Jackson showed some real stones on that drive. Made a couple of big fourth down conversions, and that was growth. I mean, I felt like he kind of grew a little bit in that game, but that doesn't get you beyond the errors that you had up front. And in full honesty, I picked Auburn to lose this game last week, and it was because I thought they were playing the best defensive line in the entire SEC, and I said that last week before this game. I believe that even further. But I felt like miscommunication up front, Jackson holding the ball a little bit too long, just some disconnection. And then obviously the route tree selection on whatever some of the play calls were. And look, there are built-in option routes on some of these. So I don't know if receivers always, utilize the correct choice. But I don't know that there were necessarily a lot of choice routes today. It felt like there were a lot of design calls, and it was either all verts or there were some hitches thrown in there. I mean, there were some in-breaking routes, but just not enough. Not enough diversity in the game plan where it presented Jackson a lot of different options maybe to keep Oklahoma off balance.
I mean, that's fixable because you can change some of these concepts, but you think Hugh's willing to make that adjustment?
I honestly don't know, Jay. That's the hard part of this, right?
I don't either.
You've got 2.5 years or 2.25 years worth of data now on how he calls plays at Auburn. And I don't like to go backwards when you're looking at somebody. Like what they did at Ole Miss was subjective to the personnel that they had. What he did at Liberty was subjective to personnel. He does make some changes or nuances to his offense contingent on where he's been. But at Auburn, you're seeing more of the same from that standpoint. Now, I want to be honest when I say I'm not sure Auburn will play a better defense, and that includes Georgia for the remainder of the year. That defensive line is legitimate, and you're talking about 2 or 3 guys that are possible NFL draft picks that they saw today. Maybe a couple of them are first rounders. David Stone is an absolute man. I mean, he's a stud, dude. And R. Mason Thomas is no slouch by any means.
He played great
I
today.
think both of those.
Yeah.
I think both those guys are first rounders moving forward. So let's be honest about the challenge. But when you have that kind of challenge and you know what you're up against, you can't jump offside and hold and all the other things that they did all day long to shoot themselves in the foot. It felt like every time you got some momentum, you got a dumb fucking penalty. Excuse my language, but that's just kind of how it is.
That's what they were.
You know what I mean? Just constantly shooting themselves in the dick. So it's just
13 penalties
hard,
today,
man.
J-Head.
Yeah, it's hard. When you go on the road and you play a good team in the SEC, you can't have 13 penalties, not in that way. Now, I did hear you say earlier that you've never seen an offensive line at Auburn play that poorly, and I will take you back to 2017, Jarrett Stidham versus Clemson, and I think Auburn's offensive line was every bit as poor that night.
But 14 TFLs? Like,
I mean, it was bad. Look, you're not wrong. Okay. I think you're probably right on this one, but that's a parallel to me. Like that was as bad a performance by Stidham in that game.
Okay.
So my hope in that is that there's a possibility that this gets corrected when A, you play a better defense, and two, Jackson has now, you can go back and you can look at the tape on this and you can look at all the errors that you made. And now you can't perform like this against an elite defense. Like you just can't. And I did feel like he got better in the second half, but his timing in the first half, just holding it and scanning far too long. You got to either throw it out of bounds, or you got to tuck it and go. But they've got to speed his clock up somehow.
But he's been working on this since camp. It's been a problem.
I know.
Is it fixable?
But sometimes. Yeah, I think sometimes you don't get better except for with competitive reps, Jay. I honestly believe that. And the speed of the game, you can't simulate it in practice. You just can't. And what he saw today was as fast a defense as he's going to play against. Now, I think Oklahoma's corners are not as good as some of the other corners they're going to play. But in the defense in its totality, as far as a pure front seven, I think Oklahoma is the best in the conference, period. Full stop.
Do you think this team is poorly coached?
Let me put it like this. I felt like the football IQ on special teams was a notch below D- today.
Bad.
I felt like on offense, there were some moments of competence, but the play calling was relatively just disjointed. And I felt like because they got so annihilated at the line of scrimmage in the run game, they got away from it too early. You have to keep defenses off balance and make them honor things. Now, I knew early on they were going to take some shots. Like that was something that was communicated to me in the week, that they felt like they needed to push Oklahoma out of the box. And so they were going to try to get vertical in the passing game, which they did to Cam Coleman a couple of times.
They did.
But I felt like once they started to assert themselves there, then you needed to kind of start to hammer in the run game. And they never got to it. They had one good run by Jeremiah where he ripped off a nice 40-yarder, got real skinny through the hole, and then exploded coming out of his cut, which was just a brilliant run by him and an overplay by the Oklahoma defense. But there just wasn't enough balance today. There wasn't enough balance when you're playing a defense like this. And again, I get it that Oklahoma absolutely neutered you at the line of scrimmage in the run game. But I felt like eventually, if you had attacked the edges a little bit more and hit some of those perimeter runs, you might have created a little bit more to slow down their pass rush, and that would have helped Jackson in that last series down the stretch.
All right, so what can we expect in the A&M and Georgia games? I mean, like, they're not shitty. Like, they're really good teams.
They are. A&M's a much different challenge. I feel like they're much leakier on the back end than Oklahoma and don't present the same pass rush. But offensively, to me, they're more explosive. Now, I don't think that their quarterback, Marcel Reed, is of the caliber of John Mateer.
Agree.
But I think his weapons are better. I think Kevin Concepcion and the other kid they stole from Mississippi State that's originally from Clay Chalkville, I'm sure somebody in the chat will be able to throw his name. Those guys are tough, man. They're going to be tough covers for our guys in the back end. So you're going to have your hands full, so you better get home. And you better get home a lot. And they've got a really good offensive line. So that's a game to me that's going to be probably a little bit higher scoring. Mike Elko's had a bye this week. So, he's going to have Auburn pretty well schemed. It's going to be tough. Like, I'm not going to pretend like that's a game that I'm going to favor Auburn to win. I don't have that level of confidence. Yeah. Georgia, I feel a little bit different. Georgia, to me, defensively is not as good as they have been. I see athleticism on the front end, but I see a lot of youth, and they make a lot of mistakes, Jay. I think if you're going to get one of the next two, that's the one you're going to get, honestly.
Damn. Well, Georgia's at home, and you also have an off week before the Georgia game, so that's going to help.
You do. You have an ability. Yep. You got an opportunity to get right, to get healthy, to look at the tape from your first 5 games and be able to figure out what worked and then hopefully establish a competent identity. And I will also say this, and this is why I think Hughes' offenses and Gus's offenses have always had success against the type of defenses that Saban and Smart want to employ. If he utilizes tempo and keeps Kirby off balance, the defense they try to use at Georgia is so complicated that they need to make 7 checks every time you do something. And they're trying to get the perfect call on. But when you use tempo, you neutralize that and you force them to play base.
And they're a little younger.
To me,
so maybe the communication's not as good, yeah.
Exactly. I think they've got an opportunity to make some plays there, but you got to do it, man. And to me, you've got to stay in the tempo game, and you got to be able to stay in front of the chains to do that.
You talked about you got to do it. And they had 5 minutes to go today, and they had the ball at the 15 or 20 or whatever. And I kept saying, okay, here you got 5 minutes. Fucking do what you want to do. And they lost yardage. And they ended up getting the drive ended with a sack in the end zone, a safety. It's fucking unbelievable.
That was I agree. I mean, that was if you're talking about like just I'm with you because I felt like, all right, here's Jackson's moment. And I know the TV announcers hyped it. You're talking about a kid, he wanted that game, Jay. He wanted that game for all the reasons that, he left Oklahoma and the blame that he took. I mean, this is a kid that in his own way felt, probably similar to how Bo Nix felt with some Auburn fans that kind of more or less turned on him when he decided to transfer, and were booing him in the stands. This kid wanted to go in there and win this game. And then when they got down to the last series where legends are built, right? I mean, if you want to build a legacy at Auburn, you make a 5-minute drive against Oklahoma to ice that game in their house.
That would do it.
And that's how you earn the name Jackson, MF, and Arnold, right?
Yes.
But instead, our offensive line shot themselves in the foot on 2 straight offsides penalties or holding calls or whatever they were. And you're moving backwards more than you're moving forwards. You make a couple of dumb play calls, and then all of a sudden you get a safety. So, look, I won't put all of that on Hugh. I felt like Jackson was a little late, probably on the 3rd down when he decided to pull it down and then got absolutely obliterated. He probably should have pulled that a little bit earlier, and that's a timing thing. And again, that's something they're going to have a Tell the Truth Monday where they show him that on tape and say, Jackson, 1, 2, 3, you're out.
But
it's got to be that quick.
He missed some deep throws to Cam, who was wide open.
He did. I mean, look, you connect on one of those, and it's a different game, right?
Yeah, and I think he had 3 he missed on. Definitely 2 that I remember. And that's, so I don't want to give Hugh too much. I'm giving Hugh trouble, but like Cam was open, and Jackson missed those throws. So
right,
that's also part of it.
Now, are those high percentage throws as wide open as he was? Yes, yes, they are.
Yeah, they should be.
They should be higher than 40%.
Yeah, I think this is just me talking, J-Head, but I think those are probably 60 or 70 percenters. But that's 2. So one of those has got to go down.
Right. Because I'm talking about wide open. Like he put a double move on that kid.
It was over, man.
Yeah, and he literally fell on the play.
It was over. That's exactly what you want.
Right, you just lay it up there, man. You ain't even got to hit him in stride. Now, one of those, I felt like Coleman pulled up a little bit, and this was in the first half. Like I felt like coming out of his route, either he tripped or he just thought that Jackson wasn't going to come his way, and it looked like he slowed his route out of the break, like out of the double move, and that caused an overthrow. But that one in the corner of the end zone down the right hand side, man. Ooh, buddy. Like just put some air under it and let him run under it, man. Like you don't have to put any velo on that.
There's a question from the chat, and I think this is one I want to ask you too. I have a big problem with Hugh's body language. I think he looks like a petulant beta. Do you think that matters?
I think Do I think the team picks up on it? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, are they watching the way we are? I don't know.
Yeah, does the fan base pick up on it? Absolutely. And when you're losing games in this way, it certainly doesn't do you any favors.
Mm-hmm.
So I think from an optics standpoint, it's not helping. But again, when you're losing games, everything is magnified to the umpteenth degree. So
you're right.
I don't want to make too much of it. But I mean, look, I played for coaches that have been rah-rah guys. I played for coaches that were very introverted. You know what I mean? Like they're all different types. I think at the end of the day, you have to be who you are, because if you're inauthentic, that's where you'll lose a team quickly. So if he's a powder and he's emotional, which is what he is, he's emotional. He's an emotional coach. Let's just call it what it is. And when he has moments like that, he looks so just in despair that it doesn't surprise you when play calling looks scattered, right?
Yeah.
Because he's thinking about what's going on in that moment and not 2 plays moving forward, which is, if you're going to be the play caller, that's where you need to be.
Yeah.
And that's probably my biggest issue with Hugh. Like, I think he gets into a real rhythm and a real feel, and especially when they're able to establish certain things. And he can be, look, Hugh Freeze can be an absolutely phenomenal play caller when he's in a groove. But when he's in a game and there's a lot of back and forth and there's a lot of, his offense just doesn't seem to establish some consistency, that's the same look you get every time. And it's this emotional, frantic, like pucker face look.
I know. It's the Keystone Bitter Beer face. Did you think the officiating was trash?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Some weird calls.
I mean, look, I said it probably. I think I said it on your show after Ball State. Like, there's a legitimate issue with it with SEC officials. Like, honestly, I was watching something the other day, or saw a tweet where there were officials from all other conferences in college football that were selected and elevated to be NFL officials, except from the SEC.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
There's a legitimate issue. And to me, if you have the best product on the field as a conference, you should also have the best product from an officiating crew. Now, I'm not saying that it was exclusively bad for Auburn today. I mean, I felt like Auburn got the majority of the bad calls, but I felt like there were bad calls on both sides. Like, it's not well officiated, man, like at any level.
I hate to hear that. But I watched it too, just like you did, and I saw the fuck ups. So,
yeah, like, I mean, I can't lay it all at the refs' feet, right? Auburn left plays on the field, and we've talked about those ad nauseum. But it certainly doesn't help your case when it was, to me, I mean, look, that was a fumble. And even if it wasn't, is there enough conclusive data for you to overturn that? No, the call should have just been upheld.
And also the touchdown where the wideout was like, 2 inches off the sideline, pretending like he was going off. Like, that's illegal. Like, it just is.
It is.
It just is.
No, it definitely is. Now, I think some of those things are hard to miss in real time, right? I have more of an issue when you have an opportunity for a review and you choose to make a controversial call when there's not enough evidence to support. Those are the ones that I have bigger issues with. Like, guys are going to make bad calls in real time. Like, that's a hard job. Like, I do want to be honest on that front. It is a hard job to be an umpire, a referee at that level of any, I mean, let's call it what it is, a professional sport now. They're getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like, I don't want to undersell that piece, but I do feel like officiating in the SEC is not as good as the Big 12 or the Big 10 or, the ACC or whatever other comparable conference you want to stack it up against.
It sucks.
It's not to the level where it needs to be.
It sucks. But you know what doesn't suck is you being on our airwaves. We love having you, J-Head. Nah, you're amazing, bro.
Hey,
everybody loves hearing from you.
Hey, listen. Well, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, Jay. I really wouldn't, man. I mean, look, talking to you on a Saturday night after an Auburn game, win, lose, or draw, man, that's where I want to be.
Appreciate that. We're glad to have you on the, let me rephrase that. I am glad to have you on the On3 party because I'm new to this, but we're glad to have you as part of the family, bro.
Well, I'm glad to be here, dude. No doubt.
Thanks for hanging out and talking to us.
Thanks, Jay. I hope you, the administrative assistant, and everybody else in the chat has as good a night as you can, my man.
See you, brother. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Jay Head, a.k.a. Alan Head. We love the guy. He's just, I don't know what to tell you. He's just amazing. Some super chats I did not get through, and I definitely regret this because we've been on the air a little bit here. SR71 Blackbird had a super chat. This has probably been 40 minutes ago now. Based on the schedule left, I see us going 4-8. Ouch, that would be very, very painful, and I think that would get him fired. You know, some of these games that I thought Auburn was a little bit better. I thought they would be a little bit better than they are. And so now I look at some of these and like Missouri's playing better football. Arkansas is playing decently. Kentucky's kind of trash. Vanderbilt's playing a little better than I thought they would. Not sure about Alabama yet. There's definitely some opportunities for Auburn to suck here, but I don't know yet. I just don't know yet. BRT3, who we love, he's an absolute stud here. One of the really, really good guys behind the scenes. Tired of going on these road trips to watch us lose games we could have won. Can we not have nice things? By the way, did Cobb touch the ball after the 44-yard run? I can't. I think he did. I think he had another carry, but not much. I think he had a hand injury on that, bro. I think he did. I can't say for 100% sure. But I think he had a hand injury, so I don't know if that changed the situation for him. But appreciate that, BRT, and I love you, bro. Jackson Mess, what's up, bro? This is very depressed. We needed this one. Got to get one of two, he's saying, on the A&M and Georgia game. Realistically, how many more W's can we get? I'm going to give you my honest opinion, bro. Based on the information I have, at Texas A&M, to me, is going to be a tough one. I think that's probably a 30%er, so I'm going to go ahead and give that an L. Georgia, to me, is coming off an off week, night game, Jordan-Hare. Georgia's not as good as they've been. I know Auburn's got their own flaws. Believe me, I've been watching them too. I give Auburn a 55 to 60% chance of winning that football game. And I can't make a choice on that game without putting my own personal hatred for Georgia on the line here. So I'm going to go ahead and call that one a W for the Auburn Tigers. It's a little bit, I mean, I don't want to call it a long shot because to me it's like a 60%er, 55%er. But I think Auburn can win that game. Missouri at home, I think that'll end up being a night game. You know, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give them the W on that one. At Arkansas, it's just, do you trust that Jackson's going to get a little bit better and that Hugh is going to adjust the play calling paradigm to be a little bit more pragmatic? You know, I think he will because he's coaching for his job here. So let's go ahead and give him the W for Arkansas. Kentucky's got to be a W or else this is moot. At Vanderbilt, guys, I don't know what to think about that one. I got Georgia's a W. Missouri is a W. Arkansas is a W. This is getting a little optimistic, isn't it? Kentucky, so that'd be a 4-game win streak right there. So at that point, they're 4-1 at Vanderbilt. God, you keep thinking it's going to be a W, but like Diego Pavia is insane. He's got Eli Stowers, who's a really good player. I think it's going to be an L, guys. I don't know. So 4-2, Mercer's 5-2, and then Alabama. You know, based on what I've got right now, I think that's a W just because the team 2 years ago was significantly worse with bigger dickheads in charge, and they still were close enough to win that game. So that would be a 7-2 finish. I mean, I don't know. That's too optimistic. That's too optimistic. 4, 5. No, that's a 6. I'm sorry. That's a 6-2 finish. Boy, there's some truth being spat in this chat right now. I mean, there really is, dude. I got a couple more. Jackson, thank you for the super chat. I got a little bit too far down that rabbit hole, didn't I? Grind says the OU game was the difference between being 5-1 and 3-3 after the UGA game. A&M is a schedule loss with them on a bye. 3-4 going to Arkansas is most likely. I mean, yeah, A&M's off this week, and that's gonna be a tough one. But Marcel Reed, J-Head said something on his call that Texas A&M has better weapons, but everything really matters. Everything goes through the quarterback, right? And Marcel Reed to me is less interesting than John Mateer. That's how I feel about it. Marcel Reed, and I've watched him a good amount. I watched almost the entire UTSA game, and I watched almost the entire Notre Dame game. And he misses a lot of throws. Now, he's a good runner, but he misses a lot of throws. Oh, shit. Jay Lee says, am I calling? I better call Jay Lee right now. Let's get Jay Lee on this phone. Man, I know I've had Jay Lee on this. No, I haven't actually. We're gonna call his ass. Oh yeah, we are. Let's get Jay Lee on the horn.
How about you, Big Dog?
How about you, big boy? Can I play my "How About You" sound?
For sure.
Let's do it.
How about you, fella? How about you?
How about you?
There he is. Jay Lee's on the horn. And, dude, I just got off the phone with J-Head, so apologies for that.
Alan.
I'm sorry. Alan Head. Hey, what do you walk away from this one thinking? What are the couple things that are in the front of your head about this game?
Dude, let me tell you something. I don't know if I'm the devil's advocate here or not, but dude, I'm encouraged.
Are you?
I'm encouraged. Yeah, I am. I think Auburn's got a damn good football. I think Oklahoma. I think PFD. If you're a member of Auburn sports, you know who PFD is.
Fuck yeah.
He had it right on Friday when he said the best team will win. The only thing he had wrong was who. Oklahoma's a damn good team, and this game went, JG, exactly as I thought it would. Like I knew Oklahoma's front four was going to be trouble. And yes, I know the refs and all that, but shit, man, Oklahoma had more penalty yards than Auburn did.
Mm-hmm.
And
good point.
I know everybody wants to shit on the offensive line, and absolutely, there's too many false starts. The holding penalties, man, you can call a holding penalty on every fucking play. And that crew is flag happy. I think the commentators even made mention of that a couple of times of how penalty happy these guys are. So the holding penalties, but the false starts is what got me. But Oklahoma's front four just studs.
Yeah.
And so I know everybody wants to shit on them, but the sacks, to me, a lot of them were on Jackson Arnold. I think probably half.
I think that's fair.
Jackson Arnold.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Indecisiveness. I don't know. I think I don't. Here's the difference that I saw in Auburn's offense and Oklahoma's offense. Because Auburn brought pressure too, man. Auburn has some really good, especially in the first half, some really good pass rush. The difference between Auburn's rush and Oklahoma's pass rush, or the offense in defending or combating those, was Oklahoma had hot routes or safety routes. They had underneath routes. They had crossing patterns. Mateer was able to get the ball out. Auburn didn't have that. They had 3 or 4 guys that were on the outside or deep. They didn't have anybody. The second half, you saw Damari Austin slip out in the flat. You saw him start going a little bit quicker. Overall, I'm telling you, dude. And listen, let's don't give a reach around to the defense, because the offense had Auburn winning with 7 minutes to play. Make a fucking stop. All right.
No reach.
Fucking stop.
No reach arounds, bro.
So don't you shit on the offense all you want to, but they had the lead with 7 minutes to play. All right. Now the special teams, don't get me started. Malcolm Simmons, that's one of the most boneheaded things I've ever seen. I, as a former punt returner, the only reason I was put back there to punt return was because I knew what the hell I was doing. I wasn't fast, I wasn't quick. I could catch the damn ball, and I knew if you put your fucking feet on the goddamn 10-yard line, You don't fucking take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyways, and then Reed running. Reed needs to be running his ass around the fucking practice field the entire fucking week. You got one job, big dog. You got one job. Yeah, running with Reed. Yeah, you're gonna be running fucking laps. All right.
Reed Hughes has got to put that ball. You got to put that ball in the punter's hands, right?
I mean, but anyways, all right. So that I just had to get that off. Overall, man, I walk away from that going, it went how I thought it was going to go. Oklahoma's a better football team. Auburn's a pretty damn good football team now.
Really?
I really believe that. I was not like, ready to go jump off a cliff like these idiots, that we've listened to so far. Like I think what I saw today gives me more optimism for the season ahead than there was a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of good things came from today. I know the play calling and all that. I love the Jackson Arnold missed some balls that you cannot miss. Hell, even the ones he completed were underthrown.
There were some underthrown balls. Yeah, you're 100% true.
Yeah, he was underthrowing on the completions and overthrowing on the incompletions. The Mateer is a really good quarterback. I mean, we're going to see him in New York.
Really?
So,
okay,
I think so, man. I think he's really good. I think he's really good. I don't walk away from that game going, oh my God, is Auburn going to win 8 games? Like, I still feel good about 8-4.
Okay. Do you think they're going to split these next two? I mean, you got at A&M, and then you got a week off, and then you got Georgia.
No. I said 3-3 going into Missouri.
So they're going to lose these two?
I think so, yeah.
And then they're going to run it after that. They're going to do some work.
I think the second half of the season, you go 5-1.
That would be nice. That'd be really nice.
Is that 8-4?
I don't know. Fuck it.
Yeah. That's 3-3, and you go 5-1. That's 8-4.
Kerry J says your filthy mouth isn't necessary, Jaylee.
Yeah, my bad, big dog. I really am. I was like, man, I'm pretty calm and collected. I was impressed with a lot of the football. I thought, don't get me wrong, the false starts killing. That pisses me off.
I know.
Special teams pisses me off.
Drives me crazy.
Pisses me off. But overall, man, I walk away from that game feeling pretty good.
Right.
I walk away from that game feeling better than I thought I would. I walk away from that. I walk away from that loss feeling better about the future of this program than I did with Peyton Thorne after a win last year.
Okay, I can see that. Jackson Arnold's got some big balls. He does. He cares, and he's a better operator than Peyton was.
And I think I'm with Alan on the route tree. I'm curious, dude. I'm just curious. Like I'm an amateur. All right, I don't claim to know all these X's and O's, but why is he holding it for 4 seconds? Like the offensive line in the first half was damn good, dude. I was worried about the pass pro. The first half, I'm going, throw the ball, because look, they weren't going to let Jackson Arnold beat him with his legs.
No,
and it got frustrating for me when Auburn did call or when he would tuck it and run it, like quarterback draws, didn't have any success. I think the only success he had running the football was on that 4th and 11 call, 4th and 11 play there in the fourth quarter. Or was it fourth? Yeah, this fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So,
hey, quick question though from the chat. They want to know what you think. What is your number one issue with the team right now? Like, what's the one thing you want to see get fixed?
You know what? The number one issue I have with this team is special teams.
Word.
Special teams can't make a field goal. The penalties on special teams is unbelievable. Block in the back on a freaking, you can't, Malcolm catching the freaking punt on the 1 yard line. If you'll remember going back to the opening game, I mean, there was 2 illegal procedure penalties to start the damn season. Like they had too many men on the field or some shit.
I know. It's crazy.
You can't even line up. You've had 9 months to practice. You still can't line up right. So yeah, the special teams to me overall, I'm talking punt return, kickoff team, punt team, field goal team. I think that has been an Achilles heel for Auburn since McPherson. I mean, I don't know if it's not just the field goal unit, man. It's just everything. I think the false starts.
It's frustrating.
Look, I'm willing to. Yeah, it is. I'm willing to forgive some of those, man, but that's too many. Like false starts aren't on the rest. Like that's not a subjective call there.
Quickly, I know you got to get going, bro. Miners 4-0 with a win over Gardendale the other night. I know you're fired up about the Purple Tigers. Still got an undefeated Homewood team you got to deal with later, and also Parker is really good this year. Thoughts on where do you think they're going to finish?
Miners on the roll, big dog. Homewood's chumps.
Damn, the Homewood Patriots are tough.
Parker's they in the way of the locomotive, big dog. Motherfucking chew.
Got Ramsey next week and then Mortimer Jordan. Those are going to be 2 easy W's, but then you got Parker on the 10th of October, so that's going to be a tough one.
We'll get them.
Jay Lee, appreciate you being here. And a lot of people said in the chat you're a voice of reason, so we're glad to have you, bro.
Oh, man. Glad, that's the first time I've ever been called that.
I know. All right, bro. We'll see you, bro.
Appreciate you, big dog.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, my guy, Jay Lee. I love that guy. Like a brother to me. I don't have a brother, but if I did, it'd be Jay Lee. Absolutely love him, and it was a great call. I love he gives you some different ideas about things, and you know what? He kind of makes a good point. Like, I don't necessarily know that I'm like despondent about the ball club. I'm just kind of, frustrated. I think special teams, like he said, just got to get better. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that, and we all know that Jackson's holding the ball a little too long, but Mike says, I like Miner winning again. Mike, also a Purple Tigers fan. Grind, by the way, I mentioned in the super chat up here, I don't want to ignore these. The OU game was the difference between 5-1 and 3-3. Like I mentioned earlier, A&M is a schedule loss with them on bye. 3 or 4 going into Arkansas is most likely. Jay Lee also was mentioning he thinks this is going to be an L for the A&M game and the Georgia game, but he thinks Auburn can finish out 5-1. That would be interesting. I mean, I like wins. I just like wins. MW Dave also had a super chat. He called in earlier and he also super chatted. So we have the talent to win 7 or 8 games without coaching, but do we have the offensive and special teams coaching to win any of the others? An interesting idea there. MW Dave kind of mentioned that when he called in earlier as well. Abby Laker jumped in with another super chat, his second one of the day today. He says, I actually don't think we played that bad. Or Damn Eagle. Thanks, Jay, for doing these. Appreciate you for being here. I'm sorry, I had a chat coming through from Caleb there. Abby Laker, thank you for the super chats, my guy. And I think what Abby Laker there is saying kind of in concert with what Jay Lee was saying, which is that, Jay Lee doesn't walk away from this being super upset. Let's go ahead and go to the man himself, Mr. D. Lucky. What's up, G?
What's good, JJ?
Usual delights. Glad to have you on the air, though, as always.
Appreciate you, brother.
You had me laughing my nuts off early in the show. I don't remember what it was. You said something in the first quarter in the chat. It was fucking hilarious.
It was about the amount of room that was going to be left on the bandwagon for the second half because all those bitches were jumping off. That's why.
No, that's what it was.
That's what it was. And it's no different now after the game. Same thing. People are jumping off like the season's over with, just like they were jumping off like the game was over with in the first half.
I hate people like that.
I do.
I do too, man. You got to hang in, man. This is your boys. Hang in.
I know. Got to. And I don't. I just go. If you get in the minutia, you can get to the minutia. But I just look at a high level. And Jay Lee's call was the first kind of sane call that I heard tonight because there's a whole bunch of stuff. Everybody said we were going to get a lot of answers with this game, and we did. And you got to decide what it is that you thought about Oklahoma before we showed up. And you got to think about what you thought about the Auburn team before we showed up. Because we just went on the road in ACC to a top 11 team in the country with that leading Heisman candidate at quarterback and played them to one possession playing as shitty as we did. I thought we were going to pull it out. That was my prediction, late. I thought Jackson was gonna go ape shit down the stretch and get some redemption, and he was gonna walk it off. That was what I believed. He did not. So the positives that I saw, that's probably the best defense we played. That's probably the best quarterback that we're going to play this season. And we, again, battled on offense, made some plays. Jackson missed 2 throws that are game changers that we got to have going forward. Just got to have them. The crazy thing about it is the first completion he had to Cam was underthrown. He underthrew the first one to lead off the game. If he throws that one out a little further, Cam probably scores on that initial bomb. And then the next couple times he tried to get him, he overthrew it. And if he just lofted up both of those, Cam probably still scores on both of those.
Yeah.
So let's okay, we got something to work on. Got it. He can't hold on to the ball. Can't hold the ball as long as he did. The offensive line didn't play great, but at the same time, they played good enough to give him 4 seconds in a lot of cases for him to get rid of the ball to someone. And every single one of those times is not play design where there's no one open. There were a couple times you look at those replays, Jackson's got somebody open. He just needs to throw the ball. There was one to Malcolm. He just got to lay the ball over the top. There's nobody on the back end. Malcolm is running. He has beat his defender. He just needs to lay it over the top, and we got 6.
He's open
And
by
Jackson-
15 yards. Yeah.
Yes, and Jackson just held the ball. So everyone who's saying it's just play design, this, that, and the other, there's some to that, but Jackson is just not delivering the ball the way that we need him to. But I'm also not willing to say that he ain't going to get better between now and the end of the season. So, again, I ain't jumping off the ship yet like some folks. So I go through all of that to again say we probably played the best defense we're going to play, and they might be the best defense in the SEC, maybe in the country. We'll see. But we ain't far behind them.
Not really. One touchdown.
We made that Heisman Trophy candidate look pretty pedestrian for most of the game. And the one thing that was the difference, that a big swing, and this is the difference between him and Jackson. The ball at the end, where they initially ruled it an incompletion, and they overturned it and changed it into a catch.
Mm-hmm.
That pass compared to Jackson's 2 missed overthrows. Mateer dropped the ball in the bucket. Wide receiver ran right under it, had enough space to catch the ball inside the sideline. Great completion for them. They go in and score essentially the game winner. If Jackson just has a little bit of that going down the stretch for us, we're going to be in great shape. I didn't think we were going to come out of this stretch undefeated. We lost 1. Texas A&M, I think it's going to be a battle, but I think we're going to learn a lot. I think the team will grow a lot from this game, is what I believe.
From the Oklahoma loss.
From Oklahoma loss. I think the team's going to grow a lot from this game, and it's going to pay dividends down the rest of the stretch of the season.
So what do you think about the A&M game? Like, you think it's going to be a W?
I think we're in a better position. Yeah,
All right.
I think we're in a better position to win that game. Again, we're not going to see a better quarterback. We're not going to see a better quarterback. We're not going to see someone that's going to give us as many fits as what we saw tonight. Because, again, he didn't do a lot, but he did enough. But we were part of the reason he didn't do a lot. That defensive line was all over him. If we get that kind of defensive line performance at A&M,
you think it might be
just
enough?
a little bit of running from our side. I think Damari and Cobb were both a little banged up today. So I think part of the reason why we didn't run more, I don't think we had the availability of both of them. And that's probably one of those things you can't really say, because I don't know how available they'll be next week. So we probably can't say, hey, both of our running backs are only at 75%, and that's why we couldn't run the ball. But that's just my gut.
Damn, GW in the chat says D-Lucky been in JGT's liquor cabinet. D-Lucky.
Nah, GW's a hater. That dude's talking about Brian Harsin tonight. That's all that needs to be said. He's on Harson's nuts. So we know he don't know a damn thing.
He's a Harsin fan? God dang.
He is. He has no idea about ball if he's on Harson's nuts tonight, man.
He is not a knower of ball. I got you. Done.
At all. At all. Just pure hater in the chat.
What are you thinking about the Georgia game? You got a week off before that one.
I always thought we were going to win that one. So we're right where I thought we would be this far in the season. I just thought as the game was progressing and we were in striking distance, I thought we were going to make the play to get us over the hump. I didn't know which way it was going to come, so I said, okay, when we scored to go up, I said, okay, the defense is going to get a stop. we're going to run the ball. Jackson's going to get a big run on third down to ice it. Okay, that didn't work out. Defense didn't make a stop. Like Jeffrey Lee said, that's when we needed them to come up with that interception. Mateer had thrown everybody an interception in all the other games. He didn't throw us one. We needed to grab one right then. When we got the ball with 5 minutes left, I thought, okay, we got plenty of time. We're going to drive. And we shot ourselves in the foot. And some of that was Jackson. Some of it was offensive line. You can't have false starts and all that nonsense when you're in the 2-minute drill, man.
Yeah, 100%.
You gotta hold your water and be ready.
Now, somebody in the chat here, All Hydraulics, is saying that D. Lucky is taking the moral victory. I don't think that you are.
I'm not taking the moral victory. I am not happy that we lost. But again, I am realistic about what we just did tonight. I know who we played. Either you are determined and you believe that Oklahoma is shit and we lost to a shit team on the road, okay, then that's your belief. And I can get why you'd be bothered that we lost to a shit team. But if you think that that's one of the best teams in the country and we just went in there and battled them and we could not pull it out, and you saw that and you still think that we're going to go down the rest of the stretch and not win enough games to potentially get us in the playoffs, I don't know how you logically make that conclusion.
Damn.
So that's why I said at the beginning of the call, you just got to decide what you believe Oklahoma was before the game, and that will help guide which one of these passes. Was this a great effort by our team that will prove down the road that it was exactly that, or did we just play a crap Oklahoma team and we don't have anything to show for it and won't at the rest of the end of the season because we're going to look back and they're going to be just as bad as we are.
I know where you're going with that. I'm with you. GW did come back to say, JGT, I said Harsin would have won this game with the talent on the roster, so tell D. Lucky, shut the fuck up about his delusions. Wow.
Harsin couldn't get this talent on the roster. That's the issue, GW. That's exactly the point, moron. If you can't realize that he could never have assembled this amount of talent, that's the entirety of the point about him being a horrible coach.
Yep. He's telling the truth.
Hell, I could. If you give me every player that's on the roster right now, I could have won this game too. What's the point? What's the point? I would have went to Jackson and said, "Hey man, I just want you to throw the ball to Cam. Just keep throwing it to him." That would have been my play calls.
Hell yeah, because Cam makes plays, doesn't he?
He does.
Jeffrey Lee's in the chat and he says D. Lucky for Heisman. See, he's got your back.
Man, I just hope that folks can pause for a second and look at what we did and what we didn't do, and then extrapolate that for the rest of the season.
That's my guy right there.
Realistically, not with a bunch of haters and I hate Hugh and all the other nonsense, but just again, did we just go on the road and give hell to a potential top 10 team in the country? And do you think we have the ability to replicate that a few more times this year? Because that's all we'll need is a few more times this year to replicate the effort that we put in tonight and make one play or two different.
D. Lucky, I've enjoyed having you on the air again for like the 500th straight time. Thanks for calling in, bro.
Absolutely, man. Y'all enjoy the night the best you can.
See you, man. Bye.
All right, peace.
There he goes, D. Lucky, the man himself. We have a couple. We have one rational OU fan in the chat. We'd love to see that, by the way. And Blake R says Jay Lee is the studliest of stud muffins. I love me some Jay Lee. Of course, you guys know that because I talk about it. Let's see. Cleveland Brown jumps in with another super chat today. Appreciate that, bro. This is a really good Auburn team, and we face the best defense we will see all season. And they had the refs on their side. We're gonna be all right. Give them an applause for that one. I like that, Cleveland Brown. Appreciate you, bro, being here and always reminding us to stay hydrated no matter how much we drink. Trent jumps in with a super chat as well while D. Lucky was on the horn. He said, I was upset right after the game, but now I think this team has potential. Refs were bad, but we had them on the ropes. Learn from this. That would be awesome if they learned from this. Great. I appreciate that, Trent. Thanks for jumping in, bro, with that super chat. And I also think that's a good take, too. Love having Jay Lee kind of turn the tenor a little bit there, where he was like, listen, man, I'm pretty fired up by a lot of the things that I saw tonight. He was not fired up by everything. He was pissed off about special teams. I think he was very clear about that. And he also was not a fan of the hold on, I gotta finish this thought. He also was not a fan of some of the passing concepts, which we've talked about on the air and also in the chat, that we felt like there were too much emphasis on the verts and not enough on things you can do that are a little more of a quick hitter when your line isn't blocking great. Jay Lee was kind of saying that Oklahoma's front four, and maybe you could argue the linebackers too, are some of the best that they're going to face all year long. And so if you have some trouble against them, I would argue that 14 TFLs is more than some trouble. It's a hell of a lot of trouble. But his attitude is that's probably the best group Auburn's going to face for the rest of the year. Texas A&M is a step down from that, I think. Georgia's definitely a step down at this point. Not 3 years ago, but at this point. And the rest of these guys I wouldn't worry about too much. Alabama's tough to kind of assess right now. We got a long way to go. It's going to be the end of November. I just like that he twisted that a little bit, and then the next thing you know, you got D. Lucky kind of coming by and saying some of that. Let's see. Sooners for Life says, don't be upset, Auburn fans. Your team is actually really, really good. Our defense is potentially the best in the entire country. Martin just says STFU. like that. And Sooners for Life says, Jackson Arnold played his ass off today. By the way, my friend Matt, last name redacted, who's been my friend since, the 80s. He's one of my OU graduate friends. He said that Brent Venables said after the game that coaches asked the refs before they ran their wideout sideline play. So they made sure that was legal, I guess. I need a little bit more detail on that. And then he said Burks, number 4, barked at the corner, distracting him. So it was just one of those things. So I was trying to read some quotes from post game here. It's kind of tough to do. Gunner says, JGT, would it be possible to hear from Cole tonight? Yeah, it's definitely possible. Let me text Cole real quick because I know he's in Texas right now. Let me text him real quick. So his dad's going through cancer treatments there in Houston. And so Cole kind of slips between Alabama and Texas, trying to be there for his dad and stuff, which I am 1,000% on board with. But I don't know, I never know, like, is he in a moment where he can't talk or he can't talk? We're just going to check with him and see if he is going to be available. I'm not going to just cold call him right off the bat like that. Let's see. So we're having some disparity of opinion in the chat about that particular wideout play, the touchdown, Oklahoma's first touchdown, which to me was a little, you're kind of skirting the lines of legality on that one, where the wideout was acting like he was coming off the field. Then he stays 2 yards in bounds, and then he's wide open because everybody thinks he's going off the field. It's obviously a penalty if he is tricked into thinking, hey, let's take this call. Hey, what up? Thanks for calling into the Brain Drain. Who I got on the horn?
Hey, Jay. It's Jacob G1234.
Hey, what up, man?
Hi.
Word. How are you feeling tonight?
I've had a lot to drink. I had my first Saturday off in 4 years, and
is that true?
I don't really feel that good.
Well, you're a hard worker.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just depressed about the game. I was going to ask about, I don't know. It doesn't feel right to ask anything. We played our heart out, but it doesn't feel like we ever win big games anymore.
I know.
We never have the killer instinct that other teams do, and we always fight well. But I don't think it's ever going to, I don't know. Maybe I'm just overreacting because I haven't watched an Auburn game in person for 4 years.
Yeah.
I usually watch on my phone at work.
Yeah. What pissed you off the most today? Just not getting it done?
The mistakes. It just felt there were a lot of I don't know, we kicked ourselves in the fucking face every single time.
Yeah.
We tried to do something. I sat there on the final, like the final sack they got, and said they're gonna get him. They could rush one dude and they're gonna get him, and they did. And it's like I never sit there and think we're gonna pull something out of our ass. We just don't. We're just like, I guess, used to losing so often that we can't just throw a final punch and be done with it.
Man,
We can't connect on.
I feel like you're speaking like some real shit here because I'm feeling it. And I think a lot of people in the chat are too, Jacob. This is just kind of what happens.
Like we haven't thrown a final punch. The last game I watched, and this is years ago, the last game I watched that we ever felt like we threw a final punch was the 2019 Bama game.
God, that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
There's no, like, we had what, double OT against Bama? We don't do anything with that with a dude who's hobbled. You can't blame him. Hugh loses his first game on fucking 4th and 31. Like, it's just pain. It's just pain.
I know.
I don't want to be negative, but I can't.
I know you don't. I know you love Auburn.
I
know
thought we
that.
had a real chance. We looked so good. We looked so good on defense, and we were getting pressure, even if it didn't convert into TFLs or sacks. You could see Mateer was uncomfortable. What does that matter if he somehow manages to find the backside B gap and you put everyone on the left? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Why are we doing that? I don't understand. I'm just frustrated.
This is a test for you, man. This is a test of your Auburn fandom. You're just gonna have to fucking take it in, absorb it, and then tomorrow we're gonna have to start focusing on Texas A&M and hoping that they're gonna be better. You know, do you trust DJ to make them better?
Yeah, I
do
liked
too.
all the freshmen. All the freshmen in the secondary are good. Eric Winters looked good.
He did.
I mean, we're down people, and it's just, I don't know. It's been 4 long years since I actually started caring about football, and it just seems every time I get invested, I get kicked square in the nuts. Every time.
Listen, man, here's the thing. I'm glad you called in. I think everybody in the chat is feeling what you're feeling. But if you're going to be like true Auburn, you've just got to fucking absorb this shit because it happens a lot. Right? I mean, guys, chat, we have his back on this? I think we do.
I know I've been through much worse. I watched 4th and 31 on the kitchen line and was like, I almost threw my phone in a fryer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm used to it. It's just, I don't know.
Now, what state do you live in? Do you live in Georgia?
Yeah, I live in Augusta.
It's tough because there's so many fucking Georgia fans over there, and all they want to do is.
My family doesn't even. My little brother doesn't even watch football. He called me, and the first thing he said was, "Don't put a hole in your TV. If my team played like ass, I would too." And I'm like, "Bro, why? Why do you feel the need to just antagonize me?"
That's not right, man. These Georgia fans are the worst, man.
They're not. I've got nothing but Georgia and Bama fans, and me and my dad are the only Auburn fans. So it's just like constantly getting kicked in the dick.
Yeah.
I went to the Georgia-Auburn game last year. I was the only dude in the upper deck that was wearing orange. And I sat there and just watched complete embarrassment on the field. I don't know. I feel like a bad Auburn fan for even calling in and complaining.
No, it's okay, man. We appreciate it. I mean, this is what it's here for. But I think the chat knows the pain. I mean, for real. They know the pain.
I don't know. I wish I wasn't so young. Like, I wish I had I wish I was able to watch Cam or fucking the 2013 team, or the only team I have is the 2017 team. That's it.
You didn't get to watch Cam?
Football.
You didn't get to watch Cam?
No, I was a young kid then. I wasn't like.
Shit. Like how old are you now? Like 20, 22 or something like that?
Like 23.
Okay, I got it. My daughter's 23, so I know what that's like.
When I started watching, like, the first game I ever watched was the Georgia Auburn game in 2017, because I really wasn't into football as a kid.
That was a fun one, man.
That's my peak. I've never had another game where I said, wow, we actually looked like we could dispatch a team that was better than us. And then 3 weeks later, I get my heart ripped out by DeAndre Swift on a fucking out rush on the right. And it's like, every one of these plays is etched into my mind. I still see Milrow. It's horrifying. I just wish that there was something else. I wish we could exorcise the demons from our body.
Yeah. It's going to happen at some point. You're just going to have to wait for that to happen, bro. I think they're going to get some wins later this year that's going to help you. Maybe even Alabama.
It wouldn't shock me if they win against Georgia, but it just feels, I don't know. I liked what we did. If Jarnell didn't hold on to the ball like 5 seconds, I would count on my finger while taking sips of my beer every time they got the snap, and he had enough time to just throw it away.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get why he just didn't. I don't get why Hugh doesn't coach him to do that.
Yeah.
I don't get all this. And I'm not smart. I'm not claiming to be a football expert. I wish there was like, and I agree with what you say, with Jay, about him on the sidelines looking like a beta.
I hate it.
Like you cannot sit there and freak out and then get in your own head about it. Like that's the worst thing you can do. It just seemed like we got in our own heads at the end and we're like, oh, now we're backed up at 2nd and 35. There's no point. Okay, we're done.
I'm going to ask him about this at the press conference Monday. I've got to. About just being so mopey and shit. I mean, that's not what a lot of coaches do.
Like, I wish he had like the killer drive that Lanning has, even though Lanning hasn't won anything big. He always has his teams prepared and ready to go. They don't do dumb stuff. How do you get 13 penalties? I don't understand.
I know.
They gave us so many, and yes, the refs were bad. I sat there and I did almost break the TV once because of the PI call that the ref didn't see. But why could we not just deal with it? Be level-headed about it. Just ignore it. Screw the noise. Don't listen to the noise. Why is it so hard for us to do that?
Because being an Auburn fan is fucking pain. That's why. It's pain. It's pain with rare moments where there's brilliance. And you're just going to have to get used to it, Jacob G. That's the reality of it, man. I hate to be that. I hate to be the bringer of truth, but that's just what it is. I've been covering Auburn for 27 years now. It's mostly down with some up, and you're just going to have to acclimate to that, my guy. But I want you to know you've got support here, man. The people here care about you, and they know the pain. They know the pain. Oh shit! Hold on, that's not his fault. What? I'm sorry, I missed that last comment.
I was saying I don't want to like. I don't know. I every time like I usually am like most people on the bunk. As soon as we lose, I'm like flying off the handle and I'm angry, and like more so today because I actually got to watch the whole thing and was on the drain listening.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah.
I don't think we're bad. I don't think Jackson's that bad of a quarterback, but 10 sacks is insane. Actually insane.
I know 14
like,
TFLs.
To the point where I've never seen that. That's insane. I wasn't there for the like honk if you sacked the Bama QB in 2004. I don't know what that's like.
Yeah.
All I know is for the past 4 years, and we've invested how much money into the O-line, into the wide receiver room, and we can't even just place the ball in their hands. Is it that like? Yeah. What did you say earlier in the show? It's a 70% completion throw. He was wide open.
Yeah, that's a 60 or 70% throw. And they missed 2 of them. 2 of them.
And the 2 catches Cam did have, they had a dude draped over him. Like, if you can hit the hard stuff, why can we not hit the easy stuff? That's what frustrates me about being an Auburn fan. And I've accepted it at this point. I was used to me sitting there watching Peyton and listening to the games and being like, oh, he's going to throw a pick. Like, there's no way he's not going to throw a pick right now. I know what Peyton's about to do.
You're just going to have to change your mindset, my guy. There's no other way out. Hey, are you going to be able to watch the A&M game? You said this is the first Saturday you've had off in a minute, right?
Yeah, I'm moving to a new job, so I'll finally be able to have my Saturdays off.
That's good. Or bad.
I'm hoping we'll at least be able to win. I know this might be a lot to ask. I just want to beat Georgia.
Same.
Please, if this loss had to happen for us to beat Georgia, fine. I'll suck it up for 2 weeks, 3 weeks until we get there. I cannot deal with another year of me constantly being told my team sucks and I should have been a Georgia fan instead of picking Auburn. it's annoying to hear it battered over your head year over year.
Just stay strong, bro. Fuck Georgia. You don't want to be part of the Georgia group.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be thugger. I don't want to have to sit there and have Clark County bail my players. I would rather stop watching football than not be an Auburn fan. It's just bad that I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't want to watch a game. I don't even want to listen to it because it's going to make my mood bad.
You've got to sit in the shit to enjoy Valhalla. And that's all I'm going to say about that. You got to stay in. Hang in there, buddy. Jacob, thank you for calling. I want you to know our phone lines are going to be open next week, and I want to hear from you too, okay?
I'll call back. Thank you, sir.
See you,
Have a
bro.
good night.
Bye-bye. Guys, come on. We love Jacob. We've all been there. I think everybody has been there. We've had our moments where we've been thinking like this. Maybe we've said this to our friends. Maybe we've been sitting on the shitter and just thought about this. Maybe we said it to nobody. Maybe we talked to our cat about this kind of stuff. I don't know. It's different for everybody. We've all been there. Jacob, if you're still watching, I'm validating your concerns, but it's something you're going to have to live with. If you're going to be an Auburn fan, particularly one that's living in Georgia, you're going to have to appreciate the fact that you're going to have to sit in shit sometimes because those moments, you've got to earn them. There he is, Jacob G. Hi, thank you, guys. There he is. Auburn Gal 98 says, love Jacob. Also a reference earlier that JG was being like Dr. Freud. Or it may have been Dr. Jung. I can't remember what you said. I'm just doing the best I can. Blake told him to wrap it up. I feel like we've all kind of been there, man. Brett says, I've never talked about that. I never talked like that about my team. Grow a sack. Jacob, I want you to know that I do not agree with that. I appreciate you calling in and being straight about, the way that you're feeling about it, because that's good. I think we've all been there. Maybe not Brent, but some other folks have. Mike B, in fact, just says in the chat, this kid sounds like me 30 years ago. I'm just saying, as somebody that's covered Auburn for as long as I have, I've seen plenty of this. I think D Lucky used the phrase nonsense earlier, which I think is probably the right word. We've seen a lot of nonsense in the Auburn sphere, and the Cam days and the 2013 run, which was amazing, of course, is punctuated by the fact that Auburn lost in the fucking national championship game. Now we got another caller coming through from a unknown number. What's up? Welcome to the show, yo.
Hey, Jay. How's it going, babe?
What up? Who I got?
It's Stoop Up.
Hey, what's up, man? I didn't have your number in here. I don't know why.
No worries. And I thought the call had dropped just now, so my bad.
Stu. Yeah, you're good. You're good to go,
Jacob,
man.
As a fella, to Jacob, as a
Oh, no, hold on. I screwed this up. I was trying to add you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Soup up. Go ahead.
Okay. Take your time.
No, I'm good to go.
Yeah, no, to Jacob, as a fellow Auburn fan in Georgia, buddy, I've been there, and I've probably scared it too much of it on this show. But hang in there, man. I can't promise it's going to get better, but I know that I find a lot of comfort and solace turning the TV announcers off and the brain drain way up every Saturday. And I feel you, I do. And I feel a lot of I feel you. And I know I feel you, a lot of you guys in the chat and in the thing on the calls that are frustrated. And I also feel you if you have some, like, if you're hopeful after this game too. I can honestly see it both ways. We're like Schrodinger's football program right now.
Yeah, we're Schrodinger's football program. It's exactly right. Yeah.
I don't like I said, I knew 1-1, and I really think Auburn needed to be 1-1 between these two road games, and I didn't care which. Obviously, I thought this might be the easier of the one. I don't quite view Oklahoma quite the same way as some of the callers do. I think they're a little bit better than I thought. But I thought this was the one. I did not want to go into Texas A&M in that weird environment with them coming off of Notre Dame like that with the bye week. I think it's going to be extremely tough Saturday, but it's still a winnable game. 1-1 after this one keeps everything in front of you. But you did Auburn did make it a lot harder on themselves today.
Yeah, for sure. What's the most frustrating part of this loss? for you?
I think some of the game management is very frustrating. From simply not fair catching the kickoff there after the touchdown that put Oklahoma ahead, just fair catch it and go to the 25. That should be on the headset. Fair catch it, go to the 25, and start from there. You didn't. They decided to return it. I think the risk was not applicable. Was not something. The risk, it wasn't worth the biscuit there. Just start at the 25 and try to get matriculating down the field. You had time. I think it's too much of a risk in the return game to try to return it there. Obviously, some of the special teams miscues were very frustrating. And obviously it was. I think those were the two things that were very frustrating about it for me. Just I thought game management. I thought some of the sequencing and some of the plays just. I think we've beat that to death ad nauseum, and I'm trying to look at things from a little. I find looking at it from a broader perspective is a little more interesting than breaking down this game like over and over again. Like, yeah, the route concepts kind of stuck. Jackson held it too long. Like, we can all say that. I guess what I'm looking for is being Schrodinger's football program. Where do we go from here? Like, is Hugh good enough as a coach to take us where we want to go as an Auburn fan base? And I say that because I have seen improvement this year. I think Auburn has made a step forward this year as a program, in all phases. I really do. And you know me, I've been I've made my feelings on here very apparent what I feel about Hugh Freeze sometimes, but I have to give credit. I think we've made a step forward as a football program. But is it enough?
Is it enough?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, they're playing better. I mean, they got better players. You can tell that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell that. They look better in the uniform. They're better. But
it's year 3. Win some fucking games, man.
Well, that's my question. So, like, as a fan, I'm willing to give him a year 0, right? Like, after the potato famine. The first year, that's year 0 even.
Yeah.
So I'll give him a year 0. So we can call last year 1, and we can call this year 2 if you really want. If we want to be forgiving, right? Like, and I'm not even going to go that far. I'm going to be that forgiving and say this is basically year 2 because of the potato famine. And you're seeing things, but my question is, we're still seeing a lot of the same things as far as the route concepts and the sacks and that sort of thing. We've seen them for 3 years, and you have better raw material to work with. So now I got to start asking the question, is the scheme holding us back? Is the system holding us back?
Possible.
And it's possible. And then that's the question. And then, okay, so let's if we want to play the numbers game on the schedule, and let's say you go 8-4. Is that good enough? I don't know. It depends what the 8 are and what the 4 are. Kind of want to see it where you are.
I think he stays.
And then,
I think he stays at 8-4 though. I think he keeps the job.
It's 8-4, losing to Alabama and beating everybody you think you're supposed to beat. The Missouris, the Vanderbilts, the Kentuckys of the world, but losing to A&M, Georgia.
And Alabama. That would be tough.
And Alabama. Or is that 8-4?
That would be 8-4. Yeah, that's not. I don't know if that's good enough. I mean, I think he keeps his job, but it's not good enough for us.
And then you go into next year, because I do. But then like there's the flip around. So if you decide if Auburn is what they're doing with the recruiting right now, feels like they're deciding to double down on the core groups they have, and I think there is a little something in Jackson Arnold you can unlock. Cam Coleman showed who he was today. And if you're gonna just heave it and leave it down the field, just throw it. Count to 3 and throw it to Cam. I mean, there's worse things you can do on an offense than that. Definitely beats holding the ball.
Yeah.
But is that enough? Because next year you go to 9 games in the conference, and you're probably going to Alabama, and you're probably going to Georgia. I don't see them. You're still in a double dip, and then makes it that much harder. And so, like, we as a program have to really look at you and go, is this the man to take us there? And I can make a case both ways. And that's why this year is just going to be fascinating for me. And I'm not going to sweat any one singular game and get on here and gripe and holler and cuss and all that stuff. But those that want to, like, feel free. Like, I love the show.
I'm going to blow your mind, Stu Pup. I bet you there's going to be, I think in this schedule release, it's coming out Tuesday. I think it is. Is it Tuesday night?
Something like that, yeah.
They're going to do something crazy with the Auburn, Georgia. I think they're going to put Auburn, Georgia in Atlanta next year as a concession to this being on Auburn's side. You know what I'm talking about? Because Auburn got to have it 2 years in a row.
Yeah, that would be the most fair way to do it.
I think it's going to be in Georgia. It's going to be in Atlanta.
That makes a lot of sense, and that's why I don't trust the SEC to do that at all.
That's still going to be a tough game. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's the most fair way to do it. And it's the most logical way to do it. And that's, again, like I chatted earlier. Yeah, I think that's a fumble. That's why it's not going to be one. So,
yeah, I saw you say that. And you were right. You ended up being right about that.
I was right. Yeah, too bad. Yeah, I didn't right. Again, I don't think, I'm more frustrated with my son's soccer team. They're going backwards. I don't think Auburn football is going backwards. But is it going forward at enough of a velocity that it's going to be that, or do you get out in front of it if you feel like Hugh's not the man, and then let's say something really cool, a really good coach comes on the market? Would Auburn be something to? I don't know, and that's why I think we got to count them up at the end of the year. I'm not trying to argue anything at all. I'm not saying keep him. I'm not saying fire him. I don't even get that conversation. But I just think this whole year and the whole this season, it's just going to be fascinating, and it's going to be almost more fun to watch, like the macro environment, than just any single game. And so that's where I'm as a fan right now. And I would like to see the continuation of improvement, but I still like to see a little bit more velocity and a little more urgency in it.
That would be sweet.
Yes, sir.
Stu Pup, my friend. Another great call. Thank you for calling in and super chatting and and just being a fucking stud like you always are, man.
Dude, thank you to everybody, and War Eagle, everybody. And hang in there, guys. Talk to y'all later.
See you, brother. There he goes. He's always positive. Stu Pup loves him some Auburn now. Come on now. He's got an Auburn family there, so he's there's no questions about that. I texted BMAT. Now BMAT, of course, is kind of out of he's kind of off grid tonight because his wife. He and his wife are marrying off their oldest daughter, Ashley. She's getting married tonight. Well, she's already married now, outside of Birmingham. And of course, BMAT's off today for that. That's a big deal. I was thinking we could get BMAT on the horn just to talk about the wedding, just to kind of let us know like the emotions that went through. Because when you're marrying off a daughter, and I've not had this happen, but I can imagine. I think this would be huge. I would love to hear what BMAT had to say about just going through that. And you guys know BMAT's always a lot of fun about stuff like that. I don't want to talk to him about the game. I just want to talk about the wedding. So let's see. He said he's good to go. So let's see if we can get BMAT on the horn. By the way, I do want to, before we get BMAT going, good stuff here. By the way, recounting the folks that have called in: CDF, MWD, Runner 24 had a great call. J-Head, of course, being J-Head, Jay Lee, Jacob G. They're kind of feeling for Jacob G a little bit. He's down a little bit. Let's see. Cole just texted me back. Let's go ahead and get BMAT. I really want to talk to BMAT, so let's see if we can get him on the horn here real quick. Please sound good. Yes, it sounded good. He's going to be at a reception, so it's going to be kind of loud.
Hey, what's up?
BMAT.
What are you doing?
Well,
we are hanging out, having a great time, celebrating. Ashley and Tyler are married. We're just having so much fun,
dude. So tell me about the experience.
I've got the bride right here. Hold on.
Hey, JG.
What up, Ashley? How are you feeling? Are you having a good time?
Oh, I'm feeling great. And Auburn lost feels much better when you get married that day.
We're all very proud of you.
We're having a great time, and we miss you. We wish y'all could have come.
I know.
You just had to cover an Auburn loss again. You haven't covered enough of those, have you?
Not enough. Not nearly enough.
Hey, let me just say, he picked Landslide by Fleetwood Mac for our daddy-daughter dance, and it about killed me.
It's a surprise.
I mean, it just killed me.
B-Man,
But we had a great time.
yeah, just tell us
They
about the
did
day,
so
man.
well with their personalized vows. They didn't crack or anything. I'm like meeting their mother like 32 years ago. So they did wonderful.
That's amazing, B-Matt and Ashley. I'm so happy for you two. That's great.
All right. Tyler wants to say hello too.
All right.
Hello, War Eagle.
What's up, Tyler?
Yeah. Oh, we almost had it done. Screw those refs. There you go.
Thanks, JG.
All right, Ashley.
We appreciate all the shout outs.
For sure. All right,
Yep.
guys. I'm glad to have the check-in.
All right, we just cut the cake, so I'm going to enjoy some of that, maybe drink a few more beers and celebrate this wonderful night.
All right, B-Matt. Happy for you, bro.
Yep, I'll be back on the job Monday. Love y'all.
See you, man. Bye.
All right, bye.
There he is, B-Matt, coming in hot from the reception at his daughter's. He has two. His oldest daughter's, Ashley's wedding. That's amazing. Ashley's marrying a Tyler, which is cool because that Tyler is both his son-in-law now, and also he has a son named Tyler. So that's very exciting. Cole said he is Gucci, and that means we're going to get Cole on the horn too. Cole, we just I don't know what to tell you guys. Cole's an amazing teammate, and I'm gonna go ahead and call him now. Let's see if we can get him on the horn. It might be the first time I've called him from this line though.
Hello.
What up, Cole? It's JG.
What's up, JG?
Word, I'm on the horn. We're live on the brain drain, my guy. You got a minute?
The brain drain. Absolutely, I do.
Fuck yes. Boy, we've talked a bunch about this game, but there's been a lot of disparate opinions about whether you walk away from this game feeling better or worse about the Auburn Tigers. Where are you at?
I think I'm like right in the middle, JG.
Interesting.
I don't feel worse, and I don't feel better. I mean, if you look at our predictions, I think we were all pretty close to this.
Yeah.
One of the main things I've been saying on the board and on the site this week and just heading into this big 3-game stretch is, look, it's not realistic to say Auburn can win 3 out of 3 against Oklahoma, Texas A&M, Georgia. It's just not. 1 out of 3, I think that's realistic, and I still believe that's on the table after watching this game tonight.
Yeah.
So,
do you feel better or worse about the A&M game now?
I always didn't feel good about the A&M game because just it's a road game. It's a tough environment, and I really think they're good. I think they're a well-coached football team. I think they're a lot like Oklahoma. I mean, I think it's going to look really similar. But if this game is an indication of it at all, then Auburn should be right in the football game with a chance to win it against another good team. I mean, I think they're going to have a chance.
Hugh was saying pregame, he said, let's get to the fourth quarter, have a chance to win it, and let's win it. They did get to the fourth quarter with a chance. They were leading in the fourth quarter, Cole.
They were. I saw them take the lead, and I went, there's a lot of time on the clock. What's going to happen here if Auburn's defense cannot hold them on this next drive? And that's exactly what happens. And I did not feel good after that. I did not feel like Auburn was going to put together a game-winning drive in the last 4 minutes of that game. I felt like it was going to be similar. It's really – I can't call it similar to a year ago because I feel like Peyton Thorne would have actually pushed the envelope a little bit on a drive like that.
There's been a few people that have
Jackson
said
Arnold.
that, and they got shit on in the chat, Cole.
Well, I don't care.
I know you don't.
I don't care about that. No, I mean, really, he would have pushed it. Now, he might have thrown a pick, but he would have. I'm just curious why Arnold felt like the best decision was to hold on to it that long.
He sure did hold a lot today.
That doesn't mean he can't get better at it. In fact, I think when you look at the game as a whole, I'd rather have, and I've said this on the board, and people won't like it, and that's fine. I would rather you have 10 sacks than 2 turnovers or 1 turnover. I think turnovers are harder to fix. I think sacks you can fix. I will take you right back to 2017. Jarrett Stidham sacked 11 times in the Clemson game early in the season, and they got better from that. Different coaching staff, whatever. They got better from that. Just so happens it was Brent Venable's defense they were going against in that game, Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
Weird coincidence. But what I'm saying is I think you can improve from a multi-sack game like that because I would not put all of those on the offensive line. I'd put at least a few of them on Jackson Arnold for holding too long. But the question is why? Why is he holding it so long? I'm hoping to figure that out this week, and maybe we'll get some clarity from people inside the program. I'm going to try to do that too.
You think the head coach will tell you?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I say that,
but he can be very candid sometimes, can't he?
He's pretty open. I mean, he's going to criticize Jackson. I don't see a reason. I don't think he's going to sit up there and go, I thought he had a great game. I think he'll criticize him a little bit, and I want to know. I'm sure he will be asked by you or be mad or someone else. Why is he holding on to the ball so long? Why do you think that is? What's the deal? I want to hear his answer on that. It might be great.
Cole, my big thing is that I think his body language on the sideline sucks. I think he acts like a beta cuck. With all the hands on the head and the mopey looking shit. I want my football coach to be like mad and fucking like into the game and like energetic and shit. And he just looks like a sad, sullen 8th grade girl.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how I feel about it.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but I do think that he's definitely not as fiery as you want him to be for some reason. He's a little more when they're on the offensive side of the ball. He's calling the game. It's different.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't seem like he's in control of things as much. I don't think he's losing control by any means. What I mean by that is, like, get control of your emotions, rally your team, just a little bit more of that. I think would be good. But I have to give him credit. He's put his team in position to win these games. I think there's a glaring difference in the talent on this team from last year, and it showed in this game tonight. And that's one of the reasons why I don't feel worse, because I do think they have dudes. I just think they got to figure out how to put it together with them.
And then, obviously D Nix needs to figure that out on the offensive side, right? Because he's the offensive coordinator.
He is the offensive coordinator, and told us a couple times now that he is the play caller too. But you know how that is. But and I think he does call some plays, but it's freeze at the end of the day. We know how that works.
I know. It was pretty
I don't
obvious.
Really think it was a terribly. I don't think it was a terribly called game.
No, I agree with you.
I think I'm going to go back through that, and I think I'm going to see some pretty good play calls. I mean, they should have run the ball more. I have an issue with that.
Yeah. I think they abandoned the run too early. Like, it was like first and second quarter, and they weren't really running it.
They did, and I'm telling you, there's two really good defensive fronts out there, Oklahoma and Auburn. Oklahoma's got a great defensive front. I mean, a great one. They're going to win some games with that. But Oklahoma gave up on the run too early too.
Yeah.
They couldn't run it on Auburn, and they kind of gave up on it. And that's why you had a lower scoring game, I think, because neither team could put together drives. But at the end of the game, that's when everybody remembers that part. And that's the part that's going to stick out in your mind.
Yeah.
They were able to put one together. Auburn was not. Now, Auburn did, but then you have another chance. I think you need to wonder what happened on that drive too. Why did the defense just get shredded on that drive? I want to go back and look at that too and
you
see
talk
why
about
that was.
Basically the game-winning drive for them.
Yeah.
This is something that Jay Lee brought up. Now, the first few callers were just doing, they were giving the defense, they've given the offense the business. And I understand. And you're looking at it and you're saying, hey, why didn't you score more points? But Jay Lee comes on about an hour into the show, or hour into post game, and he says, look, I'm pissed at the defense because Auburn's offense had the fucking lead with whatever it was, 8 or 9 minutes to go, and the defense coughed it up. Is that kind of where you're thinking?
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. I mean, you can only hold a good offense so long. I understand that for sure, but that is the drive. Everybody's talking about clutch, being clutch on offense. You got to be clutch on defense too. That's the drive. You got to make it happen. You got to figure it out, and that's been a problem for Auburn in the last couple of years, and it doesn't get the spotlight as much as the offense because it's not as dysfunctional, but they do get run over sometimes when they have to have a big stand. And I think that was one of the reasons they lost this game tonight, because of that one drive.
Yeah. Cole, you're a fucking stud, dude. I appreciate you jumping on with us. G, you're very popular in the chat. People were clamoring for you earlier.
Oh, sweet. Well, our in-game thread, guys, was unreal tonight. We got over 70,000 views.
I know on the corner though, right? Not on the bunker.
On the corner, I would put it on the bunker. I'm also posting into our live actual article on the front page for those who don't like 1,000 comments a second.
Yeah.
You just get mine on there. If you like missing parties, I'll put it on there for you.
I don't know. I don't like missing parties. I hate missing parties.
I don't either. You got to be part of the party, man.
We have to talk about that on Tuesday.
It was really fun for a long time.
Me and you got to talk about this on Tuesday.
Yes, we absolutely will.
Cole, thanks for hanging out with us a little bit, bro, and sharing some of your expertise.
Of course. Appreciate it, JD.
See you, bro.
See you.
Bye. There he is, Cole, coming to us live from the great state of Texas. Love Cole. Great teammate. Seriously. I can't really say that he's a better teammate than B-Matt because, I've been through thick and thin with B-Matt, but I love Cole. I've only been working with him for 3 months now, and I already love the guy. He's amazing. I got great teammates. Justin's been balling his nuts off tonight. I don't know if you guys have seen the front page of Auburn Sports tonight, but Justin and Caleb with B-Matt out has been amazing. Look at that. Caleb's got a penalty story up. Justin Hoganson's got the offensive line story up. We've already got a freeze summary. We got a rapid reaction from Justin on the front. And, of course, Cole doing his full thing in the game. As he mentioned earlier, tons and tons and tons of reaction. It's tough. It's impossible, I should say, when we're doing we've got two message boards at Auburn Sports. We got the corner and the bunker. I'm probably more, I'm a bunker guy myself, but it's tough to do both. You can't really do a thread on both at the same time. And I think that's kind of where things get a little weird sometimes. But I really appreciate Cole jumping on here and passing along some ideas. He wants to know a little bit more about why Jackson's holding on to the ball. He wants to know, he thinks the defense, we talk a lot about this is a clutch, and I did this too in real time. That last offensive possession that started at 4:30 to go or something like that. I said, here's the defining moment. If you're good, if you're as good as we think you are, you're going to put your foot down and make a drive here. Cole wanted to make the argument that, hold on, I'm still talking about this. Cole made the argument of there is such a thing as a clutch defensive possession as well, which is something I probably didn't take into account as much as I should have. And when Auburn had the lead at 17-16, defense has got to find a way to make it work. Get off the field. And they didn't do that. They capitulated, and Oklahoma was able to score that go-ahead touchdown, and that was definitely part of it. So appreciate Cole's view on that. Stu Pup also, I didn't have a chance to review his call, but talked about Schrodinger's football program. He would like to see a little bit better game management, which comes up with Hugh Freeze somewhat often. Also, Real Deal is jumping in the chat. We've got to have Real Deal here. Coming in from the great city of Huntsville, Alabama. Rocket City. We've actually got some positive Oklahoma fans in here, which is good. We had to ban one. I think her name was Jen with 2 N's. We had to ban her. But the other Oklahoma fans have been terrific. And that's what I like to see. Chris is one of them. He's an OU fan. I'll take the win, even though, the hell was that? I got that straightened out. Even though we got burnt on some long passes and can't run the ball. I like that. Being straight up. Appreciate that. I don't know if you guys know this, Chris and others. I went to high school in Tulsa at Holland Hall. And I know a lot about OU. I never talk any shit about OU. So I'm happy for you guys in a way. But as an Auburn mod, I got my I definitely got my feelings about this. Anyway. Yeah. Also, Daniel D, you got the super chat up there. You guys can see on the top of your screen. I wasn't able to call that out when it came through because we were on the horn. But he said, I thought the officiating was fine tonight. I personally did not. I wouldn't say it was outlandishly bad, but I thought there were some. I wasn't necessarily as upset about the non-fumble call as some others were. But I thought that Cam Coleman's I would call it a halfback pass. It's actually a wide out pass from Singleton to Cam, where he's going to catch the touchdown, and the dude slams into him before the ball gets there. That's a PI. I mean, it just is. I'm not sure how I feel about the wide receiver being, a foot from out of bounds and then going out for the touchdown. I to me, that seems more like a gadget play than like a illegal play, but I'm going to be honest. I don't know the specifics of that particular call. So I don't want to get myself into too much trouble here. Germzo says the ref missed a horrible call, but his back was turned. He was. This is the play to Cam Coleman for the touchdown where he got hit. The back judge was trying to get out of the way from that collision, and by doing so, he didn't have his face on the ball. He was actually running away from it, so he couldn't see the play. Hence, probably a false adjudication on that play, or whatever. Soggy Nachos is going to bounce. He says, I'm out. It's been a fun night regardless of the outcome, Jenks. Thanks for what you do, JG. Best way to watch Auburn. Thank you, Soggy Nachos. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Gooch Flats at JGT. I think we watched two good football teams today. This could be a turning point for the program if we build on it. Maybe similar to the 1981 Tennessee or 82 UGA or the 13 LSU game. Interesting. I like that. That would be good. I think I'd be happy with that. Guys, I think we've done everything we can do here. 6 hours in, actually 6 hours and 5 minutes in. We've had a lot of great calls. You guys know because you've been here. The bottom line is the Oklahoma Sooners were a touchdown better than the Auburn Tigers tonight. I know that the score at 17-24 wasn't as neat as one touchdown. It was a little bit different. You had a safety and some other shit going on in there, but I still don't know how I feel about Auburn. But I had my eyes open post-game, honestly, from Jay Lee. Had some good ideas. Cole had some good ideas. Stupov had some good ideas that changed my mind about some things. G. Curry jumping in with a super chat here late. No message offered, no message needed. We all know G. Curry is an absolute G. And I appreciate that. Hanging out with us all day in the chat and speaking some truth. Let's see. War Eagle 0008 is here. I'm late and I haven't heard a word on the stream, but it's a shame and disheartening the way this game was called. Hugh deserves better. Yeah, I think some people would agree with you. I think most of the chat would probably agree with you tonight. I think I would agree with you tonight. Not all the calls, but some of them I thought were kind of shady, and I'm particularly perturbed about the non-PI call on Cam Coleman probably catching a touchdown pass. Got knocked out. He didn't have a chance to catch that ball because the contact was early. It was premature. G. Curry jumps in to say, thanks for the work, bro. See you next week. That was his message, and we're glad to have you here. So glad to have you here. Great in the chat, and appreciate the super chat on that. So, situation is this. Auburn at Texas A&M next weekend, 2:30. Another afternoon game. We're going to be back here, obviously, on the Brain Drain doing that whole thing. And Auburn Sports is going to be wall-to-wall, obviously, with coverage doing that. And it's almost basketball time. Almost basketball time, too. So we'll probably be doing some of that as well in the next couple weeks. But in the interim, we're going to be dealing with Texas A&M and then an off week and then the Georgia game. These are clutch games, crucial games that I think are going to determine exactly the trajectory of this team. When we finished this game, we tucked this game away when the clock struck zero, so to speak. I was kind of down on Auburn, and I think Jay Lee kind of changed my mind on it a little bit. I look at it back, and I say, look, they did a lot of good things. I think Jackson held on to the ball too long. I think there were a lot of things that Auburn had to overcome in this game that they actually did a pretty good job of dealing with. I also like the fact that even though Jackson held on to the ball too much, I do think he was fighting. I don't think he disengaged. I don't think he didn't spit the bit, which I think I saw Peyton do a few times last year. I think he's a good leader, and I think he's going to win some big games for Auburn this year. Tonight wasn't the night. It's kind of a complicated calculus because 14 TFLs plus all the penalties is a lot to overcome. But I don't walk out of this game feeling any worse about Jackson Arnold. If anything, I'm just kind of neutral on it. I still think Auburn's got a shot to win Texas A&M game, and I think they got a shot to beat Georgia. And God, I would do anything to beat Georgia at this point. Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you all to our chatters, to our callers, to our super chatters. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys next week. Check us out at Auburn Sports. That's where it's at. We've got an amazing group there. Justin Hoganson does an amazing job covering the team with us. I'm there. BMAT's there. Caleb is doing a great job there as well. And then on the recruiting side, you got Cole, who does team and recruiting, and also Jay Lee, who is the absolute master. So tons of reasons to be at Auburn Sports, tons of reasons to be on the On3 network, tons of value. We've just added the Field of 68 as part of our group now. So much good stuff going on at On3, and I couldn't be happier to be part of the network. And I think you guys have got to be on Auburn Sports. I think 99% of you guys, I recognize your handles, are here with us. And of course, we'll be thinking about Blake too. He's got COVID and having some difficulties, but he's gone wire to wire today with us. And of course, we love Blake. That guy's, he's like family to all of us. He's like the brother we didn't have. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up there. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. We will see you guys next Saturday and also at auburnsports.com. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Peace and love. Love you guys. See you.